Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I had been looking forward to that weekend for weeks. Work had been exhausting, my phone constantly buzzing with emails and reminders, and my head always felt full. So when I finally managed to get 2 days off with no obligations, I wanted nothing more than to get away from the city, the noise, and the endless demands. I didn't want hotels or crowded tourist spots. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere remote, where the only sounds would be wind, birds, maybe a creek if I was lucky. I found it by accident one night while scrolling through an outdoor forum. Someone had posted a series of photos of an old logging road that led to a small clearing surrounded by dense forest. They said hardly anyone went there anymore. It wasn't on any official campsite list, and you had to walk about a mile in from where you could park. The pictures showed tall pines leaning over a mossy forest floor, with a small patch of flat grass where a tent could go. No cell service, no running water, no neighbors. It was perfect. I packed light, tent, sleeping bag, a small stove, water filter, some dehydrated meals, and a few snacks. I had my sturdy hiking boots, a flashlight with extra batteries, a knife, and my old compass, though I planned to stick close to the clearing. I left just after sunrise, the sky a pale blue with thin clouds drifting slowly across it. The drive took me nearly 3 hours, most of it on quiet rural roads where the houses were far apart and the fields stretched out wide. When I finally turned off onto the narrow dirt road, I slowed down, scanning for the pull-off spot mentioned in the forum. I found it after a few minutes, a small opening barely big enough for one car, tucked behind some overgrown brush. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and stepped out. The air smelled different here, cleaner, sharper. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, even though there wasn't much wind. I slung on my pack and started down the old logging road. It was more overgrown than I expected. Ferns grew thick along the edges, and patches of grass pushed up through the cracked dirt. The trees rose high on both sides, their trunks straight and dark, their branches heavy with needles that blocked out much of the sunlight. Every so often, I spotted a rusted metal can or a piece of broken wood, remnants from whoever had worked here decades ago. It took me about 20 minutes to reach the clearing. Just like in the photos, it was a small open space, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by tall pines and dense undergrowth. The ground was soft and dry, a mix of pine needles and moss. A few fallen logs lay scattered around, perfect for sitting. I set down my pack, stretched my shoulders, and just stood there for a moment, breathing it all in. Setting up camp didn't take long. The tent went up easily, and I staked it down tightly since I wasn't sure if wind would be an issue later. I unpacked the stove and cooking gear, but decided to hold off making anything until evening. For now, I wanted to explore a little, maybe find a nearby stream. I followed a faint game trail leading deeper into the woods. The forest floor here was uneven, with shallow dips and rises covered in roots. A few birds flitted between branches above me, their wings making quick, sharp noises in the stillness. After about 10 minutes, I heard the soft trickle of water. I pushed through some thick brush and found a narrow stream winding between rocks. The water was clear enough to see pebbles at the bottom, and small fish darted away when my shadow passed over them. I filled one of my bottles and took a sip, cold and clean. By the time I got back to camp, the light had shifted. The sun was still up, but the way it filtered through the trees made everything look softer, dimmer. I sat on one of the fallen logs and ate a snack while listening to the forest. It was so quiet here that even the smallest sound seemed sharp. The snap of a twig, the flutter of wings, the occasional creak of a tree shifting in the breeze. It wasn't until the second time I heard it that I noticed something different. A faint crunch, like footsteps, coming from somewhere off to my left. I froze and tilted my head, trying to place the direction. It could have been an animal. Probably was. Deer, maybe. I waited, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. The sound stopped, and after a few moments, I went back to my snack, telling myself not to be jumpy. As the afternoon passed, I gathered some deadwood for a fire. The clearing had enough scattered branches that I didn't need to wander far. I stacked them neatly, then sat back to watch the sky darken. The temperature dropped fast once the sun dipped behind the trees. I lit the fire, its crackle and warmth instantly making the clearing feel cozier. the smell of wood smoke mixed with the sharp scent of pine. Dinner was simple, boiled water poured into a pouch of dehydrated pasta. I ate slowly, watching the flames dance. The forest seemed even quieter now. Occasionally, I'd hear a distant rustle, but it never lasted long. I told myself it was just animals going about their night. It must have been around 9 when I decided to turn in. The fire had burned low, and the shadows beyond the circle of light seemed thicker. I doused the embers, double-checked my gear, and crawled into the tent. Inside, it was warm enough once I zipped the sleeping bag up to my chin. I lay there for a while, listening to the faint hum of insects. Sometime later, I woke up. I didn't know why at first. The tent was dark, the air still. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate crunch of leaves just outside. My pulse quickened instantly. I stayed perfectly still, my ears straining. The sound came again, closer this time. Then it stopped. I waited, holding my breath. The silence stretched on, broken only by the faint creak of a tree in the wind. My mind raced through possibilities: deer, raccoon, maybe even a bear. I reached slowly for my flashlight, but didn't turn it on. I just held it, my fingers tight around the grip. The footsteps started again, moving along the edge of the clearing. They were slow, spaced out, as if whoever, or whatever, it was didn't want to be heard. My mouth was dry. I thought about unzipping the tent to look, but part of me didn't want to see. After a while, the sounds faded into the distance. I stayed awake long after, my body tense, until exhaustion finally dragged me back to sleep. Morning light and birdsong woke me. The clearing looked the same as before, calm and harmless. I stepped outside, scanning the ground. Sure enough, near the far edge, I saw impressions in the soft earth. Not paw prints, boot prints. They weren't mine. The realization sent a cold wave through me. Someone had been out there last night, circling my camp. I didn't know if they'd been watching, or if they'd planned to do something and change their mind. Either way, they knew I was here. I packed quickly, not even bothering with breakfast. The forest felt different now, heavier somehow. Every sound made me glance over my shoulder. I walked fast down the overgrown road, not stopping until I reached my car. I threw my pack in, got in, and locked the doors. As I pulled away, I kept checking my mirrors. I never saw anyone, but the thought that someone had stood in the dark just beyond my tent stayed with me, and I knew I wouldn't be coming back to that clearing. It had been months since I'd taken any real time for myself, so when I finally had a few days off, I decided to get away from the noise of the city. I didn't want a resort or a crowded trail. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere out of the way. I found a listing online for a small cabin near a lake, deep in the hills. It was far from the highway, reachable only by a narrow dirt road that wound through thick pine forest. The pictures showed a single-story wooden cabin with a front porch, a small dock stretching out into still water, and not much else. It looked perfect. I arrived in the late afternoon. The dirt road had been rough, with ruts deep enough to jolt the car hard every time I hit them. The trees were dense on either side, their branches hanging low. It was quiet enough that I noticed every crunch of gravel under my tires. When I finally pulled up in front of the cabin, I stepped out and just stood there for a moment, listening. No cars, no voices, no hum of power lines, just the faint sound of wind in the trees and the occasional creak of wood from the dock shifting in the water. The air smelled like damp pine and lake water. Inside, the cabin was simple: a small kitchen, a main room with a couch and wood stove, and a bedroom in the back. The place was clean but old, scuffed wooden floors, faded curtains, a few dents in the metal stove door. I unpacked slowly, not in any rush. The sun was low by the time I walked down to the dock. The water was so still it looked like glass. I sat there for a while, just watching the light fade and the sky turn a deep blue. By nightfall, the temperature dropped sharply. I lit a fire in the stove and heated a simple meal. The sound of the fire was steady and comforting, but after a while, I noticed how loud the silence outside felt. Every time the fire popped, I became aware that there was nothing else making noise. Not crickets, not frogs, nothing. I chalked it up to the time of year, maybe too cold for them, but it still felt strange. I went to bed early, reading for a bit before turning off the small lamp by the bed. The darkness outside the window was absolute. The first night passed without incident, though I woke several times, not sure why. Each time I lay there listening, the silence pressed against my ears. By morning, I convinced myself it was just the change in environment. I spent the day hiking along the edge of the lake, staying within sight of the cabin. The shore curved in such a way that beyond a certain point, the cabin disappeared from view, replaced by dense trees and steep slopes leading down to the water. I kept noticing patches where the ground was soft and disturbed, as if something had been walking there repeatedly. Deer tracks, I assumed. That evening, I started a fire again and sat outside on the porch. The light was dim, and the forest seemed darker than the night before. The stillness was the same, no wind, no animal calls. I stayed out until it was almost fully dark, then went inside. As I was closing the front door, I thought I heard something faint from the direction of the dock. Not a splash, but a dull thud, like wood shifting under weight. I froze for a second, listening hard. Nothing followed. I closed the door slowly, locked it, and told myself it was just the dock settling. The second night, I woke around 2 in the morning. This time, I knew why. I'd heard something. A sharp crack, like a branch snapping. I sat up, heart pounding, and waited. After a few moments, I heard it again, farther off but still distinct. I told myself it was probably an animal moving through the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was deliberate, spaced out, like someone walking slowly. I stayed awake for over an hour before I finally drifted off again. The next morning, I decided to walk the path toward where I thought the sounds had come from. The forest floor was covered in a thin layer of damp needles and leaves, making it hard to see any tracks. About 20 minutes in, I came across something strange. A small patch of earth cleared of debris, maybe 3 feet across, the soil disturbed. It didn't look like an animal had dug there. No claw marks, no scattered dirt. It was just cleared. I crouched down, trying to make sense of it. After a minute, I straightened up, unsettled, and turned back toward the cabin. That evening, I couldn't relax. Every sound the cabin made, the creak of cooling wood, the faint ticking from the stove, put me on edge. I went out to the porch again, trying to convince myself I was just overthinking things. The lake was a flat, dark expanse, reflecting only the faint glow of the sky. I stared at it for a long time before I noticed something. Far down the shore, where the trees came almost to the water's edge, there was a pale shape. At first I thought it was a rock catching the last bit of light, but then it moved slightly. Not toward me, not away, just a small shift, like weight adjusting. I blinked hard, and in the next moment, it was gone. That night, sleep came in short bursts. Sometime after midnight, I heard that same crack of a branch, this time closer than before. I stayed completely still, listening. A few seconds later, another crack, even closer. The steps were slow, deliberate. My mouth went dry. I strained to hear if it was coming from the forest side or the lake side, but the sound seemed to drift, as if it could be either. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave a day early. I started packing slowly, trying not to let my own tension make me rush. Around mid-morning, I decided to walk down to the dock one last time. The air was colder than usual, and a thin mist was hanging low over the water. The boards of the dock were slick under my shoes. I walked to the end, looking out at the gray water. That's when I noticed fresh mud smeared across one of the boards, mud with the clear impression of a bare foot. It wasn't mine. It was too wide, the toes spread oddly. My stomach dropped. I backed away from the edge, scanning the shore. The mist was thick enough that I couldn't see far. I went straight back to the cabin, locked the door, and finished packing. Every few minutes, I'd glance out the window toward the lake. Once, I thought I saw movement in the trees, but it was too quick to tell. The feeling of being watched was constant. My car was parked just a few feet from the front steps, and I kept rehearsing in my head how I'd grab my bag, get the door open, and drive out without looking back. When I finally stepped outside with my bag, the air was still. I moved fast, unlocked the car, and tossed my things inside. Just as I was reaching for the driver's side door, I heard it, a branch cracking close, somewhere behind the cabin. I didn't look. I got in, started the engine, and pulled out onto the dirt road, tires spitting gravel. I didn't slow down until I hit the highway, and even then, I kept checking the mirror. I never saw a person. I never saw an animal clearly. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw on that dock. Whatever had been out there, it had been close. Too close. And it had been watching. I haven't gone back to that lake, and I don't plan to. Some places are better left alone. I had been driving for hours before I even realized how empty the road had become. The sun was sinking low in the distance, painting the horizon in a hazy orange glow, and the highway ahead stretched out in a long, straight ribbon of cracked asphalt. My phone had been without service for the past 40 minutes, and the radio was only giving off static, so the only sound in the car was the low hum of the engine and the occasional creak from the dashboard whenever I hit a bump. It had been a spur-of-the-moment trip. I told myself I wanted some space, some time away from the noise of the city, but really I just needed to get out of my apartment for a few days. I'd booked a cheap rental cabin I'd found online, tucked away somewhere in the hills, about a 7-hour drive from where I lived. The listing said it was peaceful, quiet, and perfect for those looking to disconnect, which sounded good in theory, but right then, watching the sun fall behind the mountains, I was starting to realize how far away from everything it really was. The GPS screen was frozen on the last point it had managed to load before losing connection. The blue line stopped about 30 miles back, so I was going off memory now, trying to recall the written directions the host had emailed me. It was something about a turnoff near an old gas station, then a gravel road winding up through the trees. I kept glancing at the mile markers, but there were fewer and fewer of them, and the last green highway sign I'd seen had been bent and rusted so badly I couldn't even make out the letters. I told myself I'd find the turn soon enough, but the fuel gauge was starting to drop closer to a quarter tank, and the nearest town I'd passed was at least an hour back. By the time I spotted the turn, it was nearly dark. The old gas station was nothing but a boarded-up building with the faded outlines of letters still clinging to the wall where the sign used to be. The gravel road started just past it, barely wide enough for one car, with deep ruts worn into the dirt from years of rain. The trees rose up on both sides, tall and close together, their branches arching overhead like a tunnel. As soon as I turned onto it, the air felt different, cooler, heavier, like the forest was swallowing the daylight faster than the rest of the world. The drive up took longer than I expected. The gravel road wound and twisted, and in some places it narrowed so much that I could feel branches scraping lightly against the sides of the car. I kept my headlights on high beam, but the light only reached so far before the darkness ate it up. I started to notice how quiet it was, too. Even with my windows up, I realized I couldn't hear any crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant hum of traffic. Just my tires crunching over rock and dirt, and the steady thump of my own heartbeat. When I finally saw the cabin, it was almost a relief. It sat back from the road, surrounded by thick trees on 3 sides, with a small clearing in front that served as a driveway. The building was single-story, wood-paneled, with a narrow porch running along the front and 2 small windows glowing faintly from inside. I pulled up, killed the engine, and just sat there for a moment, listening to the ticking sound of the metal cooling. The night felt thicker here, the kind of black where you can't see more than a few feet beyond the reach of your headlights. Inside, the cabin was plain but comfortable enough. There was a small kitchen with an electric stove, a table for 2, and a sitting area with an old sofa facing a wood-burning stove. The bedroom was just big enough for a double bed, and the bathroom had a shower with rust stains around the drain. I set my bag down, found the light switches, and double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. The host had left a note on the counter with a few rules: don't leave food outside, keep the porch light off at night to save electricity, and a warning about local wildlife, without getting into details. By the time I unpacked and microwaved something for dinner, it was fully dark outside. The windows reflected the warm light from inside, so I couldn't see anything past the glass. I didn't feel tired yet, so I stepped out onto the porch to get some fresh air. The clearing looked different now. The trees were just black outlines, their tops swaying slightly in a wind I couldn't feel on the porch. The air smelled damp, like soil and wet leaves, and I noticed how easily sound seemed to die here. Even my own breathing felt like it was being absorbed by the dark. That's when I first heard it, a faint crunch of gravel somewhere down the road. It was soft, but sharp enough to stand out against the silence. I froze, my eyes straining to see past the clearing. The sound came again, slow, deliberate steps, not the random scatter of an animal. I thought about calling out, but the quiet felt so heavy that speaking seemed wrong, like it would carry too far and draw something closer. I stepped back inside, locked the door, and told myself it was probably just an animal passing through. I kept glancing at the window while I cleaned up the dishes. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the clearing, a darker shape against the dark, but it was gone before I could focus on it. I shut the curtains and tried to distract myself, but my ears kept searching for sounds. Every creak in the wood, every faint shift of the wind, made me tense. Eventually, I went to bed, though I left the lamp on in the bedroom. Sometime in the night, I woke up. I didn't know what time it was. My phone was still dead, and I hadn't bothered to wind the old clock on the wall. At first I couldn't tell why I was awake, but then I heard it again. Not the crunch of gravel this time, but the slow, steady snap of twigs somewhere just beyond the cabin walls. My skin prickled. I lay completely still, my breath shallow, listening as the sound moved around the side of the cabin, pausing every few steps. The steps reached the front porch. The boards groaned faintly under the weight. Whoever, or whatever, it was stood there for a moment, then I heard the soft metallic rattle of the doorknob being tested. Just once. Slow. Deliberate. I stayed frozen in bed, my hands gripping the blanket, feeling every beat of my pulse in my throat. After what felt like forever, the sound moved away, fading into the distance until there was nothing but silence again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling until the first pale light of morning filtered in through the curtains. When I finally got up, the clearing looked normal again, the trees harmless in the daylight. But when I stepped outside, I saw them, footprints in the dirt, leading from the road to the porch and then back again. They weren't boot prints exactly, but they were human-shaped, large, and deep enough to show that whoever had made them was heavy. I thought about leaving right then, but I told myself it had probably just been some local passing through. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone lost. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. All day, I found myself glancing at the tree line, expecting to see movement. I stayed close to the cabin, not wanting to wander too far from the safety of the walls. That night, I kept every light in the cabin on. I sat in the kitchen with a mug of coffee, telling myself I'd stay up until morning, just to be sure. For hours, nothing happened. I started to think maybe I'd imagined it the night before. But sometime past midnight, the noise came again. This time it was closer, starting right at the edge of the clearing. The slow crunch of dirt underfoot, the faint rustle of leaves. I moved to the window but stayed back far enough that I couldn't be seen. Between the slats in the curtain, I saw it, a figure standing just inside the tree line. Tall, broad-shouldered, unmoving. The face was in shadow, but I could feel the weight of their gaze. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After what felt like minutes, they turned and slipped back into the trees without a sound. The next morning, I packed everything in a rush. I didn't bother washing the dishes or folding the blankets. I just wanted to be gone. As I drove back down the gravel road, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. The forest seemed even denser in the daylight, the road longer than I remembered. When I reached the highway, I didn't stop. I just kept driving until I was 2 hours away, until the air felt lighter again. I never reported it. I didn't even leave a review for the cabin. But sometimes, when I'm walking home at night, I think about those footsteps, the weight in them, and the way the doorknob rattled so slowly, like whoever was there knew exactly how much time they had. I had been driving for hours when the road turned into something that felt more like a forgotten path than a highway. The asphalt was cracked, weeds pushing through in long green blades, and every so often a pothole jarred the steering wheel in my hands. It was late afternoon, the sky still bright, but with that dull haze that meant sunset would come quicker than I expected. I was on my way to a small cabin I'd rented for a weekend, somewhere far from the noise of the city. The idea had been to escape, to get away from screens, calls, and the constant press of people. I'd wanted silence. I had no idea how heavy silence could feel when you were truly alone. The GPS had already lost its signal an hour back, and the last turn I'd taken was based on a half-remembered screenshot of directions. The further I drove, the less it looked like a road anyone used regularly. Trees crowded in close, their branches sometimes hanging low enough to scrape the top of the car. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw nothing but a ribbon of cracked pavement fading into green. No cars, no signs, just me. The cabin was supposed to be another 3 miles past an old wooden bridge, but when I reached it, I slowed down to a crawl. The bridge looked ancient, its planks worn gray and warped, the kind of wood that had been left to weather for decades. The guardrails were barely more than a few splintered beams. Below, a narrow stream wound its way between stones, the water dark and slow-moving. I crossed it carefully, listening to the boards creak under the car's weight. Beyond the bridge, the road narrowed even further, and the trees began to close in completely. Sunlight broke through in scattered patches, flickering over the dashboard. I could feel the temperature dropping as the canopy overhead thickened. My tires crunched over loose gravel now instead of asphalt. I was starting to wonder if I'd somehow taken the wrong turn when I saw the clearing ahead. The cabin was small, weathered, and built of dark logs that looked older than I was. A narrow porch ran along the front, with 2 wooden chairs that leaned slightly to one side, as if no one had sat in them for years. The place was quiet, no wind, no rustle of leaves, nothing. I turned off the engine, and the silence pressed in, almost physical. For a long moment, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring at it. When I finally got out, the air smelled of damp earth and moss. The gravel crunched loudly under my shoes. I carried my bag inside, found the key under a rock by the door just like the owner had said, and stepped into the cabin. The interior was dim, lit only by the light coming through a pair of narrow windows. Dust lay thick over everything, the table, the old bookshelf, the counter by the sink. I dropped my bag in the corner and walked through each room. The floorboards groaned under my weight. There were only 2 rooms, a main living space with a tiny kitchen along one wall, and a bedroom in the back with a single bed and a wardrobe that smelled faintly of cedar when I opened it. There was no electricity. I had known that when I booked it, but knowing and feeling it were 2 different things. The stillness felt heavier without the hum of a fridge or the glow of a light bulb. I unpacked slowly, not because I had much to do, but because there wasn't much else to fill the time. By the time I finished, the sun had begun to sink, throwing orange light across the walls. I decided to walk a little before it got dark. There was a path leading off from the side of the cabin, narrow and almost hidden by fallen leaves. I followed it without thinking much, letting my feet crunch over twigs and brush. The air was cooler now, and I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere nearby. The trees here were tall, their trunks straight and close together. Every now and then, a bird flitted from branch to branch, the sound of its wings startling in the quiet. After maybe 10 minutes, I noticed how quickly the light was fading. The forest floor was already dim, shadows stretching long between the trees. I turned back, walking a little faster now, trying to remember exactly how many bends the path had taken. The trees all looked the same. My own footprints were barely visible in the leaves. For a few minutes, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach, but then I saw the cabin through the trees and let out a slow breath. Back inside, I lit a small lantern I'd brought and set it on the table. The flame flickered against the wood, throwing long shadows along the walls. I ate a simple dinner, bread, cheese, some dried fruit, then sat on the porch for a while, listening to the night come in. It was quiet at first, just the faint buzz of insects. Then, somewhere deep in the trees, I heard a single sharp crack, like a branch snapping under weight. I froze, my hand halfway to my water bottle. It didn't come again, and after a minute, I told myself it was just an animal. Still, I went inside and locked the door. The bed was hard, but I was tired enough not to care. I blew out the lantern and lay there in the dark, listening to the soft sounds of the woods. Every creak of the cabin made me tense at first, but gradually I drifted off. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The darkness was complete, heavy, and I lay still for a moment, not sure what had pulled me out of sleep. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate sound from outside. Footsteps. Not the quick, light steps of an animal, but heavy, careful ones, moving across the porch. The boards groaned under the weight. I stayed still, barely breathing, straining to hear. The steps stopped. Then came the faint sound of something brushing against the wall, moving along the side of the cabin. The hairs on my arms prickled. Whoever, or whatever, it was circled the cabin slowly, their movement barely audible except for the occasional crunch of leaves. I waited, my eyes on the dark outline of the window. Minutes passed. Nothing. Eventually, I told myself I'd imagined it. I lay back down, heart still pounding, and after a long time, sleep came again. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. The ground was damp from a light rain that must have fallen before dawn. I walked around the cabin, scanning the soft earth. At first I saw nothing, but then near the back corner I noticed it, a partial footprint in the mud. It wasn't clear enough to tell much, but it was definitely from a shoe, not an animal. The sight made my stomach twist. I kept looking, but there were no other prints, as if whoever had been there had stepped carefully, avoiding the softer ground. The rest of the day, I couldn't shake the thought of someone being out there in the dark. I tried to distract myself with a hike, following a different trail that wound up a small hill. The view from the top was incredible, rolling green hills fading into blue distance, but even there, the silence felt off. Too complete, too watchful. Every time I stopped walking, I thought I heard faint movement behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing. Back at the cabin, I kept the door locked and the lantern lit until I couldn't keep my eyes open. That night, the sounds came again, footsteps, circling, pausing. This time I stayed awake for hours, my muscles tight, my hand gripping the handle of the small camp hatchet I'd brought. I never heard them walk away. At some point, exhaustion dragged me into sleep. In the morning, I decided to leave a day early. The peace I'd come for wasn't here, and I couldn't stand another night listening to someone outside my walls. I packed quickly, glancing at the windows every few minutes. When I stepped outside, the air felt different, cooler, heavier. I turned toward the car, and that's when I saw it. On the porch, leaning against one of the chairs, was a small folded piece of paper. I knew I hadn't left anything there. My throat tightened as I picked it up. The paper was damp, the writing smudged, but I could still make out the words. "You should keep the door locked." I dropped it without thinking, my heart hammering. I didn't look back as I got in the car and started the engine. The tires spun briefly on the damp gravel before catching, and I drove down that narrow road faster than I should have, the trees whipping past. I didn't slow until the cabin was far behind me, and even then, the sense of being watched didn't fade until I was miles away, back on a real highway with other cars in sight. I never went back. The rental listing disappeared a month later, and I never heard from the owner again. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that paper and the careful footsteps in the dark, and I wonder how close they stood to the bed while I slept. It was just after 11 at night when I left the small town I had been visiting for work. I had stayed later than I planned, catching up on paperwork in my car outside a diner because I needed their Wi-Fi before heading home. The road back was one I had driven a few times before, but never this late at night. It was a long two-lane highway that cut through miles of empty farmland and thick forest, with no streetlights and hardly any traffic. In the day, it was a pretty drive, open skies and tall green trees. At night, it was nothing but darkness swallowing the edges of my headlights. The air was warm and still, the kind of summer night where you can hear every sound outside. I rolled the window halfway down because my AC wasn't working properly, letting in the smell of pine and the occasional whiff of hot asphalt. My car was old, too old probably. I had been meaning to replace it, but life always had other expenses. It rattled on bumps, the engine made a faint ticking sound that I tried to ignore, and the gas gauge needle had a habit of sticking. About 40 minutes into the drive, I was in one of the loneliest stretches of the road. Forest pressed in close on both sides, tall pines leaning like they were trying to block out the sky. My headlights caught the white of the painted lane lines ahead, but beyond that there was just pitch black. I hadn't passed another car in over 15 minutes. My radio had been cutting in and out since I left town, so I shut it off and let the hum of the tires be the only sound. It happened without warning. A sudden, loud clunk from under the hood, followed by a sputter. My dashboard lights flickered, the engine coughed, and then I lost power. I managed to steer to the side of the road before the car rolled to a complete stop. The engine was dead silent. Only the dim light of my hazard blinkers lit the darkness around me in a slow, orange pulse. I sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel, my eyes adjusting to the idea that I was alone in a dead car in the middle of nowhere. I tried the ignition again, but the key just turned uselessly, the starter clicking without catching. I pulled out my phone, but the screen showed 0 bars of signal. I held it up toward the windshield, toward the side window, even stepped out of the car to see if I could catch a flicker of service, but there was nothing. Just that oppressive wall of forest, and the smell of cooling engine metal. I thought about waiting for another car to pass, but I had no idea how long that would take. I could sit there for an hour or more, maybe longer. The nearest town in the direction I'd come from was at least 15 miles back, but I knew there was a small service station about 7 miles ahead. 7 miles wasn't short, but I'd walked farther before. I grabbed my backpack from the passenger seat, stuffed in my water bottle and flashlight, and locked the car. The hazard lights kept blinking behind me as I started walking along the shoulder. The road felt different on foot. The darkness seemed heavier, the silence deeper. My flashlight beam lit a narrow cone ahead of me, showing the edge of the road, the white painted line, and the first row of tree trunks. The forest floor was a tangle of roots, brush, and shadows that seemed to shift when I looked too long. Every few steps, I'd glance over my shoulder, but the road behind me was empty, my car's blinkers now just tiny flashes in the distance. After about 10 minutes, I heard it for the first time. A faint rustle from the trees to my right, the sound of something moving through undergrowth. I stopped walking and turned my light toward the sound, but the beam only showed the nearest trees. The noise had stopped too. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Out here, animals were everywhere. Still, I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. I started walking again, my pace a little quicker now. A few minutes later, I heard it again, this time on my left. Leaves shifting, a branch snapping. I turned fast, sweeping the flashlight across the tree-line, but again saw nothing. The air seemed warmer now, or maybe it was just my body tensing. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my heartbeat, but my ears were tuned to every sound. My own footsteps on the gravel shoulder were too loud. Every step I took seemed to echo. The third time I heard it, there was no mistaking it, it was following me. The sound stayed parallel to my steps, maybe 30 feet inside the trees. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear the steady rhythm of movement. Brush being pushed aside, twigs snapping under weight. Not light, delicate steps like a rabbit. Heavier, more deliberate. I tried to keep my pace steady, not wanting to show that I'd noticed, but my breathing was louder now. I kept telling myself it was probably just a curious animal keeping its distance. But animals usually darted off when they realized a human was near. This kept pace with me. I switched the flashlight to my left hand so my right was free, curling it into a fist. The thought of someone being out here, moving through the woods at night, was worse than the thought of an animal. People had bad reasons for lurking in the dark. Another mile passed, maybe two. I could feel sweat running down my back, my shirt sticking to me. The movement in the trees never stopped for long. Sometimes it shifted closer, sometimes farther away, but always there. My water bottle felt heavy in my backpack. I didn't want to stop to take it out. I didn't want to stand still long enough for whatever it was to close the gap. At one point, I thought I saw something, a shape between the trees tall, just at the edge of my light. But as soon as I turned my head, it was gone. My pulse spiked so hard it made me dizzy. I gripped the flashlight tighter, aiming it into the forest, and called out a loud, sharp noise. Not words, just a burst of sound. The rustling stopped completely. The silence that followed was worse. I stood there, every muscle tight, listening. After what felt like forever, the rustling started again, this time behind me. I walked faster. My feet were hitting the ground harder, gravel crunching with each step. I could see a faint glow far ahead. Maybe the service station's lights, or just my mind making shapes out of the dark. My calves were starting to ache, but adrenaline kept me going. I didn't dare run yet. Running meant I was prey. Then I heard it, clear and close. A fast burst of movement, like something had just darted between two trees not far from the road. I swung my light toward it just in time to see a branch still moving, as if it had been brushed aside. My throat was dry. My legs felt like they might give out, but I forced them to keep moving. The glow ahead grew brighter, more real. It had to be the station. I couldn't hear the movement anymore, but I didn't trust the quiet. When the building finally came into view, it was small, a single pump under a flickering canopy light, with a darkened office behind it. No cars, no people. The pump lights buzzed faintly. I walked straight toward them, my chest tight, and didn't look back until I was under the light. When I did, the road behind me was empty. The forest on both sides was still, shadows layered in black on black. Whatever had been there was gone, or hiding where the light didn't reach. My hands were shaking as I tried the door to the station, but it was locked. A payphone stood beside the building, old and scratched. I lifted the receiver, half expecting it to be dead, but there was a dial tone. I called for help, my voice flat and steady, giving the location. While I waited, I stood under the buzzing light, scanning the tree line over and over. At one point, I thought I saw that same tall shape again, far back among the trees, just standing there. But by then, I wasn't going to check. I stayed in the light until headlights finally appeared down the road, and a tow truck pulled in. Only when I was inside did I let myself exhale, the tension loosening enough for my hands to stop trembling. Whatever had followed me never stepped out of the trees, but it had kept pace with me for nearly 7 miles, and in all that time, I never heard it retreat. Even now, thinking about it, I wonder how long it stood there after I was gone, watching the empty road. I had been driving for hours, the kind of drive where the road seems to stretch out endlessly and the landscape barely changes. The afternoon had slipped into early evening, and the sun was already hanging low in the sky, casting a warm but fading light over the fields and scattered trees. I was on my way to a small town I'd never been to before, taking the back roads because the GPS told me it was faster. At first, I didn't mind. I liked quiet roads, the absence of heavy traffic, the feeling of having the world to myself. But as the miles rolled by, the towns and gas stations became less frequent, and soon I realized I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. The 2-lane road wound through stretches of farmland and dense pockets of trees. Sometimes, the land opened up enough for me to see distant hills, but more often, it was just me and the car surrounded by green walls. The further I went, the fewer signs I saw. Not even the usual ones warning about sharp turns or deer crossings. Just the road, cracked in some places, patched in others. The air outside looked still, like even the wind didn't bother with this place. By the time the sun dropped closer to the horizon, I felt the first pinch of unease. It wasn't fear, not yet. More like that feeling you get when you realize you're farther from familiar ground than you thought. I kept telling myself there was no reason to worry. I had gas, my phone had signal the last time I checked, and the road had to lead somewhere eventually. But the trees seemed to grow thicker the further I went, their shadows stretching long across the asphalt. An hour later, the sky had darkened into that deep blue that comes just before night fully takes over. I flicked on my headlights. The beams cut through the dark, catching the glint of reflective eyes from some animal on the side of the road before it darted into the brush. I kept my speed steady, not too fast, not too slow, trying to ignore the growing sense of isolation. My phone sat on the passenger seat, the screen dark. I pressed the button to check the GPS again, but the spinning circle told me what I already feared, no signal. It was around then that I saw the first sign in a long time. It was old, wooden, leaning slightly to one side. The paint faded almost to nothing. The only thing I could make out was a barely visible arrow pointing straight ahead. No town name, no numbers, just the arrow. I thought about stopping to look at it more closely, but decided against it. Stopping here felt wrong somehow. The road narrowed slightly, and the trees pressed in even closer, their branches hanging overhead like a tangled canopy. My high beams caught bits of mist starting to form along the edges of the asphalt, the kind that seems to rise from the ground in thin wisps. I hadn't realized how quickly the temperature had dropped until I noticed a thin layer of condensation starting to form on the inside of my windshield. I switched on the defrost and kept going. After a while, I noticed something strange. The road had been mostly straight for miles, but now it was bending and curving in ways it hadn't before. The curves were sharp enough that I had to slow down considerably, each turn revealing more of the same: trees, mist, and blacktop disappearing into the dark. I checked the clock on the dashboard. It was later than I thought, well past 8, and still no sign of a town. That's when I saw the car. It was parked on the shoulder up ahead, facing the same direction I was going. Its hazard lights were flashing slowly, a dull amber against the surrounding darkness. I eased off the gas as I got closer, scanning for any movement inside. The car looked old, maybe from the 90s, the paint a dull gray or silver. The windows were dark, and I couldn't see anyone in the driver's seat. I slowed to a crawl as I passed, glancing out my side window. The inside was empty, at least from what I could see, but the driver's side door was slightly ajar. Not wide open, just cracked enough to notice. There was no one standing nearby, no sign of anyone walking along the road. My instinct told me to keep going, so I did. But as I checked my rearview mirror, I thought I saw movement near the car, like a shadow shifting. I blinked and it was gone. The next few miles felt longer than they should have. I kept looking back at the mirror, even though I knew I wouldn't see anything. The mist was thicker now, curling around my headlights as I drove. The air inside the car felt heavy, and I realized I was gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. That's when I heard it. At first, it was faint, just a dull thump from somewhere behind me. I thought maybe something in the trunk had shifted, but I hadn't packed anything heavy. Then it came again, louder this time, a single, heavy impact against the rear of the car. My stomach dropped. I glanced in the mirror, but the mist behind me was too thick to make out anything clearly. I pressed harder on the gas, the engine straining as the road began to incline. The sound came again, but this time it was more like a scrape along the trunk, slow and deliberate. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination, that maybe a branch had brushed the car somehow, but there were no overhanging branches here, only the dense wall of trees. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I just kept going, watching the mist swirl in the beams of my headlights, waiting for the next sound. But it didn't come again. Instead, after what felt like forever, the trees began to thin slightly. I saw an opening up ahead, a small gravel pull-off with an old wooden sign, the kind you'd see marking the entrance to a hiking trail or a nature preserve. I pulled in without thinking, needing to get off the road for just a moment to collect myself. The gravel crunched under the tires as I rolled to a stop. I sat there with the engine idling, listening. There was nothing but the soft hiss of the cooling engine and the faint hum of the headlights. I got out slowly, the cold air hitting me immediately. It was quiet, too quiet. Even in the middle of nowhere, you expect to hear crickets, maybe the distant rustle of leaves, but here there was nothing. My breath came out in pale clouds as I walked to the back of the car. I ran my hand along the trunk and froze. There were scratches, long, deep gouges in the paint, fresh enough that the metal underneath still gleamed in the light. They weren't random either. They ran in almost perfectly straight lines, as if something with claws had dragged them deliberately across the surface. A sudden sound broke the silence, a quick, sharp crack from the trees, like a branch snapping under weight. I turned toward it, squinting into the darkness, but saw only mist and shadow. My skin prickled, and without thinking, I got back in the car, locked the doors, and pulled out onto the road again. I drove faster than before, my eyes flicking constantly between the road ahead and the mirror. I don't know how long I kept going like that, maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour, until finally, I saw lights in the distance. Not headlights this time, but the steady glow of street lamps. Relief washed over me as I rolled into a small town, the kind with a single main street and a few scattered houses. I didn't stop until I found a lit gas station. I pulled in under the harsh fluorescent lights, killed the engine, and just sat there for a moment, letting the sight of other people moving around sink in. When I finally got out, I looked at the back of the car again. The scratches were still there, deep and unmistakable. I never figured out what caused them. I didn't see anything else on the road that night, and no one at the gas station mentioned anything unusual. But the feeling of being followed stayed with me long after I left that town, like whatever had been out there hadn't stopped when I reached the lights. It had just decided to wait for another time. It started with a drive I wasn't planning on taking. I had been out running errands in town, just a normal day, but a road closure forced me to take a back route I'd never driven before. It wound through farmland, then dipped into a stretch of forest that seemed to go on far longer than I expected. The road was narrow, cracked in places, with faded yellow lines that looked like they hadn't been repainted in decades. I figured it was just one of those forgotten county roads that locals still used, the kind where you might only pass 1 or 2 cars every hour. The weather was mild, but the clouds had started to stack higher and darker the deeper I drove. My phone had no signal, and I didn't bother with music. I just listened to the hum of my tires against the worn asphalt. Every so often I'd glance in the rearview mirror, but the road behind me was empty. There were no houses, no mailboxes, not even the occasional barn or rusted-out tractor that you usually see in the countryside. It was just trees, tall, thin pines mixed with thicker oaks, and the occasional break where I could see low hills in the distance. About 20 minutes into this stretch, I came across something strange. On the right side of the road was a rusted metal gate, leaning slightly from age, with a chain wrapped around the posts. Beyond it was a narrow dirt track, almost overgrown, leading back into the woods. I wouldn't have given it much thought except for the fact that there was an old truck parked just inside the gate, facing the road. The truck looked like it hadn't been moved in years, maybe decades. Its windshield was dusted with leaves, the tires almost flat, the paint faded to a dull orange-brown. The cab windows were dark, and something about the way it was parked, dead on toward the road, made me uncomfortable, like it was placed there on purpose, watching. I drove past, telling myself it was probably just a piece of abandoned farm equipment. Still, I found myself glancing at it in the mirror until it disappeared behind the trees. The road curved and narrowed even more. Eventually, I reached a point where it felt like I had been driving far longer than I should have without seeing a single turn-off or sign. Then, without warning, I came around a bend and saw that the road ahead was blocked. A massive tree had fallen across it, thick enough that I wouldn't be able to drive over it even if I tried. The roots were torn up from the earth, leaving a jagged crater of mud and stones. From the look of the splintered wood, it was a recent fall, maybe from last night's windstorm. I slowed to a stop, put the car in park, and got out. The air smelled heavy with damp earth and pine sap. The forest on both sides pressed close, branches swaying with a faint creaking sound. I stood there for a minute, considering my options. Turning around meant driving all the way back through the long, empty stretch I'd just come from. I didn't like the idea of wasting that much time, but there wasn't really another choice. I got back into the car and started heading back. I passed the same landmarks, the curves in the road, the thick clusters of trees, the patches where sunlight broke through. I realized that I'd been so focused on the drive earlier that I hadn't really been paying attention to distance. But now it seemed like the road was longer than before. I drove for what felt like 15 minutes without passing the rusted truck again. I began to think maybe I'd missed it. Maybe the gate had been deeper into the woods than I remembered. Eventually, I spotted it. The gate looked exactly the same, tilted, chained shut, but the truck was different. It wasn't facing the road anymore. It was turned slightly, angled toward the dirt track, as if it had been moved. My stomach tightened. That truck had looked frozen in place when I passed before. The tires had been half buried in dirt and leaves. Moving it would have taken time, noise, effort, and I hadn't heard a thing. I didn't slow down this time. I kept my eyes forward, the hair prickling on the back of my neck. My mind was already spinning through explanations. Maybe someone had come by to check on it. Maybe there was another path leading to the road that I hadn't seen. Still, unease sat in my chest like a weight. A few miles later, I realized something was wrong. I should have been close to the highway by now, but the road just kept going, twisting through the same endless wall of trees. The light had changed too. It was dimmer, more shadowed, as if the clouds had thickened overhead. I slowed down, scanning for any landmark or sign, but there was nothing. No intersecting roads, no driveways, no poles or wires. Just forest. It hit me that I hadn't passed a single other vehicle since turning around. No trucks, no farm cars, nothing. I felt a faint pull of anxiety in my gut. I told myself I just needed to keep going, that eventually I'd hit a main road. But the longer I drove, the more I noticed how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but heavy, expectant quiet, the kind where even the wind seems to have stopped. Then, far ahead, I saw movement. A figure stepped onto the road from the trees on the right. I couldn't make out much detail at first, just a shape, upright, maybe a person, but they didn't seem to be in any hurry. They crossed to the other side and disappeared into the trees without looking my way. I slowed down as I approached the spot where they'd been. The ground there was damp and muddy, but I didn't see any clear footprints from the car. I didn't stop. Another few minutes passed before I saw something else, fresh tire tracks. They were darker than the road, like they'd been made recently, and they led off into another dirt path on the right. This one didn't have a gate. It was narrower than the first, with grass growing down the center. I felt an almost instinctive urge not to look too closely at it, and I kept going. The next time I saw the rusted gate, my stomach dropped. This was impossible. I had already passed it. Yet here it was again, leaning in the same way, chain hanging from the same post. But now the truck was gone. The space where it had been was just a patch of flattened grass and scattered leaves, like something heavy had been there for a long time and was only recently moved. The empty space felt wrong, almost worse than seeing the truck again. I kept my eyes forward and my foot steady on the gas, though my hands were damp on the steering wheel. The forest felt thicker now. Shadows pooled between the trunks, and the smell of damp leaves was stronger. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being led in circles, though I hadn't turned around again. The road curved and dipped, but it never branched. My phone still had no signal, and the fuel gauge was edging lower. That's when I started thinking about what would happen if I ran out of gas out here. A while later, I saw something lying in the road ahead. It was small, maybe the size of a backpack. As I got closer, I saw it was a bundle of rags, damp and stained with something dark. I steered around it, refusing to slow down, but my eyes caught the shape of what might have been a shoe tangled in the fabric. I kept going, telling myself it could have been trash, but the tight feeling in my chest didn't let up. The next bend in the road opened into a long, straight stretch. I could see far ahead now, but instead of relief, I felt my stomach sink further. There was a vehicle parked sideways across the road, blocking it completely. It was the same old truck. This time, the driver's side door was hanging open. The interior was dark. The truck's placement was deliberate. It was positioned so there was no way to pass on either side without driving into the trees. I slowed almost to a stop, my mind racing, then shifted into reverse. I backed up as smoothly as I could, not wanting to jolt the engine or make unnecessary noise. When I was far enough, I turned the car around and drove back the way I'd come. Except I didn't come to the fallen tree. I didn't come to any familiar bend in the road. The forest kept going, swallowing the light, and the air felt colder now. Every sense I had was telling me I wasn't just lost. Someone knew I was here. Someone was moving that truck. I drove until my gas gauge was dangerously low, my shoulders aching from tension. Finally, I saw a break in the trees, a narrow trail of packed dirt, leading sharply uphill. I didn't think, I just took it. The path jolted and shook the car, scraping the undercarriage, but I kept going. After a steep climb, the trees thinned, and I saw a glimpse of open land ahead. I burst out onto a gravel lot next to a small, weathered building that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was no one around, but the gravel connected to another, wider road beyond. I took that road without hesitation, following it until I finally saw a faded sign for the highway. When I reached it, the relief hit so hard my hands shook. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town, surrounded by lights and people. I never found out who was in that forest, or why the truck kept reappearing. I just know that if the gas had run out before I found that gravel path, I would have been stuck there, with no signal, no traffic, and someone who didn't want me to leave. It was late summer when I decided to take a few days off from work and drive up north to spend some time by myself in a small cabin I had rented. The cabin sat at the edge of a thick forest, miles away from the nearest town. I'd been feeling burnt out and thought a little isolation would help me recharge. I liked the idea of not hearing traffic, not seeing people, and just being surrounded by the sounds of nature. The pictures online had shown a modest wooden cabin with a small porch, a single bedroom, and a fire pit out back. The owner had mentioned that there was no cell service, but there was a landline in case of emergencies. That didn't bother me. I thought it might even be nice to be unreachable for a while. The drive up there was peaceful. The further I got from the city, the quieter the roads became. I rolled the windows down and breathed in the scent of pine and fresh air. Eventually, the paved road turned into a narrow dirt track. It wound through thick woods, the trees pressing in close on either side. It was the kind of place where, if you stopped your car and turned it off, the silence would feel almost too heavy. I finally pulled up to the cabin just before sunset. The light was warm and golden, and everything seemed calm. I unloaded my gear, a backpack, a cooler of food, a couple of books, and some firewood I had brought with me, and carried it inside. The cabin smelled faintly of cedar, with a trace of dust that had settled in since the last guest. It was small but clean. A single bed in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, a tiny kitchenette, and a stone fireplace. The windows looked out over the trees, and I could see the forest stretching for miles. Behind the cabin, the land sloped downward toward a creek, though I couldn't see it from here. I had the whole place to myself, or so I thought. That first evening, I sat out on the porch with a cup of coffee, watching the light fade. As the sun went down, the woods darkened quickly. The sound of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves filled the air. I stayed out until the stars began to show, then went inside and built a small fire in the fireplace. I read for a while, then decided to get some sleep. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and the quiet outside lulled me to sleep fast. It was the middle of the night when I first woke up. I didn't know why. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the room was dim. At first, I thought it might have been a dream that woke me, but then I realized I could hear something faint outside. It was a slow, deliberate crunching sound, like someone walking through the underbrush. I lay there, holding my breath, straining to hear. It could have been an animal, deer maybe, but there was something about the rhythm of the steps that felt wrong. They weren't quick, erratic movements like an animal would make. These sounded measured, heavy, and spaced out. I stayed perfectly still, listening, until the sound faded away. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was nothing and eventually drifted back to sleep. The next day was uneventful. I hiked a short trail near the cabin, cooked breakfast, and spent the afternoon reading. I didn't see anyone, which was exactly what I wanted. In the evening, I sat by the fire pit behind the cabin, watching the flames dance and the shadows flicker on the trees. The forest felt different after dark, heavier, more closed in. The sound seemed louder, and every movement in the trees caught my attention. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trunks, but when I stared at the spot, I saw nothing. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the firelight. That night, I went to bed earlier. Sometime after midnight, I woke again. This time, I was sure I heard something. The crunch of leaves, closer than before. I slowly sat up in bed, my heartbeat picking up. The steps were coming from the back of the cabin, toward the tree-line. I tried to convince myself it was an animal again, but the sound stopped suddenly like whoever, or whatever, it was had realized they were being heard. I stayed awake for over an hour, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sign of movement. Eventually, I heard it again, but not walking this time. It was the faint sound of something brushing against the cabin wall. A slow, dragging sound. I swallowed hard and told myself it had to be a branch swaying in the wind. But when I looked toward the window, I noticed there was no wind. The trees outside were still. The sound stopped, and the silence that followed felt thick and suffocating. Morning light brought a false sense of relief. I got up, went outside, and circled the cabin. In the dirt near the back wall, I found something that made me stop cold. A single boot print. Not mine. It was larger, wider, and had a distinct tread pattern. It looked fresh, the edges still sharp. I crouched down, staring at it, my stomach tightening. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. The cabin was miles from the nearest house, and the only road in was the one I'd driven on. I looked around, but saw no other tracks. The rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I caught myself glancing toward the trees, scanning for movement. I thought about leaving, but part of me felt like I was overreacting. It could have been a hiker passing through. Still, I kept the door locked and stayed close to the cabin. That night, I made sure the fire in the fireplace was strong before going to bed. I left the lamp on, telling myself it was just to read for a while, but I didn't really open the book. My ears stayed alert, picking up every creak of the wood, every faint rustle outside. Sometime in the early hours, I heard it again, footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. This time, they came right up to the porch. The wooden step creaked under the weight of whoever was out there. I froze in bed, barely breathing, my eyes fixed on the door. The steps stopped, and the silence pressed in. I could almost feel the presence of someone just outside, standing still. Then came the faintest sound, the metallic rattle of the door handle being tested. Once, twice. My skin went cold. Whoever it was didn't try to force it. After a long moment, the steps moved away, fading into the darkness. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I checked the porch. The boot print was there again, this time clearer, right in front of the door. I stood there for a long moment, then went back inside and picked up the landline. I tried calling the owner, but the line was dead. I couldn't tell if it was a temporary outage or something else. That was the moment I decided I wasn't staying another night. I packed my things quickly, keeping the door locked until I was ready to leave. I loaded everything into the car, started the engine, and drove down the dirt road as fast as I dared. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the road behind me. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over and sat there for a minute, letting the tension drain from my shoulders. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe some lost hunter or hiker. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Those steps, the way they circled the cabin, the way the handle rattled, that was someone testing boundaries, seeing how far they could go. I never went back to that cabin, and I never booked another one in a place so isolated. I still think about it sometimes, lying in bed at night. The sound of footsteps in the dark, the creak of the porch, the slow rattle of a doorknob. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't locked it. And I'm glad I never found out. The snow had been falling lightly when I started out that morning. It wasn't the thick, heavy kind that piles up in minutes, just a slow drift of white dust against the bare branches and dark tree trunks. The trail wound through a narrow valley, the mountains on either side climbing sharply into the clouds. I'd planned this trip for weeks, studying the topographic maps, noting where the elevation would change and where streams might still be running under the ice. The forecast had called for light flurries, nothing that would stop me from camping overnight in the backcountry before hiking out the next day. My pack wasn't overly heavy, but it carried the basics: a small tent, sleeping bag, food, stove, extra layers, a headlamp, and a map folded neatly in a Ziploc bag. The air had that damp, metallic smell it gets before real snow. My breath fogged in front of me, the only thing moving besides the flakes swirling down. The silence was almost complete, broken only by the occasional groan of a tree shifting in the cold. The snow under my boots crunched with each step, muffled but still loud in the emptiness. I passed no other hikers. I hadn't expected to. Most people avoided these trails in winter, and the trailhead parking lot had been empty when I arrived at dawn. For the first few hours, everything went as planned. I kept a steady pace, stopping to sip from my water bottle and check the map. The snow was beginning to build on the trail, softening the edges, but my boots still found the packed dirt underneath. Around midday, I noticed the wind had picked up. It hissed through the pines, pushing the snow sideways now, making it harder to see more than a couple hundred feet ahead. I pulled my hood tighter and kept going. I wanted to reach the ridgeline by mid-afternoon so I could set up camp before dark. The first sign that things might not go as planned came when the trail markers vanished under a thicker layer of snow. I slowed down, scanning the trees for the faint orange blazes that marked the route. For a while I found them without trouble, but each one took longer to spot than the last. The wind stung my cheeks, and the light had taken on that flat, gray tone that makes it hard to judge distance. By the time I realized I'd lost the trail completely, the snow was falling harder. It came in dense sheets now, swirling in the wind, coating my jacket and pack. The forest looked different from every angle. No clear path, no familiar landmarks. I pulled the map from my pack, trying to match the terrain to the lines and contours printed on the page, but everything around me had blurred into a white sameness. I told myself it was fine, I could backtrack until I found the last marker. But after 20 minutes of retracing my steps, I realized the snow had already filled my footprints. I decided to head uphill. Higher ground might give me a better view, and I could reorient myself. The slope was steep, my legs burning with each step as I pushed through snow that now reached mid-calf. The wind at the top was even worse, rattling the branches so hard that clumps of snow fell in sudden dumps, sliding down the back of my neck. I could barely make out the valley below, just a vague dark line where the trees thickened. That's when I noticed something strange in the snow behind me. The wind had blurred most of my own tracks, but there were others, fresher ones. They were boot prints, human, not animal. The shape was clear, the tread deep. I turned slowly, scanning the slope, but there was nothing moving between the trees. My pulse picked up. The obvious explanation was that someone else was out here, maybe lost like me, maybe just taking the same route. But I hadn't seen or heard anyone all day, and in this weather, any sane person would be trying to get back to the trailhead, not heading deeper in. I didn't like the idea of standing still in the open, so I started moving again, angling along the ridge. The snow made every step a slog, and my thighs burned with the effort. Every so often I glanced back, but the prints behind me had already begun to fill with fresh snow. I told myself it was just my imagination, the kind of paranoia that comes when you're tired and cold in an unfamiliar place. But then I saw them again, half an hour later, crossing my own tracks at a diagonal. The light was fading faster than I expected. In the winter, darkness comes on suddenly, the shadows thickening until the trees blur into one solid wall. I knew I wouldn't make it back to the trail before nightfall. My only choice was to set up camp somewhere sheltered and ride out the storm. I found a shallow hollow between two large boulders. The snow already drifted high around them, creating a natural windbreak. My fingers were stiff as I unpacked the tent, fumbling with the poles. The snow kept trying to collapse the fabric as I worked, and my gloves were wet through by the time I crawled inside. I fired up my small stove, the blue flame flickering unsteadily in the draft that crept through the seams. The heat was barely enough to take the edge off the cold, but it was something. I forced myself to eat, chewing mechanically, my mind replaying the image of those boot prints. It would be easy to dismiss them if I hadn't been so certain they were fresh, too deep and sharp-edged to have been made before the storm thickened. Whoever it was, they hadn't passed me on the trail, and I hadn't heard them in the forest. The wind howled through the night. I dozed fitfully, waking every hour to the sound of snow sliding off the tent or branches snapping under the weight. At some point I heard something else, a faint crunch, like a footstep in deep snow. I froze, listening hard, my breath loud inside the sleeping bag. The sound came again, then stopped. I told myself it was just the wind shifting the snow, but I stayed awake a long time after that, ears straining for any other noise. When morning came, the storm had eased. The sky was still heavy with clouds, but the snow had stopped. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into a world smoothed over, the drifts higher than my knees. That's when I saw them again, boot prints, leading right up to the boulders where I'd camped. They stopped about 10 feet from the tent, angled toward it, then turned away. The snow had fallen lightly enough after they were made that I could still see the edges. A cold sweat broke out under my layers, far worse than the chill of the air. Someone had been here, standing close enough to see the tent, maybe listening. And then they'd walked away. I packed up fast, shoving gear into my pack without care. My plan was simple: keep moving until I found the trail or some landmark I recognized, and get out. I didn't stop to eat. I followed the slope downhill, figuring it had to lead back toward the valley and the main route. But the snow made everything slow, and every now and then, when the wind dropped, I thought I could hear movement behind me. Not constant, just the faint, irregular sound of snow being compressed under a boot. I didn't look back much after that. I kept my head down, focusing on each step, my breath loud in my ears. My legs ached, my shoulders burned under the weight of the pack. Hours passed like that, and then, finally, I saw a shape through the trees, the roof of a small trail shelter, half buried in snow. Relief hit so hard I almost stumbled. The shelter was empty, just 3 walls and a raised platform. I dropped my pack and scanned the clearing, but there were no fresh tracks. I told myself the follower, if they were real, must have turned back hours ago. I rested there only long enough to sip some water and check my map. From here, the main trail was less than 2 miles downhill. Those last 2 miles felt longer than the rest of the day combined. The snow was lighter here, the trees closer together, and the air smelled faintly of wood smoke, a sign that the trailhead and its small ranger station couldn't be far. My boots crunched over the last rise, and then I saw it, the empty parking lot, my car half buried but waiting. I didn't let myself slow down until I was inside, the doors locked, the heater blasting. As I pulled out, I glanced in the rearview mirror. At the edge of the trees, just where the trail vanished into the forest, a figure stood watching. Too far to see clearly, bundled in dark clothing, unmoving. I didn't stop to get a better look. I drove until the trees fell away and the road wound back toward town, not letting myself think too much about how close they'd come in the night, or why they hadn't done anything more than watch. I never went back to that trail in winter. It started as a simple plan. I had the day off work and wanted to clear my head. I decided to go hiking in a national forest a couple of hours away from where I live. I had been there a few times before, but only stuck to the main trails. That morning, I told myself I would take a longer route, maybe explore some of the smaller side paths I had always passed without thinking. The weather was perfect for it. The sun was bright, the air was cool, and there was a faint breeze that moved through the trees in soft waves. I packed light, just a backpack with 2 bottles of water, a few granola bars, my phone, and a small first aid kit I always kept for hikes. I wore my usual hiking boots, comfortable but sturdy, and a light jacket tied around my waist in case the temperature dropped later. The drive there was peaceful, the kind of quiet where you can just hear the hum of your own car against the road. By the time I arrived, the parking lot was almost empty except for 2 other cars. I took that as a good sign. I like quiet trails. The first part of the hike was exactly what I wanted. The path wound through tall pines, their branches so high above me that they seemed to block part of the sky. The forest floor was covered in soft layers of old needles, and every step I took felt muffled. Now and then I would hear the rush of a bird flapping from one branch to another, or the sudden scurry of a squirrel through dry leaves. I didn't see another person for at least an hour, and when I did, it was just a couple heading the other way. We nodded at each other and kept going. After another mile or so, I noticed a narrow trail splitting off to the left. It wasn't marked, but I remembered seeing it on my last trip and wondering where it went. The ground there looked more uneven, less used, but something about it pulled me in. I figured I had time. I stepped off the main trail and onto it, thinking I'd follow it for a little while and then turn back. The air seemed different almost immediately. The sound of the breeze softened, and the trees felt closer together. The ground was covered in more undergrowth, with roots sticking up like thin, crooked fingers. I walked slower, watching my step. The path twisted and dipped, making it hard to tell which direction I was moving. At first, I liked the change. It felt like I was exploring something hidden, but after about 20 minutes, I realized I hadn't seen any signs or markers. Still, I wasn't worried yet. I kept going, thinking the trail would loop back around or connect to the main one. That's when I started noticing small things that made me uneasy. The forest was too quiet now. I couldn't hear birds anymore, and even the wind seemed to have died. The only sound was the crunch of my boots. I tried to shake it off, telling myself maybe it was just the time of day. Maybe animals had moved deeper into the woods. Another 20 minutes passed before I admitted I had no idea where I was. The trail had faded in some spots, forcing me to guess the direction. My phone still had service, so I pulled up the GPS, but the signal kept cutting in and out. When it did load, it only showed a vague green area with no detailed map of the smaller trails. I thought about turning back the way I came, but the twisting path and the constant small changes in the landscape made me second-guess my memory of it. I decided to keep moving forward, hoping I'd find a clearer path. The sun had shifted by then, and light was filtering through the trees at a lower angle, giving everything a sharper, more shadowed look. I could feel the temperature dropping, so I stopped to untie my jacket and put it on. That's when I noticed something about the ground ahead. The soil looked disturbed, like it had been dug or kicked up recently. There were impressions, not exactly boot prints, but not animal tracks either. They were irregular, deeper on one side, and leading farther into the trees. I stood there for a long moment, debating. Maybe it was just a hiker ahead of me, but the odd shape of the impressions made me hesitate. I kept going, though, telling myself I was just being paranoid. The path narrowed even more, and the branches of the trees on either side started to form a kind of tunnel. The light dimmed as I went deeper, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than I wanted to admit. At one point, I thought I heard something behind me. It wasn't loud, just the faint crack of a twig. I froze, listening. The forest was silent again, but now I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to ignore it and pushed on. My pace quickened without me deciding to speed up. The path dropped steeply into a small gully, and I had to grab onto tree trunks to keep from sliding. At the bottom, there was no clear trail, just tangled brush and rocks. I stopped there, breathing hard, and tried to figure out my next move. The light was fading faster now, the sun slipping lower behind the trees. I decided I needed to head back, even if I wasn't sure exactly where the trail was. I turned around and started climbing back up the slope. That's when I heard it again, another faint snap, this time closer. I told myself it could be a deer. I wanted to believe that, but my instincts wouldn't settle. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing against my ears. I kept moving, forcing myself not to look back too much. When I reached the top of the slope, I paused again, listening. Nothing. No wind, no animals, no distant sounds of people. I walked faster, scanning for anything familiar, but the trail looked different now. I couldn't tell if I had taken a wrong turn earlier, or if the forest was just playing tricks on me. My GPS was useless again. I pulled out one of my water bottles and took a drink, trying to steady my nerves. My hand shook slightly as I screwed the cap back on. Not long after that, I spotted something off to the side, a small piece of fabric caught on a branch. It was dirty, weathered, and looked like it had been there for a while. I don't know why, but seeing it made my stomach tighten. It was proof that someone else had been here, but it didn't feel reassuring. I kept moving, but now my eyes darted between the trees, half expecting to see someone step out. Shadows shifted as the light faded, and more than once I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing. My breathing grew shallow, and I could feel the sweat under my jacket, despite the cold creeping in. The deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. I couldn't tell which direction the main trail was anymore. The forest was starting to look the same in every direction, dark trunks, tangled branches, uneven ground. I tried to pick a direction and stick to it, but the landscape seemed to funnel me into thicker growth. At one point, I thought I saw a clearer path ahead, so I pushed toward it, brushing past branches. But when I reached it, I realized it wasn't a trail at all, just a narrow, trampled strip of earth that ended in a deadfall of broken trees. That's when I heard the sound again. Not a twig snapped this time, but something heavier, like a footstep. I froze completely, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound had come from somewhere behind me and slightly to the left. I stayed still, barely breathing, listening. There was nothing for several seconds, and then another faint step, closer this time. That was enough. I turned and started moving quickly, no longer caring if I was going in the right direction. I just wanted distance between me and whatever was there. The undergrowth tore at my pants and scratched my hands as I shoved past it. My boots slipped on damp patches of leaves, and I had to catch myself against tree trunks. I kept glancing back, but the dimness made it hard to see more than a few yards. My mind kept running through possibilities. A person, maybe someone living out here, maybe just another hiker. But none of them made me feel any better. The steps behind me were gone now, or maybe I was just making too much noise to hear them. After what felt like forever, I spotted a sign nailed to a tree up ahead. Relief surged for a moment, until I got close enough to see it was old, the paint faded and peeling. It pointed toward a trailhead I didn't recognize, and the arrow was barely visible. Still, it was something. I followed the direction it pointed, hoping it would lead somewhere. The forest began to thin slightly, and the ground sloped downward. I pushed on, my legs aching, until finally I saw a break in the trees. The last light of the day spilled through it, and beyond that, a dirt service road. I stepped out onto it, feeling the strange openness after hours of trees pressing in on all sides. I didn't stop walking until I spotted the faint glint of a metal gate far down the road. When I reached it, I realized I was only a short distance from the main parking lot. My car was still there, untouched, and the lot was empty now. I climbed in, locked the doors, and just sat for a while, letting my breathing slow. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees. There was nothing, but the feeling stayed with me the whole ride home, that I had been followed, not just lost. Even now, I can still remember the sound of those slow, deliberate steps somewhere in the woods, matching my own until the last possible moment. The sun was already low in the sky when I decided to take the old dirt road that cut through the woods near my town. I wasn't looking for anything special, just a place to clear my head and maybe get a little fresh air. The summer day had been hot and sticky, and I wanted to escape the cramped, noisy house where I'd been stuck all afternoon. The trees towered on either side, their leaves thick and full, blocking much of the fading light. I parked the car at the small pullout where a narrow trail began, one I had passed many times but never actually explored. I started walking, boots crunching on dry leaves and small twigs. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, except for the occasional bird call or the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush. The trail was rough and uneven, but well-defined enough to follow without trouble. As I walked, I thought about how the forest seemed untouched, wild. It felt like stepping into a different world, one where time moved slower, where no one else could reach me easily. After about half an hour, I came to a small clearing. Sunlight poured in here, casting long shadows from the trees that ringed it like silent watchers. I stopped to catch my breath and looked around. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, and in the center was an old, rusted metal barrel half buried in the dirt. I didn't think much of it at first, just some forgotten trash left by someone years ago. But then I noticed the faint smell. It was sharp, metallic, and something else I couldn't place. It made me wrinkle my nose. I kept moving, curious now, but cautious. The trail curved sharply to the left and dropped down into a shallow ravine. As I descended, the forest thickened. The trees here were older and closer together, their trunks wide and gnarled. The light dimmed beneath the heavy canopy, and the air grew cooler and damper. My footsteps slowed. I was aware of every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves in the wind. But something else was wrong. The usual forest smells were gone, replaced by that metallic scent I'd noticed earlier. It was stronger now, mixed with something sour and faintly rotten. Then I saw it. Off to the right of the trail, partly hidden behind a fallen log, was a patch of dark stains on the ground. The earth was soaked, and the leaves were matted down and stuck together, as if soaked in blood. I swallowed hard and stepped back, heart pounding. I wanted to convince myself it was just old paint or some kind of natural discoloration, but I knew better. This was fresh, or at least recent. A sudden movement in the brush to my left made me freeze. My eyes darted toward the sound, but all I could see were shadows shifting. I stepped back carefully, thinking maybe I had wandered too far, or maybe I should turn around. But something made me keep going, a mix of fear and curiosity that's hard to explain. The trail climbed out of the ravine after a few minutes, opening onto a rocky slope. Here the trees thinned, and I could see farther ahead. But the further I went, the more I noticed other signs. Broken branches, scuffed dirt, and footprints in the soft earth that looked too large and uneven to be just an animal's. Some were smudged and hard to tell, but others were clear enough to send a chill down my spine. They weren't from any shoe or boot I recognized. They were weirdly shaped, with wide toes, like something not quite human. I stopped and looked around, the silence pressing down like a weight. The trail ended abruptly near a small abandoned cabin. Its wooden walls were weathered and cracked, and the windows were dark and empty. The door hung off its hinges. Something about the place made my stomach twist. I didn't want to go inside, but I also didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened here. I circled the cabin slowly, looking for clues. Near the back, I spotted a pile of broken boards and old tools scattered on the ground. Among the debris was a torn piece of fabric, thick, like a jacket or a coat. I picked it up carefully. It smelled faintly of smoke and something metallic, the same as the strange smell in the ravine. Suddenly, I noticed fresh footprints leading away from the cabin, heading deeper into the woods. They were the same odd shape I'd seen before, but now they were clearer and more numerous, as if a group of people had passed through recently. I debated for a moment, my mind racing with possibilities. Was I walking into something dangerous? Should I just turn back? But the urge to keep going was strong. The footprints led downhill, toward a small creek that cut through the forest. I followed the bank, stepping carefully on rocks and roots. The creek was shallow but swift, the water cold and clear. On the other side, I saw a faint trail of crushed leaves leading into a thicker part of the forest. As I crossed the creek, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a twilight glow that barely lit the path ahead. I reached the edge of a dense thicket where the trail disappeared into shadows. The forest here was dark and tangled, branches scraping against each other in the breeze. The smell was overpowering now, metal, blood, and something I still couldn't identify. I paused, heart hammering in my chest, and listened. The forest was alive with noise, but none of it was natural. There was a low, rhythmic sound like breathing or slow footsteps, just out of sight. My skin crawled. I wasn't alone. I didn't know what was out there, but it wasn't an animal or a person. I wanted to run, to scream, but my body felt frozen in place. Slowly, I stepped forward into the darkness. The trees pressed close on both sides, branches clawing at my jacket and hair. The path was rough and uneven, roots tripping me with every step. The strange sound grew louder, closer. I could feel a presence nearby, but I couldn't see anything through the thick underbrush. Then the smell hit me full force, sharp and acidic, making me gag. Suddenly, something moved just ahead. A shape slipped between the trees, tall, hunched, moving too fast to catch. I caught a glimpse of pale skin, stretched tight over bones, and wild eyes reflecting the faint light. My breath caught, and I stumbled back, heart pounding wildly. I broke into a run, crashing through the underbrush, branches slapping my face and arms. The sound of something chasing me echoed behind, heavier footsteps, breathing that was too loud and too close. I didn't look back. The only thing I thought about was getting out. The forest opened up again into a wide field, moonlight spilling over tall grass. I sprinted across, my legs burning, lungs gasping for air. Behind me, the sounds stopped at the edge of the trees. I dared to glance back, nothing but shadows. I kept running until I reached my car, barely able to catch my breath. My hands shook as I fumbled for the keys, finally unlocking the door and slamming inside. I locked it, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. The next day, I went to the local ranger station to report what I had seen. They took me seriously, but said the area was known for squatters and sometimes violent people hiding out in the woods. The creatures I described might have been desperate men, or even criminals using the forest as a refuge. They told me to be careful and never go there alone. I haven't been back since, and I don't plan to. The images and sounds still haunt me. The feeling that something watched me, tracked me, maybe wanted to catch me, is something I carry every time I'm near those woods. The forest isn't always peaceful. Sometimes, it hides things darker than the night itself. And some paths lead not to adventure, but to fear you never forget. It started on a warm late summer evening when I decided to take a drive out of the city and head toward the old service road that ran parallel to the interstate. I'd been there before in the daytime, but I'd never gone past the first 5 or 6 miles. That stretch always felt quiet and removed from everything. You could stand there and hear nothing but wind and the hum of insects. The pavement was cracked, weeds pushing up through the lines where the tar had split. Faded reflectors leaned at odd angles. It was the kind of place that seemed forgotten by everyone except the occasional trucker who didn't want to pay tolls. I'd left home later than planned. By the time I reached the start of the service road, the sun was already low enough that the sky had turned orange along the horizon, with that dull gray-blue creeping in overhead. I rolled down the windows, enjoying the mix of warm air and the faint smell of dry grass. I wasn't going anywhere in particular, just driving to clear my head. The road bent slowly, the landscape on both sides opening into long stretches of flat fields with scattered patches of trees. About 10 miles in, I noticed something strange. The air had gotten still. No wind came through the open window, and I couldn't hear any crickets anymore. It was subtle at first, but as I drove, the silence became more noticeable. Even the hum of the tires on the road seemed louder, sharper, like it was the only sound left. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw nothing behind me but the road disappearing into shadow. Another couple of miles later, I came across a patch of forest that pressed close to the road on both sides. The trees were tall, their branches tangled overhead, so that only narrow shafts of fading sunlight broke through. I slowed down a little, partly because the cracked pavement was rougher here, but also because the shadows seemed thicker. My headlights weren't on yet, and the dim light gave the forest an uneven look. Patches of dark where I couldn't see past the first row of trunks, then sudden bursts of gold where the sun found gaps. It was in one of those dark patches that I caught movement. I wasn't sure at first, just a shape between the trees, gone almost as soon as I noticed it. My mind told me it was a deer or maybe a coyote, but something about it felt different. It had moved in a way that didn't match an animal I knew. Too steady, too upright. I kept driving, telling myself not to focus on it. But about 30 seconds later, I saw movement again. This time it was farther up the road, off to the right side. It stepped between 2 trees and was gone before I could really make it out, but the outline stuck in my mind, a person. I wasn't in an area where people just wandered around in the woods. There were no houses for miles, no trailheads I knew of. I felt my shoulders tighten, my foot pressing lightly on the gas, as if to move past it faster. I didn't look directly into the trees anymore, just kept my eyes on the road ahead, scanning for cracks and potholes. The road bent sharply, and as I came around the curve, I noticed something up ahead, a dark shape near the edge of the pavement. My first thought was that it was a log or fallen branch. I eased my foot onto the brake, the car slowing as I got closer. But as the headlights finally touched it, the shape shifted. Someone was standing there, just at the edge where the asphalt met the dirt. They were facing the woods, not me, but as my car approached, they turned their heads slightly. I only caught the briefest glimpse before I passed them, but what I saw stuck hard in my mind: loose, dark clothing, a pale face, and no visible reaction to the fact that a car was passing inches from them. No wave, no step back, not even a glance that acknowledged me fully. Just that slow, partial turn. I kept driving. I didn't stop. Every instinct told me to put as much distance between myself and that person as possible. I told myself I'd just seen some local out for a walk, maybe someone from a house farther in the woods. But the longer I thought about it, the less sense it made. There were no lights anywhere back there, no driveways, no reason for anyone to be standing alone in the middle of nowhere at dusk. A mile later, I realized I was gripping the steering wheel so tightly my fingers hurt. I forced myself to relax them, but my chest felt tight. The silence outside was still there, no insects, no wind. It felt like the whole stretch of road had been cut off from the rest of the world. I decided I'd go maybe another half mile, then turn around. The pavement was too rough for high speed, so I couldn't just gun it, but I wanted to be back on the main highway as soon as possible. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me, even though no one had been on the road since I started down it. When I finally saw a wide enough patch of dirt to turn around, I slowed, checked for space, and eased the car into a three-point turn. My headlights swung across the trees, catching the pale shapes of birch trunks and the deep shadows between them. When I straightened out and started heading back, I felt a small rush of relief, until I noticed something in the mirror. Far back along the road, just at the edge of the headlight's reach before I'd turned, there had been a figure, standing still in the middle of the lane. I told myself not to look again. My mind was already telling me what I'd see if I did, and I didn't want to confirm it. I kept my eyes forward, but my foot pressed harder on the gas now, the car vibrating against the uneven road. The forest felt different on the way back, closer, darker. I realized how little light was left, and I flicked on my headlights fully. The beams cut sharp paths through the trees, revealing glimpses of undergrowth, fallen logs, and spaces where the forest floor dipped away. Every now and then, the light would catch on something that looked like movement, but I told myself it was just shadows shifting with the car's motion. I was about 4 miles from the start of the service road when I saw it again. Not on the road this time, but between the trees, pacing me. The figure moved steadily through the undergrowth, not fast, but matching my speed enough that I caught sight of it more than once through gaps in the trees. It was far enough in that I couldn't see details, just that same upright shape, same dark outline. The thing that chilled me most wasn't that it was there. It was that it seemed to be keeping pace without any trouble, even though the ground in there was uneven and covered with obstacles. My heart was pounding hard now, my mouth dry. I kept glancing at the clock on the dashboard, watching minutes pass that felt like hours. Finally, I saw the faint glow of the main highway through the trees ahead. The relief was so strong it was almost dizzying. I pressed the gas harder, wanting to be back under streetlights, surrounded by other cars. Somewhere I could tell myself this was just a weird encounter with a stranger in the woods. When I reached the end of the service road and merged onto the highway, I kept checking my mirrors. I didn't see anything behind me, no headlights, no shadowy figure at the roadside. But the feeling didn't fade. The silence from that road clung to me even as the noise of the highway filled my ears. When I got home, I locked the doors immediately, something I didn't usually do right away. I kept thinking about that first moment I'd seen movement between the trees, how it had disappeared so quickly, but never really gone. The more I replayed it in my mind, the more certain I became that the figure on the road and the shape pacing me later had been the same. I didn't go back to that service road again. Weeks later, I heard from someone at work that it had been blocked off by the county, something about repaving plans, though they never seemed to happen. I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to know if anyone else had seen someone out there. It was enough to know that whatever I'd come across that night had been real, human, and for reasons I didn't want to imagine, had been out there waiting in the silence of those woods. The first time I realized how alone I truly was, I was out in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest road or town. It wasn't like I was out camping on purpose or on some adventure. It was a simple hike I took to clear my head after a rough week. I had no idea it would turn into the kind of experience that would haunt me for years, not because of anything supernatural, but because it showed me just how quickly things can go wrong when you're unprepared and how helpless a person can feel. The day started bright and clear. I left the small parking area by the trailhead just after sunrise. The air was cool, but the sun was warming the earth quickly. I'd chosen this trail because it was supposed to be easy, a well-marked path through a dense forest that would eventually open onto a wide meadow with a view of the mountains. The kind of place where you could sit quietly and forget about the city noise. I didn't expect any trouble, and I certainly didn't expect to get lost. At first, the trail was exactly what I hoped. Tall pines lined the path, their trunks straight and gray, the needles creating a soft carpet underfoot. Birdsong filled the air, and every so often, I'd see a squirrel dart up a tree or a flash of blue as a jay took flight. The forest smelled clean and alive. I had a small backpack with a water bottle, some trail mix, and a light jacket tied around my waist. No map, no compass, just my phone for pictures. I thought that would be enough. The path curved gently and crossed a small creek, its clear water bubbling over rocks. I paused to fill my bottle and take a few pictures, feeling the cold water run over my fingers. The sun climbed higher, and the forest started to thin out a bit. I thought about the meadow ahead and the view. The hike wasn't long, maybe 5 miles round trip, but something about the quiet made me lose track of time. After an hour, I came to a fork. One path went left, the other right. Both looked worn and used. The sign was old and faded, the writing nearly illegible. I thought I remembered reading that the meadow was to the right, so I took that path. It was narrower, the trees closer together. The light was dimmer, but I liked the shade. I walked for another 30 minutes. The trail began to slope upward, the ground uneven and covered with loose rocks. My legs ached a little, but I kept going. Then, without warning, the path disappeared. Where the trail should have been was just an open patch of dirt and leaves, blending into the woods around it. I stopped and looked back, but the trail I'd just come from was also harder to see. The trees crowded in, and the shadows stretched long across the ground. I pulled out my phone and checked the GPS. No signal. Nothing but a blank screen. That's when the first prickles of fear crept in. I wasn't exactly lost. I could see the sun and knew roughly which direction was south. But without a signal or a map, I had no idea how far off the trail I was. I started walking, trying to find any sign of the path again. But the forest seemed endless, and all the trees looked the same. I told myself to stay calm. I'd been in the woods before, in parks and nature reserves. But this was different. The forest here was thick, and the ground uneven. Every step I took made a dry crack, or a snap that echoed louder than I expected. The silence around me wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy and suffocating. The sun dropped lower, and the shadows grew longer and colder. I kept walking, telling myself I'd find the trail or reach a road soon. But the more I moved, the more I felt like I was going in circles. The trees closed in, and the underbrush thickened. I caught my foot on a root and nearly fell. My water bottle rattled in my pack, and my throat was dry and itchy. I stopped to breathe, leaning against a tree. My heart was racing, not from the walk, but from the growing panic inside me. I tried to listen. No birds, no animals. Just the distant rustle of wind through leaves. The silence was complete, except for the sound of my own breathing. I thought about the things I should have brought: a map, a compass, extra water, food. Instead, I had a dead phone, a nearly empty water bottle, and a jacket tied around my waist that I wasn't sure would keep me warm once the temperature dropped. The light was fading fast. I knew I had to find shelter soon. I found a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The ground was soft with pine needles, and there was a fallen log I could sit on. I emptied my pack, took out the jacket, and wrapped it around myself. My fingers were trembling, partly from the cold and partly from fear. I looked around, trying to figure out the best way to spend the night. No fire, no flashlight, no tools to start a fire if I had to. I thought about just waiting until morning, but the darkness was unsettling. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves sounded like something watching me. I settled down, trying to keep my breathing steady. My mind raced with thoughts. What if no one came looking for me? What if I had to spend the night alone in the forest? The idea of staying put made sense. I told myself not to wander in the dark. I tried to rest, but sleep was impossible. The night stretched on, long and cold. I heard animals moving around, maybe deer or raccoons. At one point, I heard a low growl, distant but clear. My body froze, and I held my breath. After a few minutes, the sound faded, but I didn't dare move until the first light returned. When dawn came, the forest looked different. The shadows receded, and the sun filtered through the branches, warming the earth. I felt a little more hopeful. I packed up my things and tried to find a way out. I walked for hours, careful to mark my path with broken branches and stones. My legs were sore, my stomach empty except for a few pieces of trail mix. I drank the last of my water slowly, knowing I needed it for energy. The forest was dense, but I kept moving toward where I thought the road might be. At some point, I stumbled onto a narrow dirt path, maybe an old logging road. It wasn't the trail I had started on, but it was better than nothing. I followed it, hoping it would lead to civilization. The sun was high when I finally heard the distant sound of a car engine. I ran toward the noise, breaking through the trees into a clearing. Ahead, I saw a gravel road, and on it, a pickup truck stopped with its driver looking around, concerned. When I reached the truck, I told them where I'd come from and how I'd been lost. They radioed for help, and soon, a park ranger arrived to escort me back. I was exhausted, sunburned, dehydrated, and scared, but alive. Back in my warm apartment days later, I thought about what had happened. No monsters, no ghosts, just a simple hike that went wrong because I wasn't prepared. It made me realize how small and vulnerable a person can be when faced with nature's vastness and unpredictability. I never took a hike without proper gear again. I learned to respect the forest's silence and shadows, and I understood that being lost wasn't about magic or fear, but about being human, alone and vulnerable in a world much bigger than me. And sometimes that is scary enough. I still remember how the sun was already setting when I started hiking deeper into that old logging trail. It was late October, and the air had the sharp bite of early fall, cool and dry, but not yet cold. The sky was a fading grayish blue, and the low sun cast long shadows between the trees. I had decided to go alone, wanting some time away from everything. Just me and the woods. No phone signal, no noise but the wind and the crunch of my boots on dry leaves. The trail was uneven and covered with dead pine needles and broken twigs. It twisted between tall pines and scattered maples, their leaves turning orange and red. I had packed a small backpack with water, some snacks, a flashlight, and a knife I'd bought years ago for camping trips. I didn't expect anything unusual. I just wanted to walk, clear my mind. I was about 2 miles in when I noticed something strange. The trail ahead forked, but there was no sign marking the split. I stopped and looked around. The left fork seemed narrower, less used, but it cut through a thicker patch of trees. The right fork was wider, more obvious. I had no map, no GPS. I chose the left path, mostly because it felt quieter, less traveled. At first, the trail was calm, peaceful even. The only sounds were my breathing and the occasional bird call. But as I went deeper, the trees seemed to close in. The branches overhead blocked more of the sky, and the shadows thickened. The smell changed too. It was no longer just pine and earth. There was a faint scent of something damp and rotten, like wet wood left to decay. I pushed forward, stepping carefully over roots and rocks. After about 20 minutes, I reached a clearing. It was small, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by thick bushes and fallen logs. The ground was uneven and muddy, and there were strange marks in the mud, large, heavy prints, unlike anything I'd seen before. They were about a foot long, with deep grooves that suggested claws. I froze. My heart started beating faster. I scanned the clearing for any sign of what made the prints, but saw nothing. No animals, no birds. Just silence. The sun was lower now, and the light filtering through the trees was dim and yellow. I took a few photos of the prints with my phone, even though the signal was weak. Something about those tracks didn't feel right. They weren't deer or bear prints. Too big, too sharp. I decided to head back, feeling the first flicker of unease. As I turned toward the trail, I noticed something else, broken branches along the edge of the clearing. Someone or something had passed recently. The underbrush was bent and crushed, like a heavy body pushed through. I kept my eyes on the trail, trying not to think too much. The woods were full of animals, but the idea of something big and unknown following me felt real. I walked faster, the shadows growing longer with the fading daylight. Then I heard it, the crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me. I stopped, heart pounding, and listened. There was nothing else. I waited for what felt like minutes, but the forest was silent. I started moving again, slower this time, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. My flashlight was still in my bag. I hadn't needed it yet. The trail was twisting and unfamiliar, and I realized I was lost. The fork I'd taken earlier didn't lead back to the main road. Panic rose inside me. The sky was nearly dark, the trees blotting out the last light. The woods had become a maze. I pulled out the flashlight and turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the wet leaves and broken twigs on the ground. I followed the trail, but it ended abruptly at a thicket of dense bushes. I tried pushing through, but the branches were thick and sharp. I stepped back and looked around, trying to find any other path. Then I heard it again, the snap of a twig, close and deliberate. Not far off, something moved, something heavy and slow. I held my breath and froze. The beam of my flashlight caught a glimpse of dark shapes between the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a bear or a big dog, but the shape was wrong. It moved too quietly, too smoothly. I backed away slowly, the flashlight shaking in my hand. My mind raced, trying to remember if the area was known for wildlife or dangerous animals. but I had never heard of anything like this. The noises came again, soft footsteps, breaking branches, and then a low, guttural sound. It wasn't a growl, more like a deep breathing or heavy panting. My heart hammered in my chest. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. I decided to keep moving backward, careful not to trip. I heard the breathing grow louder, closer. The beam of my flashlight caught a pair of eyes reflecting faint green light. They didn't blink, didn't move away. I swallowed hard and turned to run. The underbrush tore at my clothes and scratched my skin as I pushed through the trees. The sounds behind me quickened, the heavy footsteps pounding after me. I didn't look back. I just ran, dodging low branches and leaping over roots. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but fear gave me a burst of strength. The trail was gone, replaced by thick woods. I had no idea which way to go. The night was dark, the moon hidden behind clouds. The only light came from my flashlight, swinging wildly as I sprinted blindly. I stumbled and fell into a ditch, scraping my hands and knees. I got up quickly, ignoring the pain, and kept running. Then the footsteps stopped. Silence. Only my ragged breathing and the sound of leaves crunching under my feet. I slowed to a walk, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Minutes passed. No sound. I stopped and listened hard, trying to calm down. My heart was still racing, but I felt like I had escaped whatever was following me. I realized I was wet, sweat or maybe rain. I looked up and saw that the clouds were breaking. The moon was peeking through. I took a deep breath and tried to get my bearings. I remembered a stream I had crossed earlier on the way in. If I could find water, I could follow it downstream to a road or town. I moved toward the sound of running water, using the flashlight beam to guide me. The ground was slippery and uneven, and the woods seemed to close in tighter the farther I went. The stream was small but clear, and I followed its edge, hoping it would lead somewhere safe. After what felt like hours, the forest started to thin. The trees were shorter, the ground less rough. I saw a faint glow in the distance, a street lamp maybe. I hurried toward it, feeling relief wash over me. Finally, I reached a paved road. The streetlights cast harsh yellow light on the wet asphalt. I was miles from the trailhead, but I was safe. I walked along the road until I found a farmhouse. The porch light was on, and a car was parked in the driveway. I knocked on the door until someone answered. They called the police for me, and I told them about the strange tracks, the heavy footsteps, and the feeling of being followed. They said the area had been known for illegal animal trapping, and that sometimes escaped or wild animals, like large dogs or wolves, had been spotted. They sent a team to check the woods, but they found nothing. After that night, I never went back to those woods. I couldn't explain what I saw or heard, but I knew something was out there, something wild, dangerous, and watching. It wasn't a ghost or monster from a story. It was real, and it was still out there waiting. It was one of those evenings when the air felt heavy, like it was holding back something. I had been driving for hours, trying to make it to the next town before dark, but I had taken a wrong turn somewhere along the way. The road I was on had slowly changed from smooth asphalt to cracked, uneven pavement, then to a narrow strip of faded tar with grass growing through it. There were no streetlights, no houses, not even a mailbox. It was just me, my car, and the thick trees pressing in on both sides. My phone had no signal. I noticed it earlier when the map stopped updating, but I had kept driving, hoping it would reconnect. Now it was obvious I was in the middle of nowhere. The sun had already dropped low enough that the light was turning orange, stretching shadows across the road. The trees looked taller, darker, and closer than they should have been, as if they were slowly closing in around me. The gas gauge was just below a quarter. That meant maybe another 30 miles if I was lucky. I kept going, gripping the steering wheel tighter than I needed to. Every bump and crack in the road rattled through the car. The only sound besides the engine was the occasional chirp of unseen insects and the faint hum of tires on rough pavement. The road curved sharply to the right, and I slowed down to take it. When I came around the bend, the road just ended. It was broken apart, swallowed by weeds and gravel, with a battered metal sign leaning at an angle. The faded letters were impossible to read from the car. I stopped and got out, my shoes crunching on loose gravel. The air was cooler now, with that damp forest smell, a mix of rotting leaves and wet dirt. The sign was rusted almost completely through, but I could just make out road closed, under the rust and peeling paint. Beyond it, The cracked pavement disappeared into thick undergrowth. This was a dead end. I cursed under my breath, turned back toward the car, and froze. There was a sound. It wasn't loud, but it didn't belong out here. It was a slow, steady crunch of footsteps on gravel, coming from somewhere down the road I had just driven. My first thought was another driver, maybe someone walking because their car broke down. But the sound wasn't even like normal walking, it was irregular. 2 quick steps, a pause, then 1 step, then another pause. The hair on my arms stood up. I couldn't see anything down the road. It was just a straight stretch fading into shadow. I climbed back into my car quickly, shut the door, and locked it. The footsteps stopped. I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, listening. Nothing. Just the distant rustle of leaves in the wind. I put the car in reverse and turned around, heading back the way I came. I kept my eyes on the road, but every few seconds I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first there was nothing. Then, after about 30 seconds of driving, I saw movement. A figure stepped into the road far behind me, just barely within the reach of my brake lights. They weren't running. They weren't even walking fast. Just standing there, watching. I pressed the gas a little harder. My chest felt tight. I knew it could be nothing, just some local out for a walk, but something about the way they had appeared so quietly and stood there, not moving, made my skin crawl. The trees blurred past. The light kept fading. I drove for another mile before daring to look in the mirror again. Empty road. No one there. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. The road began to widen a little, and I finally saw an unmarked dirt turnoff to the left. I slowed down, thinking maybe it could lead me back to a main road, but it looked rough, full of ruts and rocks. I didn't want to risk it in my small car, so I kept going. The fuel needle dipped closer to empty. Another mile passed before I saw it. 2 faint headlights in the distance behind me. My stomach tightened. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe that person from before had gone back, gotten in a car, and was now headed the same way. But the way the lights stayed at exactly the same distance behind me, not gaining, not falling back, made me uneasy. I drove faster. The road was too narrow to really speed, but I pushed as much as I dared, the car jolting over bumps. The headlights stayed right there. I went around a long curve, and for a second they disappeared, but when the road straightened, they were back, same distance. The sun was gone now. The forest was just black walls on either side of the thin gray strip of road ahead of me. I was driving through a tunnel of trees, my own headlights only reaching a few dozen yards. I passed another dirt path, even smaller than the first, but I didn't turn. I didn't want to slow down enough to risk it. My palms were sweating on the steering wheel. The headlights behind me suddenly vanished. My eyes flicked to the mirror over and over, but it was just darkness now. I slowed slightly, straining to see behind me, but there was nothing. Relief started to seep in, but it was thin and shaky. I kept going until I saw another sign ahead. Finally, maybe a route number. I never got to see what it said. As I approached, a shape stepped into the beam of my headlights from the side of the road. I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching. It was the same person I had seen before, same height, same slow stance. They stood completely still, facing me, head tilted slightly to the side. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I didn't wait to see anything else. I swerved around them, the edge of my car brushing weeds as I got back on the road. In the rear view, they were already gone again, as if they had stepped back into the trees. My mind was racing. How could they have gotten ahead of me? I had been driving the whole time. There were no cars, no shortcuts I'd seen. I drove until my fuel light came on, and still there was no sign of a main road. My speed slowed to conserve gas, but every second I expected to see those headlights again, or that figure standing in the road. My arms ached from how tight I was gripping the wheel. The road dipped into a hollow, and my headlights lit up something pale ahead, fabric, maybe, caught on a branch. When I got closer, I realized it was a jacket. A dark, heavy jacket, just lying in the middle of the road like someone had dropped it there. I swerved around it, but my eyes kept flicking to the side mirrors. If that person had been wearing it before, they weren't now. The gas gauge was almost at the bottom when I finally saw lights, real lights, up ahead. A gas station. The sight almost made my knees go weak. I pulled in fast, nearly clipping the edge of the pump. The station was old, the windows dark, but there was one dim light above the pump. I filled the tank as quickly as I could, scanning the tree line the whole time. There was no sound except the click of the pump. No cars passed. No one came out of the station. I didn't go inside. I just got back in the car, locked the doors, and drove. By the time I found the highway, it felt like hours had passed. My body was shaking from the adrenaline. I glanced in the mirror one last time, half expecting to see someone sitting in the back seat, but it was empty. The road behind me was just darkness. I never saw that person again. I still don't know if they were following me, or if I just happened to cross paths with someone who liked standing in the middle of empty roads. But even now, years later, when I'm driving at night on an empty stretch of road, I can't shake the feeling that if I looked in the mirror long enough, I'd see them there, standing completely still, head tilted, just waiting. It was supposed to be a quick trip, nothing more than a long drive through a rural area to pick up some tools I had bought from a man who lived in the middle of nowhere. I left late in the afternoon, thinking I would get there before it got too dark, but I underestimated how far out his place actually was. The farther I drove, the fewer houses I saw. The narrow two-lane road wound through low hills and patches of forest, and the streetlights eventually disappeared altogether. My phone signal was fading in and out, and I realized I hadn't passed another car in at least 15 minutes. There was a quiet weight to the area, the kind that made you feel like you were the only person for miles. By the time I reached the dirt driveway, the sun had dropped low enough that the treetops on either side were outlined in deep orange, and shadows stretched across the ground. The driveway was longer than I expected, with trees leaning in close on both sides. The man's property was about a half-mile from the main road, tucked behind a cluster of pines. His house was small, with peeling paint and a few pieces of rusted equipment lying around the yard. There was an old shed near the tree line, its door hanging crooked. I parked in front, grabbed the cash from my glove compartment, and walked up to the porch. The man was waiting there, the tools laid out on a workbench. He looked older than I'd pictured from our brief phone call, his face lined, his eyes sharp and watchful. He didn't talk much, just nodded toward the tools and waited while I counted the money. It only took a few minutes to load everything into my trunk, and soon I was back in my car, pulling out of his driveway. The sun had dipped below the horizon now, and the orange glow was fading into a deep blue. I drove slowly back down the dirt path, avoiding potholes and thick roots that had pushed through the ground. When I reached the main road, the headlights cut through a stretch of forest that seemed darker than before. I told myself I'd feel better once I hit a more open area, but the road just seemed to keep winding through dense woods, with no signs of houses or farms. About 10 minutes later, I noticed movement in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the way headlights sometimes pick up shadows that shift as you move. But then I saw it again, something pale moving along the edge of the road, too quick to be a deer. I slowed slightly, squinting at the mirror, but the darkness behind me swallowed it up. My first thought was that maybe it was just a stray dog or coyote, though I couldn't figure out why it seemed to be keeping pace with my car. I told myself to focus on the road ahead. Out here, the last thing I needed was to get distracted and hit a deer. I kept driving, but the feeling wouldn't leave. The trees pressed in close, their trunks like black bars, and every so often I thought I saw that pale shape again, darting between them. My hands were tight on the wheel, and I could feel my heart beating faster, though I tried to keep my pace steady. It wasn't until I reached a slight clearing, a place where the trees pulled back from the road, that I realized whatever it was had moved closer. I didn't see it full on, but I caught enough of a glimpse to know it wasn't an animal. The shape was upright, human-sized, moving in quick, deliberate steps just inside the tree line. I drove faster now, telling myself it was nothing, maybe just someone walking home along the woods. But there were no houses anywhere near here, and no reason for anyone to be walking in pitch-black forest without a flashlight. The next few minutes felt stretched thin, every turn of the road taking me deeper into darkness. My high beams caught glints of eyes from animals in the brush, the occasional flicker of wings as a bird startled. But I kept glancing at the mirror, and each time, I thought I saw that shadow keeping up, never falling too far behind. After another mile, I passed an old wooden sign half swallowed by weeds, pointing toward a gravel road that cut into the trees. I didn't take it, but as soon as I passed it, I caught movement again, this time much closer. I gripped the wheel harder. My gut told me to get out of this stretch of road as fast as possible. I pressed the gas, the car's engine straining as I sped through the turns. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it clearly for the first time. A man, tall and thin, running along the ditch beside the road. His head was slightly lowered, his arms pumping hard, his pace matching mine. I couldn't make out his face in the shifting beam of my taillights, but there was no mistaking the shape. He was close enough that if I slammed on the brakes, he could have reached me in seconds. I don't know how long I kept my speed up, but eventually the road curved sharply, and I lost sight of him in the mirror. My breathing was fast and shallow, my palms sweaty against the steering wheel. I thought about calling the police, but my phone had no signal out here. I told myself that as soon as I saw another house or even a driveway, I'd pull in and ask for help. The problem was the road stayed empty. Every stretch looked the same, trees pressing in, the darkness beyond them thick and unbroken. Then, as I rounded another curve, I saw something that made my stomach clench. Up ahead, on the right side of the road, was a narrow opening in the trees. And standing just inside that opening was the man. He wasn't running anymore. He was standing still, facing the road, as if he had been waiting for me. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel his attention locked on me as I approached. I didn't slow down. I kept my hands firm on the wheel and pressed harder on the gas. My headlights swept over him for a brief second, and in that second I saw that his clothes were dark and torn, his posture tense. He didn't move as I passed, but I felt the urge to look in the mirror again, just to see if he was following. I forced myself not to. I kept driving, every nerve in my body screaming for me to get as far from that spot as I could. I don't know how far I went before I saw the first house, a single-story place with a dim porch light. I didn't stop, but the sight of it gave me a small measure of relief. A few minutes later, my phone regained signal, and I called a friend, telling them exactly where I was and that I'd be home soon. I didn't tell them about the man right then. I just needed to focus on getting back. When I finally reached the highway, the open space and streetlights felt like a different world. I drove straight home, every muscle still tight, checking the mirrors far more than I needed to. Even when I pulled into my driveway and shut off the engine, I sat in the car for a moment listening. The neighborhood was quiet, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the image of that man standing in the trees waiting. I still don't know how he managed to keep up with me on those roads, or why he was there at all. All I know is that if I ever have to drive through that area again, it won't be alone, and it won't be after dark. I woke up before sunrise, the room still wrapped in that dull gray light that comes just before the day starts. My plan had been to get out early for a long hike on one of the lesser-known trails a few hours outside of town. I'd packed my bag the night before, water, some food, a small first aid kit, flashlight, and a light jacket. I knew the weather could change quickly in the hills, and I didn't want to be caught unprepared. My phone was charged, though I didn't expect much service where I was going. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun had just risen enough to put some color in the sky. The parking lot was empty. I had read that this particular route wasn't popular during the week, which I liked. I enjoyed being alone on hikes. It let me hear every sound, every rustle of leaves, every shift of wind through the trees. I signed in at the trail register and started walking. The air was cool and damp, and I could smell the soil and pine needles as soon as I stepped onto the dirt path. The trail began gently, winding through a mix of pine and maple, the ground soft with fallen leaves. Birds called here and there, but the sound seemed distant, almost muted. I walked at an easy pace, taking my time. The first few miles were smooth, and I only stopped to drink water and adjust my pack straps. As the morning wore on, the trail narrowed and began to climb. The trees thickened, blocking more of the sunlight. I checked my GPS app just to confirm I was on track, and the signal flickered before freezing. That was expected out here, so I tucked my phone away and relied on the paper map I'd brought. By late morning, I reached a ridge where the trees parted just enough to see a valley stretching far below. A narrow line of river glinted in the distance. I took a short break there, sitting on a rock and eating a granola bar. The wind-up on the ridge was cooler, and I could feel it pulling heat away from my skin. I thought about turning back, but decided to press on to a small lake. The map showed another 3 miles ahead. Past the ridge, the trail dipped into darker forest. The air felt heavier here, the smell stronger, damp earth, old wood, something faintly metallic. My steps sounded louder, even though I was moving at the same pace. I kept catching myself glancing over my shoulder, though I hadn't heard anything unusual. An hour later, I stopped to sip water and noticed how quiet it had become. The wind had died completely, and I couldn't hear a single bird or insect. It was like walking into a room after someone's just turned off a fan. That sudden awareness of silence. I tightened the straps on my pack and kept going. The lake was smaller than I expected, ringed by reeds and surrounded on 3 sides by steep ground. The surface was still, dark, reflecting the trees like a mirror. I sat for a few minutes, eating the rest of my food, but I didn't feel relaxed. The silence pressed on me, making me aware of every small movement. The shift of my shoes in the dirt, the faint creak of my backpack frame. I decided not to linger. The thought of retracing my steps felt comforting, like heading towards something familiar. I started back at a steady pace, but about 20 minutes later, I noticed something strange. The trail in front of me had fresh scuff marks, not from boots but from something wider, dragging across the dirt. It looked like something heavy had been pulled along the path, weaving slightly from side to side. The marks were new. The edges of the disturbed dirt were still sharp, not softened by wind or leaves. I hadn't seen them on my way in. I slowed down, scanning the trees. They were dense enough that I couldn't see far into them. The marks continued for maybe 50 feet before veering off the trail into the undergrowth. I kept walking, telling myself it was probably someone hauling gear for fishing or hunting, but the unease in my stomach didn't go away. Another mile in, I heard it, a faint snap of a branch somewhere behind me. I stopped instantly. The silence closed in again. I turned my head slowly, but there was nothing to see, just layers of trees fading into shadow. I told myself it could have been a deer. Still, I picked up my pace. Every few minutes after that, I thought I heard movement, a shuffle of leaves, a quick crack like weight shifting on wood. Always behind me, never ahead. I resisted the urge to look back constantly. I didn't want to trip or miss my footing. My breathing grew louder in my own ears. Eventually, I reached the ridge again, the open space giving me some relief. I stopped there and actually turned all the way around. Nothing moved. I listened for a full minute. The air was completely still. I walked on, faster now, my focus narrowing to just making it back to the trailhead. The forest seemed darker than before, though I knew it was still mid-afternoon. My mind kept circling back to those drag marks, wondering what could make them and why they hadn't been there earlier. I kept my hands free, ready to drop my pack if I needed to move faster. Half a mile from the parking lot, the sounds behind me came again, but closer. Definite footsteps this time, matching mine, stopping when I stopped. I didn't turn around. Instead, I broke into a steady jog, ignoring the burn in my legs. The trail curved, and I caught sight of the bright rectangle of the lot through the trees. I pushed myself until I was on the asphalt, breathing hard. I glanced back once, nothing on the trail, just the still trees. I got into my car quickly, locking the doors, and sat there with my hands on the wheel, waiting for my breathing to slow. As I pulled out, I saw something in the side mirror. A figure just at the tree line where the trail met the lot, standing still. The shape was indistinct at that distance, but it was tall, not hunched like an animal. It didn't move as I drove away. I didn't stop until I was well onto the main road, the forest shrinking in the rear view. The whole drive home, I kept replaying the silence, the drag marks, the matched footsteps. I never saw the figure's face, never knew if it had followed me from the lake or had been waiting along the trail all day. I haven't gone back to that trail since. Even now, when I think about it, I can still feel that unnatural quiet pressing against my ears and see the faint lines in the dirt, leading away into the trees. Some part of me is certain that if I had stepped off the trail to follow them, I wouldn't have come back. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. I wanted to escape the noise of the city, the endless traffic, the stress of work, and just breathe for a couple of days in the countryside. I found a cheap cabin rental tucked away near a dense forest, about 2 hours out of town. The kind of place with no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, and only the occasional passing car on the dirt road. The kind of place where you could hear the wind in the trees and the distant calls of birds. I arrived late afternoon on a Friday, the sky heavy with clouds that promised rain. The cabin was smaller than I expected, a single room with a small kitchen corner, a couch, and a narrow bed shoved against the far wall. The windows were grimy, and the wooden floor creaked under every step. It wasn't much, but it was mine for the weekend. I unloaded my bag, set up a small camp stove, and made a cup of coffee. Outside, the forest seemed to press close around the cabin, tall pines and oaks with thick underbrush crowding every edge. I figured I'd take a quick walk before dark to stretch my legs and get a feel for the place. The air smelled damp and earthy. A light drizzle started just as I stepped onto the narrow trail that led away from the cabin. The forest was quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet where you hear birds chirping or leaves rustling gently in the breeze. This was a heavier silence, like the woods were holding their breath. My footsteps muffled by the wet dirt and fallen leaves, I walked deeper along the path, feeling the chill of the rain seeping through my jacket. A few yards ahead, the trail forked, one path winding downhill toward what looked like a small creek, the other climbing slightly uphill into thicker trees. I chose the uphill path. The trees grew closer here, branches twisting into weird shapes. The light was fading fast. I told myself to turn back, but I kept going, curiosity pulling me further in. The rain slowed to a drizzle, but the ground was slick and muddy. I slipped once, catching myself on a tree trunk. Then I heard it, a sharp snap, like a branch breaking, somewhere off the path. My heart jumped. I stopped and listened, but the forest was still again. No wind, no animals. I quickened my pace, telling myself it was probably just a deer or some small animal. But the feeling in my gut wasn't right. It was a cold knot of fear, the kind that creeps up your spine and makes your skin crawl. I decided to turn back. As I did, I noticed something odd, the footprints. Not animal tracks, but shoe prints. Fresh, deep in the mud, heading further into the woods along the path I'd just come from. That was when the unease really hit me. Someone else was here. Someone had been following the trail ahead, maybe watching me. I picked up my pace, not running, but fast enough to get back before dark swallowed the forest. I barely glanced behind me, but I thought I caught a glimpse of movement between the trees, a shadow slipping away from the trail. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and drew the curtains tight. My phone had no signal, so I couldn't call anyone. The rain was heavier now, pounding against the roof and windows. Inside, the silence felt thicker, like the forest was pressing in on all sides. I kept the lights on and sat close to the window, staring into the dark woods. Hours passed. The storm raged. I tried to read, to listen to music, anything to distract myself. But every few minutes I thought I heard something outside. A rustle in the bushes, a low creak of a branch, the crunch of footsteps on wet leaves. Always just outside the reach of the porch light. At one point, I saw a flicker of movement, a quick flash of something tall and dark at the edge of the clearing. I squinted, but the rain blurred the image. I told myself it was a trick of the light, or maybe a deer passing by. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there watching me. I pulled the curtains tighter and sat back against the wall, heart pounding. I knew this was just my imagination, the way fear plays tricks on your mind when you're alone in the dark. But then came the sound that broke all my denial. A slow, deliberate knock on the cabin door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 soft but clear knocks. I froze, breath catching in my throat. The cabin was small, the door right beside me. My mind raced through every possibility. It was late, the storm outside still howling. Who could be out there? Why knock so quietly? I didn't answer. I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the door, waiting for the next sound. Nothing. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then, the knocking came again. Same pattern. 3 knocks. My skin prickled with cold sweat. I wanted to call out, to demand they leave, but no words came. I slowly stood up and moved to the door, hand shaking as I reached for the lock. The chain was on, thankfully. I slid the bolt across and peeked through the peephole. Nothing. Just the rain-slicked porch, empty and silent. I stepped back, heart racing. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it, a pair of muddy boots just outside the porch, pressed into the dirt. They hadn't moved. Whoever it was right outside. I locked the door again and turned away. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak, every gust of wind made me jump. The rain finally stopped near dawn, and I was so exhausted I barely noticed the first light breaking through the trees. When morning came, I forced myself to get up and look outside. The porch was soaked, but the muddy boots were gone. No footprints leading away, no sign of anyone nearby. I packed my things quickly and left, driving back to town with the windows down to let the fresh air clear the tight knot of fear in my chest. I told myself it was probably someone lost or drunk, knocking to get help or shelter. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The memory stayed with me, a dark weight I couldn't shake. Sometimes, late at night, I'd think about the silent knocks, the shadow just out of sight, the boots pressed into the mud. I never went back to that cabin, and I never told anyone exactly what happened. But I learned something that weekend. Sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're real people, real dangers, lurking just beyond the trees, waiting for you to let your guard down. And when you're alone, far from help, the line between safety and fear is razor thin. I had been driving for hours that day, following the narrow two-lane highway that cut through the middle of nowhere. My plan was to make it to the next small town before dark, but the fuel gauge had been sitting low for longer than I liked, and there hadn't been a gas station for miles. The scenery didn't change much, long stretches of fields, patches of forest, and the occasional dirt road disappearing into the distance. I kept glancing at the map on my phone, but the signal came and went. At one point, I realized I hadn't passed another car in at least 30 minutes. When I finally saw a small green sign for a service station, 12 miles, I felt relieved. The sun was already dipping low, turning the sky a dull orange. I didn't want to be stuck out there at night with no gas. The road curved through a wooded area, and the trees on either side were dense, their branches hanging over the road. The temperature seemed to drop slightly in that stretch, and the air inside the car felt cooler. About 7 miles in, I noticed something strange. Up ahead, the taillights of a vehicle were faintly glowing through the dim light, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't moving. It was an old pickup truck pulled halfway off the road. The driver's side door was open. I slowed down a little, scanning for someone nearby, but I didn't see a person. I thought maybe the driver had gone to relieve themselves in the woods, but the way the door hung wide open, and the fact that the truck was parked at an odd angle, made me uneasy. I didn't stop, I just drove past, keeping my eyes forward. The gas station finally came into view a few minutes later. It was small, with only 2 pumps and a single store building. The windows were dusty, and the lights inside were dim, but the pumps looked like they were working. I pulled up and got out, the air outside smelling faintly of fuel and damp leaves. As I started filling my tank, I looked around. There was no other car in sight. Even the road behind me was empty. The forest on both sides seemed to press in close to the station, and the rustling of leaves in the breeze was the only sound. While I was filling up, I noticed something on the ground near the side of the building, just a dark shape at first. When I stepped closer, I saw it was a shoe. A man's work boot, worn and muddy, lying on its side. There was no matching shoe nearby. I straightened up and glanced toward the trees, my skin prickling a little. I didn't see anyone. I went back to the car, paid at the pump, and got ready to leave. As I pulled out, I looked in my side mirror and saw movement at the edge of the forest. It was far back in the trees, maybe 40 feet in, but it looked like a person, just a glimpse of someone standing still. I couldn't make out any details in the dim light. My first thought was that maybe it was the owner of the truck I had seen earlier. But something about the way they stood, completely still, watching, made me grip the wheel tighter. I told myself not to stop, not to look too long, and I drove off. The next stretch of road was even narrower, with no shoulder. It wound deeper through the woods, and the last bits of sunlight were fading. I kept glancing in my mirrors, but there was no sign of headlights behind me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the trees alongside the road, just quick, fleeting glimpses, like someone pacing me through the forest. I told myself it was probably deer or some other animal, but the thought didn't settle well. About 10 minutes later, I came to a curve where the road dipped and then rose again. As I rounded it, my headlights swept across something that made my stomach clench. There was another vehicle, an old sedan this time, parked off the road in the shadows. Its driver's side door was also open. No one was inside. The way it was positioned, it looked like it had been pulled over in a hurry. I slowed, feeling my pulse in my throat. The sight of 2 abandoned vehicles within 20 miles didn't feel like a coincidence. I didn't stop. I kept going, but now I was hyper-aware of every sound and shadow. The forest seemed darker, the trees closer together. My eyes kept flicking to the sides of the road, catching glimpses of movement that might have been nothing, or might have been something keeping pace with me. The worst part came when I noticed a faint light ahead, just a small, flickering glow low to the ground. As I got closer, I realized it was a small campfire, right at the edge of the trees on the left side of the road. There were shapes around it, figures hunched low. They didn't look up as my headlights washed over them, but I knew they had to hear me passing. The firelight caught the glint of something metallic in one person's hand. I didn't slow. My foot stayed steady on the gas, and I kept my eyes on the road ahead. I drove for another 20 minutes before I saw the lights of a town in the distance. When I finally pulled into a well-lit gas station in the center of town, I felt my muscles loosen for the first time in over an hour. I sat there for a moment, letting my hands relax on the wheel. A part of me wanted to tell someone, anyone, what I had seen about the trucks, the sedan, the person in the trees, the campfire. But I didn't know how to explain it without sounding paranoid. I ended up getting a coffee from the station, standing under the harsh fluorescent lights just to feel safer. Even there, I kept glancing out at my car, half expecting to see someone standing by it. I stayed longer than I needed to, then got back in the car and drove straight to my motel without stopping again. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept thinking about the open doors, the lone boot, the way the figure in the trees had just stood there, watching. I didn't know if it was connected, if something bad had happened to those people, or if I had just driven past something I didn't want to understand. But I do know one thing. If I had stopped, even for a minute, I might not have made it to that town at all. It started as an ordinary late summer afternoon, the kind where the air feels heavy, but not yet suffocating, where the warmth of the day still lingers, but the shadows have already begun to stretch long and sharp. I had gone out for a drive, not for any particular reason, just to get away from the noise in my own head. I took a long stretch of highway that eventually tapered into a two-lane road cutting through fields and scattered patches of woods. There was hardly another car in sight. The kind of emptiness that makes you realize just how far you've wandered from the comfort of busy places. Eventually, I saw a side road, more of a gravel path, disappearing into a cluster of tall trees. There was no sign, no indication of where it led, but something about it pulled me in. It felt like the kind of place no one bothered to drive down, unless they had a reason. I slowed, turned onto it, and let the crunch of gravel under my tires take over the quiet hum of the engine. The branches arched over the road like a tunnel, filtering the sunlight into scattered gold patches that flickered over the windshield. The road narrowed the further I went, until it was barely wide enough for my car. The gravel turned to hard-packed dirt, with deep tire ruts carved into it. Every now and then I had to ease around jagged rocks jutting up or swerve slightly to avoid the low-hanging branches that threatened to scrape the side of the car. After a while, I noticed the air had gone still, no wind pushing through the leaves, no rustling in the underbrush. It was the kind of stillness that made every small sound stand out sharply. I had been driving maybe 15 minutes when the road dipped into a small clearing. On one side, the trees thinned out into a marshy area with tall grass. On the other, the forest pressed in dense and dark. There was a narrow pull-off where I stopped, killed the engine, and stepped out. The moment I opened the door, the heat hit me, thick, damp, and still. The smell of wet earth and stagnant water hung in the air. Somewhere far off, I thought I heard the faint hum of insects, but it was oddly muted. I walked a few steps into the clearing, my shoes crunching over dried mud. The ground felt uneven, like it had been churned up by something heavy in the past, but had since hardened. I couldn't shake the feeling that the place hadn't been visited in a long time. I kept glancing toward the tree line, where the darkness between the trunks seemed to swallow the light faster than it should. I told myself it was just the thickness of the growth, the way the canopy blocked the sun. I decided to explore a little further, figuring I could follow the dirt track on foot for a while. The road curved around the marsh and disappeared behind a rise. As I walked, I noticed the ground in some spots was soft enough that my shoes sank slightly, leaving shallow prints. Every step I took seemed louder than it should have been. There were no birdsong, no rustling animals, just my own movements. I crested the small rise and saw that the road sloped down into a hollow where the trees crowded close on either side. The shadows pooled thick here, and the air felt cooler. The dirt showed more tracks, deep, heavy impressions, but not from cars. They were irregular, wide in some spots and narrowing in others. Some looked old and dry, others fresher, edges still crumbly. I couldn't tell what had made them. About 50 feet ahead, I spotted something lying off to the side of the road. At first I thought it was a piece of discarded tarp or fabric, but as I got closer I saw it was a torn mud-caked jacket. It looked like it had been there a long time. The fabric faded and stiff, one sleeve twisted unnaturally, as if it had been yanked hard. A couple of feet away lay a single cracked boot. There was something unsettling about how they were placed, not scattered randomly, but almost in a line, like someone had been walking and just left them behind one at a time. I told myself it could have been some hunter's old gear, maybe abandoned after getting stuck in the mud, but the thought didn't sit right. There was no sign of decay on the fabric beyond weathering. No moss, no animal damage, yet it didn't feel recent either. I kept moving, but more slowly now, my eyes scanning both the road ahead and the undergrowth to either side. That was when I noticed it, something faint, almost inaudible at first. A low, rhythmic sound, far off but coming from deeper in the trees. At first it was just a faint thump, then a pause, then another. Not footsteps exactly, heavier, more deliberate. I stopped walking and held still. The sound stopped too. The silence that followed felt even heavier, like the air itself was listening. I waited a good 30 seconds before moving again, but this time I stayed on the balls of my feet, placing each step carefully to avoid breaking twigs. The road narrowed further, hemmed in by the forest so tightly that the branches brushed my shoulders. Ahead, the ground seemed disturbed again. Small mounds of loose dirt scattered like something had been digging. When the sound came again, it was closer. Still that slow, deliberate thump, followed by a faint shift of weight, like something large adjusting its position. I turned my head slowly toward the direction it came from, peering through the tangle of trunks and shadows. At first I saw nothing, then my eyes caught the faintest hint of movement, a darker shape among the dark, holding perfectly still. I couldn't make out details, but I knew it was there. My instinct told me to back away without turning my back to it. I stepped slowly, carefully, retracing my path toward the rise. My breathing felt too loud, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. The shape didn't move, but I could feel its attention, as real as if it had laid a hand on me. I made it back to the top of the rise and only then turned fully, walking faster toward the clearing where my car waited. Halfway there, I heard the sound again, but now it was behind me on the road, no longer distant. I didn't dare look. My walk turned into a measured jog, then into a run as the stillness broke, and I thought I heard something heavy shifting through the underbrush parallel to me. Branches snapped, brush rustled, but every time I pushed my speed a little faster, the sound seemed to keep pace. When I reached the clearing, I yanked the car door open, got inside, and slammed it shut. My hands shook as I jammed the key into the ignition. For a moment the engine didn't catch, the starter whining in the dead air, and my stomach dropped. When it finally roared to life, I threw it into reverse, spun the wheel, and shot back up the gravel track without looking back. I didn't stop until I was several miles away on the highway, the trees just a line in my rearview mirror. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in those woods hadn't stayed behind, that somehow it had marked me in the same way I had noticed it. That night, lying in bed, every creak of the house, every groan of the settling would made my chest tighten. I kept thinking about the jacket, the boot, the way the air had gone dead silent. I never went back to that road, never even tried to find it on a map. But every so often, when I'm driving through a rural stretch or passing a wall of trees along a field, I feel that same pressure in the air. And I know that if I stopped and stepped inside, I might hear that slow, deliberate thump again, waiting just far enough away for me to wonder if I'm imagining it. It started as a trip I hadn't really planned for. I had a few days off from work and no real obligations, so I decided I'd drive out into the countryside and spend some time alone. I didn't want to camp in a busy park or a campground. I wanted to be completely away from people. Somewhere I could just walk, explore, and clear my head. I checked maps the night before and picked an area I'd never been to. It was about 2 hours from my apartment, mostly farmland, rolling hills, and patches of thick forest. I packed light, just a backpack, a few bottles of water, some snacks, a folding knife, and a cheap flashlight I'd had for years. I also grabbed a thin blanket and an extra jacket, not because I planned to stay overnight, but just in case the day went longer than expected. The morning I left was gray and still. There was no wind, no sun, just a pale sky that made everything look flat. The drive was quiet, and by the time I reached the area I'd picked, I had already passed miles of empty fields. I parked my car on a gravel pull-off near an old dirt road. There were no houses in sight, just a line of trees stretching across the hills. I started walking, following the dirt road for a while until it narrowed into a faint trail. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Even the faint hum of distant traffic was gone. I could hear my own breathing and the sound of my boots pressing into the damp soil. After an hour, I reached a clearing with an abandoned shack. It was small, maybe the size of a shed, with part of the roof caved in. The wood was gray from years of weather. I didn't go inside, just looked at it for a moment, and then kept walking. The trail narrowed even more, and soon I was pushing through tall grass and small saplings. I didn't have a destination, but I kept going until the ground started sloping downward. The forest grew denser here. The air was cooler, and the light dimmed as the trees closed in overhead. The ground was soft with layers of old leaves. It felt untouched, like no one had been here in a long time. I walked for maybe 20 more minutes before I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the mud near a fallen log. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old enough to have completely faded either. The size suggested they belonged to a man, and they went in the same direction I had been heading. It didn't mean much. Maybe another hiker had been through here a few days ago. But the fact that this place seemed so empty made the tracks stand out to me. I kept going, following the same direction, though I told myself I wasn't tracking anyone. The land flattened again, and I found myself in another clearing, this one bigger than the first. There were the remains of a fire pit, just a circle of stones with ash in the center. The ash was gray, not black, meaning it had been a while since it was used. Still, it meant someone had camped out here before. I paused, listening. The forest was dead quiet. No wind in the branches, no birds, not even the distant snap of a twig. I don't know why, but it made me uneasy. I decided to rest for a bit, sitting on a fallen log and drinking some water. That's when I noticed something else. At the far end of the clearing, where the trees started again, there was another trail, fainter, almost hidden. It didn't look like a deer trail. The ground was too flat, and there were signs of human disturbance. Small bits of cloth caught in the bark of a tree, a broken branch with clean edges. I don't know what made me take it, but I did. This trail was different. It twisted and curved, like it was avoiding something. At one point it dipped into a shallow gully where the ground was soft and wet. My boots sank slightly with each step, leaving clear imprints. That's when I noticed a newer set of prints, again man-sized, and this time fresher. They were deep, meaning whoever made them was carrying weight. Something in me hesitated. I had told no one where I was going. I had no cell signal. And now I was in an area where someone else clearly had been, maybe very recently. Still, I kept going. The trail finally opened into another space, this one strange. It wasn't a clearing exactly, but more of an area where the trees thinned out and the ground was bare dirt. In the middle of it, there was a structure, something built from branches and logs. It looked like a crude shelter, leaning against a tree trunk. The wood was lashed together with strips of cloth and what looked like thin rope. I stopped well back from it. There was no movement, no sound. The shelter's opening faced away from me. I could see objects inside, but not clearly, just shapes. I didn't move closer. I don't know how long I stood there, but at some point I realized I was holding my breath. The air felt heavier here. My skin prickled, and my instincts told me I shouldn't be here. Then, faintly, I heard something. It was the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, somewhere behind me. I turned my head slightly, scanning the trees. At first, nothing moved. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something dark passing between trunks. The steps were careful, almost too careful, as if whoever it was didn't want to be heard, but was close enough that I could hear them anyway. My pulse started to hammer. I didn't call out. I didn't run right away. I just started walking back the way I'd come, slow at first, then faster. The footsteps behind me matched my pace. When the trail dipped into the gully again, I glanced back. I couldn't see anyone, but I knew I wasn't alone. The air felt wrong, too still, too focused, like all of the forest was holding its breath with me. I started running. The wet ground made it harder, my boots sliding slightly with each step. Branches snapped against my arms and legs. I didn't look back again until I reached the first clearing, the one with the fire pit. I stopped for half a second, scanning the trees. Still nothing. But I knew. I pushed myself harder now, retracing my steps toward the dirt road. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop until I saw the faint glint of my car through the trees. I burst out of the woods and into the open, breathing hard. My hands shook as I fumbled for the keys in my pocket. I didn't even take off my backpack. I just got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled onto the gravel road, I glanced into the side mirror. Far back, just at the tree line, there was a figure, tall, still watching. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop. I drove until the trees were gone, until the road met the highway again, until I was back among houses and streetlights. That night, I lay in bed replaying every sound, every movement, every moment I'd spent in that forest. The thing that stuck with me most wasn't the figure itself. It was how careful the footsteps had been. Whoever it was, they'd been following me long before I heard them. And they hadn't called out, hadn't tried to make themselves known. They'd only matched my pace, keeping just close enough to stay with me. And if I hadn't turned back when I did, I don't know how far they would have followed me, or what would have happened if I'd reached that shelter and looked inside. The cold night wrapped around me like a heavy blanket, thick and unyielding. I was alone, miles from the nearest town, deep in a forest that seemed endless. The trees stood tall and close, their branches scratching at the sky like fingers trying to reach some distant place. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving the woods dark except for the faint glimmer of my small flashlight. Every step I took cracked the brittle leaves on the ground, sounding much louder in the silence than I expected. I had been hiking for hours, longer than I planned, but the trail was confusing. The map I brought wasn't much help because the paths weren't marked clearly. What was supposed to be a simple day trip had turned into something else, a long, tiring trek that made me question if I was even heading the right way. The air was damp, cold, and smelled like wet earth and old leaves. My jacket did little to keep the chill away, and I realized my fingers were numb. I checked my watch. It was past 9 p.m. I'd lost track of time, swallowed by the forest's depth and the quiet that pressed down on me. I hadn't seen another soul for hours, and the thought of spending the night here without shelter made my stomach twist. I tried to stay calm, telling myself that the trail had to lead somewhere. The forest couldn't go on forever, and eventually, I would reach a road or a campsite. But every direction looked the same, trees thick and dark, shadows moving oddly in the corners of my eyes. As I walked, I noticed how the sounds of the forest had changed. During the day, the woods were full of birdsong and rustling animals. Now, the only noises were the soft wind through the branches and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Even the usual chorus of frogs and insects was gone. The silence was unnatural and made me uneasy. Then I heard it, a faint sound like footsteps. Slow, heavy steps on the leaf-covered ground. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the forest playing tricks on me. But the sound grew clearer, coming from behind me. I stopped and held my breath, listening. The footsteps continued, steady and deliberate. My heart rate quickened. I turned slowly, sweeping my flashlight over the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, but revealed nothing. No animals, no people. Just empty trunks and dark shadows. I started walking again, a little faster this time, trying not to run because I didn't want to draw attention to myself. But the footsteps behind me kept pace. They were close enough now that I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs breaking under heavy boots. Panic rose inside me. I wanted to scream or run, but my legs felt frozen. I decided to hide. I slipped behind a thick tree trunk, crouching low, trying to make myself small. The flashlight flickered in my hand, and I held it tight, hoping it wouldn't die on me. The footsteps passed by my hiding spot, slow and methodical. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing. The person, or thing, was close enough that I could smell the faint scent of sweat and damp leather. The footsteps faded as they moved further away, then stopped. A long, tense moment passed. I waited until I heard the footsteps continue down the trail. Then I slipped out from behind the tree and hurried in the opposite direction, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't know who or what was following me, but I knew I had to get away. The forest seemed to close in tighter as I ran. My heart pounded in my ears, and my legs ached from the effort. The flashlight flickered again, the batteries weakening. I cursed myself for not bringing extras. Suddenly, the trail opened up into a small clearing. I stepped into the moonlight that finally broke through the clouds, and my eyes adjusted. At the edge of the clearing was an old, abandoned cabin. Its windows were shattered, and the door hung loosely on its hinges. The wood was weathered and rotting, but it looked like shelter, any shelter. I didn't hesitate. I ran toward the cabin, pushing the door open with a loud creak. Inside was darkness and the smell of mold and decay. I could see broken furniture, piles of leaves swept in by the wind, and the dust thick in the air. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The flashlight gave its last flicker and went out. I was plunged into darkness. My hands found a corner of the room, and I sank down, trying to calm my shaking body. Outside, the footsteps had stopped, but I could hear other sounds, the faint rustling of leaves, a soft, slow breeze moving through the broken windows. I tried to focus on steadying my breath. I thought about calling for help on my phone, but the screen was dead. No signal anyway, not this deep in the woods. Minutes passed like hours. I listened carefully, straining to hear any sign of the footsteps returning. The silence was heavy, almost suffocating. Then I heard it, a soft scraping noise, like something being dragged across the wooden floor outside. It was slow, deliberate, and coming closer to the cabin. My heart stopped. I pressed myself against the wall, barely daring to breathe. The scraping moved to the other side of the door. I could hear it scratch along the wood, then pause. Then a faint tapping, 3 sharp taps in quick succession. I froze. The tapping came again, slow this time, as if someone was testing if I was inside. My mind raced. Who would come here in the middle of the night, dragging something across the floor and tapping on the door? What did they want? The door rattled slightly, the old hinges struggling against the weight. I could see faint shadows moving outside the cracked windows. The tapping continued, slower now, almost like a rhythm. I realized I had to do something. Staying here meant waiting for whoever was outside to get impatient and force their way in. I crawled to the back of the cabin, feeling along the walls for another way out. The windows were broken, but too high to climb through. There was a small hole in the floorboards near the corner. It looked like an old root cellar or a crawl space. I pulled at the rotten wood and managed to make a small opening. Without thinking, I squeezed through the hole, dropping into cold, damp earth. The crawl space was cramped and smelled like mold and decay. I could hear the faint sounds of the forest above me. I stayed still for a long time, listening. The tapping stopped. The scraping noise faded. Silence returned. I waited until the first light of dawn began to filter through the cracks in the cabin floor before I dared to move again. Climbing out carefully, I looked around the clearing. No sign of anyone or anything. I didn't stop to rest. I headed toward the east, where the sun was rising, hoping to find a road or trail. My legs were weak, and my throat was dry, but the need to escape pushed me forward. Hours later, I stumbled onto a dirt road. It wasn't paved, but it was a clear path. I followed it until I saw a car parked near a farmhouse. I waved my arms and called out until a man came out, surprised to see me. He offered water and a phone. I told him I'd gotten lost in the forest. The police were called. A search was organized for anyone else missing. I learned later that the cabin had been abandoned for years, but strange things had been reported near the woods, people hearing noises, finding strange marks on trees. I never found out who or what had been outside the cabin that night, scraping and tapping on the door. But the memory of that darkness, the cold fear, and the silence that pressed on me stays with me to this day. The forest isn't just trees and shadows. Sometimes it holds something waiting, watching. And sometimes, when you're alone, it's closer than you think. It started as a simple plan. I had the day off work and wanted to clear my head. I decided to go hiking in a national forest a couple of hours away from where I live. I had been there a few times before, but only stuck to the main trails. That morning, I told myself I would take a longer route, maybe explore some of the smaller side paths I had always passed without thinking. The weather was perfect for it. The sun was bright, the air was cool, and there was a faint breeze that moved through the trees in soft waves. I packed light, just a backpack with 2 bottles of water, a few granola bars, my phone, and a small first aid kit I always kept for hikes. I wore my usual hiking boots, comfortable but sturdy, and a light jacket tied around my waist in case the temperature dropped later. The drive there was peaceful, the kind of quiet where you can just hear the hum of your own car against the road. By the time I arrived, the parking lot was almost empty except for 2 other cars. I took that as a good sign. I like quiet trails. The first part of the hike was exactly what I wanted. The path wound through tall pines, their branches so high above me that they seemed to block part of the sky. The forest floor was covered in soft layers of old needles, and every step I took felt muffled. Now and then I would hear the rush of a bird flapping from one branch to another, or the sudden scurry of a squirrel through dry leaves. I didn't see another person for at least an hour, and when I did, it was just a couple heading the other way. We nodded at each other and kept going. After another mile or so, I noticed a narrow trail splitting off to the left. It wasn't marked, but I remembered seeing it on my last trip and wondering where it went. The ground there looked more uneven, less used, but something about it pulled me in. I figured I had time. I stepped off the main trail and onto it, thinking I'd follow it for a little while and then turn back. The air seemed different almost immediately. The sound of the breeze softened, and the trees felt closer together. The ground was covered in more undergrowth, with roots sticking up like thin, crooked fingers. I walked slower, watching my step. The path twisted and dipped, making it hard to tell which direction I was moving. At first, I liked the change. It felt like I was exploring something hidden, but after about 20 minutes, I realized I hadn't seen any signs or markers. Still, I wasn't worried yet. I kept going, thinking the trail would loop back around or connect to the main one. That's when I started noticing small things that made me uneasy. The forest was too quiet now. I couldn't hear birds anymore, and even the wind seemed to have died. The only sound was the crunch of my boots. I tried to shake it off, telling myself maybe it was just the time of day. Maybe animals had moved deeper into the woods. Another 20 minutes passed before I admitted I had no idea where I was. The trail had faded in some spots, forcing me to guess the direction. My phone still had service, so I pulled up the GPS, but the signal kept cutting in and out. When it did load, it only showed a vague green area with no detailed map of the smaller trails. I thought about turning back the way I came, but the twisting path and the constant small changes in the landscape made me second-guess my memory of it. I decided to keep moving forward, hoping I'd find a clearer path. The sun had shifted by then, and light was filtering through the trees at a lower angle, giving everything a sharper, more shadowed look. I could feel the temperature dropping, so I stopped to untie my jacket and put it on. That's when I noticed something about the ground ahead. The soil looked disturbed, like it had been dug or kicked up recently. There were impressions, not exactly boot prints, but not animal tracks either. They were irregular, deeper on one side, and leading farther into the trees. I stood there for a long moment, debating. Maybe it was just a hiker ahead of me, but the odd shape of the impressions made me hesitate. I kept going, though, telling myself I was just being paranoid. The path narrowed even more, and the branches of the trees on either side started to form a kind of tunnel. The light dimmed as I went deeper, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than I wanted to admit. At one point, I thought I heard something behind me. It wasn't loud, just the faint crack of a twig. I froze, listening. The forest was silent again, but now I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to ignore it and pushed on. My pace quickened without me deciding to speed up. The path dropped steeply into a small gully, and I had to grab onto tree trunks to keep from sliding. At the bottom, there was no clear trail, just tangled brush and rocks. I stopped there, breathing hard, and tried to figure out my next move. The light was fading faster now, the sun slipping lower behind the trees. I decided I needed to head back, even if I wasn't sure exactly where the trail was. I turned around and started climbing back up the slope. That's when I heard it again, another faint snap, this time closer. I told myself it could be a deer. I wanted to believe that, but my instincts wouldn't settle. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing against my ears. I kept moving, forcing myself not to look back too much. When I reached the top of the slope, I paused again, listening. Nothing. No wind, no animals, no distant sounds of people. I walked faster, scanning for anything familiar, but the trail looked different now. I couldn't tell if I had taken a wrong turn earlier, or if the forest was just playing tricks on me. My GPS was useless again. I pulled out one of my water bottles and took a drink, trying to steady my nerves. My hand shook slightly as I screwed the cap back on. Not long after that, I spotted something off to the side, a small piece of fabric caught on a branch. It was dirty, weathered, and looked like it had been there for a while. I don't know why, but seeing it made my stomach tighten. It was proof that someone else had been here, but it didn't feel reassuring. I kept moving, but now my eyes darted between the trees, half expecting to see someone step out. Shadows shifted as the light faded. and more than once I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing. My breathing grew shallow, and I could feel the sweat under my jacket, despite the cold creeping in. The deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. I couldn't tell which direction the main trail was anymore. The forest was starting to look the same in every direction: dark trunks, tangled branches, uneven ground. I tried to pick a direction and stick to it, but the landscape seemed to funnel me into thicker growth. At one point, I thought I saw a clearer path ahead, so I pushed toward it, brushing past branches. But when I reached it, I realized it wasn't a trail at all, just a narrow, trampled strip of earth that ended in a deadfall of broken trees. That's when I heard the sound again. Not a twig snap this time, but something heavier, like a footstep. I froze completely, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound had come from somewhere behind me and slightly to the left. I stayed still, barely breathing, listening. There was nothing for several seconds, and then another faint step, closer this time. That was enough. I turned and started moving quickly, no longer caring if I was going in the right direction. I just wanted distance between me and whatever was there. The undergrowth tore at my pants and scratched my hands as I shoved past it. My boots slipped on damp patches of leaves, and I had to catch myself against tree trunks. I kept glancing back, but the dimness made it hard to see more than a few yards. My mind kept running through possibilities: a person, maybe someone living out here, maybe just another hiker. But none of them made me feel any better. The steps behind me were gone now, or maybe I was just making too much noise to hear them. After what felt like forever, I spotted a sign nailed to a tree up ahead. Relief surged for a moment, until I got close enough to see it was old, the paint faded and peeling. It pointed toward a trailhead I didn't recognize, and the arrow was barely visible. Still, it was something. I followed the direction it pointed, hoping it would lead somewhere. The forest began to thin slightly, and the ground sloped downward. I pushed on, my legs aching, until finally I saw a break in the trees. The last light of the day spilled through it, and beyond that, a dirt service road. I stepped out onto it, feeling the strange openness after hours of trees pressing in on all sides. I didn't stop walking until I spotted the faint glint of a metal gate far down the road. When I reached it, I realized I was only a short distance from the main parking lot. My car was still there, untouched, and the lot was empty now. I climbed in, locked the doors, and just sat for a while, letting my breathing slow. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees. There was nothing, but the feeling stayed with me the whole ride home, that I had been followed, not just lost. Even now, I can still remember the sound of those slow, deliberate steps somewhere in the woods, matching my own until the last possible moment. I woke up before sunrise, the room still wrapped in that dull gray light that comes just before the day starts. My plan had been to get out early for a long hike on one of the lesser-known trails a few hours outside of town. I'd packed my bag the night before: water, some food, a small first aid kit, flashlight, and a light jacket. I knew the weather could change quickly in the hills, and I didn't want to be caught unprepared. My phone was charged, though I didn't expect much service where I was going. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun had just risen enough to put some color in the sky. The parking lot was empty. I had read that this particular route wasn't popular during the week, which I liked. I enjoyed being alone on hikes. It let me hear every sound, every rustle of leaves, every shift of wind through the trees. I signed in at the trail register and started walking. The air was cool and damp, and I could smell the soil and pine needles as soon as I stepped onto the dirt path. The trail began gently, winding through a mix of pine and maple, the ground soft with fallen leaves. Birds called here and there, but the sound seemed distant, almost muted. I walked at an easy pace, taking my time. The first few miles were smooth, and I only stopped to drink water and adjust my pack straps. As the morning wore on, the trail narrowed and began to climb. The trees thickened, blocking more of the sunlight. I checked my GPS app just to confirm I was on track, and the signal flickered before freezing. That was expected out here, so I tucked my phone away and relied on the paper map I'd brought. By late morning, I reached a ridge where the trees parted just enough to see a valley stretching far below. A narrow line of river glinted in the distance. I took a short break there, sitting on a rock and eating a granola bar. The wind up on the ridge was cooler, and I could feel it pulling heat away from my skin. I thought about turning back, but decided to press on to a small lake. The map showed another 3 miles ahead. Past the ridge, the trail dipped into darker forest. The air felt heavier here, the smell stronger, damp earth, old wood, something faintly metallic. My steps sounded louder, even though I was moving at the same pace. I kept catching myself glancing over my shoulder, though I hadn't heard anything unusual. An hour later, I stopped to sip water and noticed how quiet it had become. The wind had died completely, and I couldn't hear a single bird or insect. It was like walking into a room after someone's just turned off a fan. That sudden awareness of silence. I tightened the straps on my pack and kept going. The lake was smaller than I expected, ringed by reeds and surrounded on 3 sides by steep ground. The surface was still, dark, reflecting the trees like a mirror. I sat for a few minutes, eating the rest of my food, but I didn't feel relaxed. The silence pressed on me, making me aware of every small movement. The shift of my shoes in the dirt, the faint creak of my backpack frame. I decided not to linger. The thought of retracing my steps felt comforting, like heading towards something familiar. I started back at a steady pace, but about 20 minutes later, I noticed something strange. The trail in front of me had fresh scuff marks, not from boots but from something wider, dragging across the dirt. It looked like something heavy had been pulled along the path, weaving slightly from side to side. The marks were new. The edges of the disturbed dirt were still sharp, not softened by wind or leaves. I hadn't seen them on my way in. I slowed down, scanning the trees. They were dense enough that I couldn't see far into them. The marks continued for maybe 50 feet before veering off the trail into the undergrowth. I kept walking, telling myself it was probably someone hauling gear for fishing or hunting, but the unease in my stomach didn't go away. Another mile in, I heard it, a faint snap of a branch somewhere behind me. I stopped instantly. The silence closed in again. I turned my head slowly, but there was nothing to see, just layers of trees fading into shadow. I told myself it could have been a deer. Still, I picked up my pace. Every few minutes after that, I thought I heard movement, a shuffle of leaves, a quick crack like weight shifting on wood. Always behind me, never ahead. I resisted the urge to look back constantly. I didn't want to trip or miss my footing. My breathing grew louder in my own ears. Eventually, I reached the ridge again, the open space giving me some relief. I stopped there and actually turned all the way around. Nothing moved. I listened for a full minute. The air was completely still. I walked on, faster now, my focus narrowing to just making it back to the trailhead. The forest seemed darker than before, though I knew it was still mid-afternoon. My mind kept circling back to those drag marks, wondering what could make them and why they hadn't been there earlier. I kept my hands free, ready to drop my pack if I needed to move faster. Half a mile from the parking lot, the sounds behind me came again, but closer. Definite footsteps this time, matching mine, stopping when I stopped. I didn't turn around. Instead, I broke into a steady jog, ignoring the burn in my legs. The trail curved, and I caught sight of the bright rectangle of the lot through the trees. I pushed myself until I was on the asphalt, breathing hard. I glanced back once. Nothing on the trail, just the still trees. I got into my car quickly, locking the doors, and sat there with my hands on the wheel, waiting for my breathing to slow. As I pulled out, I saw something in the side mirror. A figure just at the tree line where the trail met the lot, standing still. The shape was indistinct at that distance, but it was tall, not hunched like an animal. It didn't move as I drove away. I didn't stop until I was well onto the main road, the forest shrinking in the rear view. The whole drive home, I kept replaying the silence, the drag marks, the matched footsteps. I never saw the figure's face, never knew if it had followed me from the lake or had been waiting along the trail all day. I haven't gone back to that trail since. Even now, when I think about it, I can still feel that unnatural quiet pressing against my ears and see the faint lines in the dirt leading away into the trees. Some part of me is certain that if I had stepped off the trail to follow them, I wouldn't have come back. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It started as a favor for my cousin. He just bought a cabin up in northern Idaho, some remote patch of land surrounded by forest, a half-hour drive down a single-lane gravel road. The place had no electricity, no cell service, and the only running water came from an old hand pump by the porch. He was in the middle of moving his stuff in and couldn't take off from work, so he asked me to house sit for 5 days while a plumber came out to work on the pipes and check the well. I wasn't doing much that week, and honestly, I liked the idea of getting away from the city for a while. I figured I'd bring some books, a camping stove, some cans of food, and just relax. I liked the quiet, or at least I thought I did. I got there on a Tuesday morning, just as the sun was warming up the road. The drive-in had already made me feel like I was on another planet. No signs, no fences, no cars. Just miles of trees and this narrow, bumpy trail of rock and dirt that kept going until I finally saw the cabin tucked into a small clearing. It was small and simple. 1 bedroom, a kitchen, and a living space, all wood, with a wraparound porch and a metal roof that looked newly replaced. There was a note taped to the door from my cousin. It had the plumber's number, which wouldn't help, given the lack of service, where to find the key, under a flat stone by the steps, and a reminder to pump water into the tank for washing dishes and flushing the toilet. I unlocked the door, hauled my bags inside, and started settling in. The first day passed without much to mention. I read a little, ate chili, took a short walk around the property. I spotted some deer tracks near the tree line and a collapsed hunting blind about 50 feet into the woods, nothing unusual. I slept early that night, since there wasn't much else to do after dark. The air was cool and fresh, and the stars above the clearing were some of the clearest I'd ever seen. It was the kind of silence that city people forget exists. No cars, no planes, just the wind in the trees. The second day started fine, too. I made coffee on the camping stove and sat on the porch, watching a squirrel tear apart a pine cone. The plumber was supposed to come sometime that day, but he never showed. I didn't worry about it. Out there, a missed appointment probably meant his truck broke down or he got stuck behind a fallen tree. That's the kind of place it was. Things moved slower. I took another walk that afternoon, a bit longer this time. I went deeper into the woods, keeping a general sense of direction by noting landmarks, large rocks, fallen trees, anything that stood out. The forest was thick, but not impassable. I followed a narrow animal trail for a while until I came across something strange, an old rusted-out pickup truck sitting in the middle of nowhere. The body was eaten up with rust. The tires had long since disintegrated. Moss grew along the hood and roof, and the driver's door was missing completely. The interior was stripped bare. No seats, no dash, just metal and decay. It looked like it had been there for decades. That's when I realized something that made the hairs on my neck stand up. There weren't any tracks leading in or out. No path wide enough for a vehicle. No flattened grass. Just forest, dense and unbroken. I stood there for a while listening, but there was nothing. Just birdsong and the occasional creak of a branch. I took a few pictures on my phone, even though I knew I wouldn't be able to send them until I got back to civilization. Then I turned around and headed back. I got a little lost on the way. I wasn't worried at first, just annoyed with myself for not marking my route better. I wandered for maybe 20 minutes before I saw something familiar, the remains of that old hunting blind. From there I got back to the clearing without any more trouble. That night, something felt off. It's hard to explain, but the air seemed different, heavier. I kept looking out the windows like I expected to see someone out there. I locked the doors even though I knew there wasn't another person for miles. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. City nerves, thin walls, and too much silence. I lay in bed for hours, not really sleeping, just listening to the creaks of the cabin and the wind against the walls. Somewhere past midnight, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a soft, steady crunching, like footsteps on gravel. Slow, measured. They stopped right outside the window. I didn't move. My body went stiff. I didn't breathe. I stared at the ceiling, heart hammering in my chest, waiting for the sound to come again. It didn't. After what felt like hours, I finally moved. I got up, crept to the window, and looked out. Nothing. Just the empty porch and the line of trees beyond. I convinced myself it was an animal. A deer, maybe. Or a raccoon. Something looking for food. Still, I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. The third day, I tried to shake it off. I forced myself to go about the day as normal. I chopped some firewood, made breakfast, and even took another walk, though this time I stayed close to the clearing. I didn't want to risk getting turned around again, but I kept thinking about that sound. The way it had stopped right outside the window. Not passed by, not moved on, just stopped. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed something else. A tree near the edge of the clearing had bark scraped off in long vertical lines. Not claw marks exactly, but deep gouges, maybe from a knife or some kind of tool. It hadn't been there before. I walked over to get a closer look. The marks were fresh. The exposed wood was still pale, not yet dried out or discolored. I looked around, trying to spot anything else out of place. About 10 feet away, hidden in the brush, I saw what looked like a pile of stones. Someone had stacked them deliberately. Maybe 6 or 7 fist-sized rocks, arranged in a neat little cone. It didn't look natural. I didn't touch it. I just backed away and returned to the cabin. I didn't go out again that day. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with a flashlight clutched in my hand, listening. The cabin creaked. The wind rustled. Normal sounds. But around 1 in the morning, I heard it again, the footsteps. This time, I didn't freeze. I got up slowly and moved to the front window, crouching low so I wouldn't be seen. I peeked out. At first, I didn't see anything. But then, just at the edge of the clearing, I saw movement. Something, or someone, was standing there. I couldn't make out details. Just a shape. Upright. Still. Watching. I blinked and it was gone. The next morning, I packed. I know I was supposed to stay 5 days, but I didn't care. Something was wrong. I didn't want to be there anymore. The plumber never came. My cousin wasn't answering messages, and I was done pretending everything was fine. I threw my stuff into the car and got ready to leave. But when I turned the key, the engine wouldn't start. It didn't even click. Dead. I popped the hood, checked the battery, looked fine. Tried again. Nothing. That's when I noticed the hood latch. It was unhooked. The hood wasn't fully closed. I hadn't opened it. Not since arriving. I checked the battery cables. They were loose. Not just loose, unscrewed. As if someone had deliberately disabled the engine. My blood went cold. I fixed the cables as fast as I could, tightening them by hand. I jumped back in the car, turned the key, and this time it roared to life. I didn't waste a second. I backed out, turned around in the clearing, and drove down the gravel road faster than I should have, tires kicking up dust and rocks. I didn't look back. It took over an hour to reach the nearest gas station with a payphone. I called my cousin. Still no answer. I left a message telling him I was gone, that someone had been on the property, that he should change the locks and check the place thoroughly. A week later, he finally called me back. Said he'd gone up there, and everything was exactly as I left it. Nothing out of place. No signs of anyone. No footprints. No marks on the trees. He said I must have imagined it. But I didn't. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I haven't gone back since. It started on a late Friday afternoon. I had finished my shift at the hardware store and was driving out to spend the weekend alone at my cousin's old cabin. He had moved to another state and told me I could use the place anytime I wanted. The idea of being alone in the woods didn't bother me. I wanted the quiet. The last few months had been exhausting, between work, personal stuff, and just the noise of the city. I felt like I hadn't had a moment to breathe. The drive took about 3 hours. The last part was rough, all gravel and dirt, and I had to slow down to keep from bottoming out my car. By the time I got there, the sun was almost gone, casting that deep orange light over the trees. The cabin sat about half a mile from the nearest paved road, tucked between thick woods and a small creek that ran parallel to it. It was built simple. A porch with a bench, one door, a few windows, and a little chimney poking out the top. I had only been there once before, years ago, but it looked pretty much the same. Inside, everything was dusty but solid. One main room with a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, and a bedroom off to the side. The bathroom was outside, just an outhouse behind the trees. I put my bag on the bed and got to work airing out the place. Opened the windows, cleared out cobwebs, swept the floors. It was peaceful work, and the silence out there wasn't the empty kind. It felt full, like the wind had weight, like the trees breathed. Once I had the place set up, I made a quick dinner on the camp stove, sat out on the porch, and just let the quiet soak in. There were birds calling in the distance, and once or twice, I heard something big moving through the woods, probably a deer. The sun was gone now, and the last light clung to the sky like a faded bruise. I had no signal out here, no internet. Just my phone's flashlight and the old lantern I found hanging behind the door. I decided to turn in early. I was tired from the drive, and without anything to distract me, sleep came fast. I woke up in the middle of the night for no reason. No noise, no dream. Just awake. The kind of awake where your body feels ready to move before your mind catches up. I laid there for a bit, eyes adjusting to the darkness. The only light came from the moon leaking through the window. That and something else. A faint red glow. I sat up slowly. The glow was coming from outside. At first, I thought it was the tail lights of a car, but it was too steady, too dim. I stood, walked to the window, and looked out. Nothing. No lights. No movement. Just trees and shadows. I stood there for a long time, watching. I started to think maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe I had been dreaming with my eyes open. I was about to go back to bed when I saw it again. This time clearer. A red flicker through the trees, deeper into the woods. It wasn't firelight. It didn't move like that. It was too smooth, like a beam being aimed, then quickly shut off. I stayed up after that, sitting on the edge of the bed, fully awake, listening. But nothing else happened. No more light. No more sound. The next morning, I tried to brush it off. Probably someone hiking with a flashlight. Maybe they were camping nearby. Still, I couldn't shake it. That red glow stayed in the back of my head all day. I spent the morning hiking around the area. I didn't see any other campsites or even signs that someone else had been nearby. The ground was soft from rain the week before, and there were no recent footprints. No tire marks on the dirt path either. Back at the cabin, I chopped some wood for the stove and boiled water to clean up. The rest of the day passed quietly. I even started to enjoy it again, leaning into the stillness. I made dinner, cleaned up, then sat outside until the stars came out. That night, the red light came back. This time, it was closer. I was lying in bed, not asleep yet, when I noticed it. A soft pulse, like a heartbeat through the window. I got up fast, heart already racing. I turned off the lantern and crept to the window, crouched low. Through the glass, I could see it more clearly now. A red circle, about the size of a dinner plate, glowing faintly behind the trees. It hovered just above the ground, unmoving. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to tell myself it was some weird reflection or a distant light, but I knew it wasn't. It was too specific, too perfectly round. I stood there frozen for what felt like hours. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. I stayed up the rest of the night, ears straining, skin crawling with every creak and groan of the old cabin. By morning, I had decided I was going to leave. Whatever that light was, I didn't want to be around if it came back. I packed my stuff, locked up the cabin, and got in the car. But the car wouldn't start. Battery was dead. I tried a few more times, got nothing. The nearest town was miles away, and I didn't have any tools to jump the battery. I didn't know what drained it. It had been fine when I drove in. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack, stuffed in some food and water, and started walking. I stayed on the dirt road, figuring I'd eventually hit the main highway. It was slow going, the sun was hot, and the woods on both sides seemed to press in tighter with every mile. Then I heard it. Not a sound exactly, more like a pressure change, like when a storm is coming. The air felt thicker, heavier. I stopped walking and looked around. That's when I saw it, the red light. Again, but this time, it was in the middle of the road, ahead of me. I froze. It wasn't floating now. It was attached to something. I couldn't see what exactly. Just a tall shape, hunched, unmoving. The light was right in the middle of its chest. Pulsing. Slow. Steady. I backed away, trying not to make a sound. My boots crunched on the gravel, and the thing tilted its head. Just a little. That was enough. I turned and ran. Back down the road, back toward the cabin. I didn't look back. I could hear something behind me. Not footsteps exactly, but something moving. Branches snapping. Leaves rustling. It was fast. By the time I made it to the cabin, my chest was burning, and my legs felt like rubber. I slammed the door, locked it, pushed the old dresser in front of it, then fell to the floor, gasping. Hours passed. I didn't move. I just sat there, ears ringing, heart thudding. It never knocked. Never tried to get in. Eventually, I crawled to the window and looked out. Nothing. Just trees and dark. The next morning, the car started. No explanation. I didn't care. I drove like hell out of there. didn't stop until I hit the highway. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not because I was scared they wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't want to think about it anymore. Weeks went by, then months. I tried to move on. Tried to tell myself it was all stress. Hallucinations. Maybe I had hit my head, or maybe it was just a trick of the light. Then one night, I came home from work. My apartment was dark. I flicked on the lights, dropped my keys on the counter, and turned to close the door. Just before it latched, I saw it. Through the gap, a red glow, pulsing, steady, waiting. I don't even know where to begin, because I still can't explain what exactly happened that day. It doesn't feel like some grand story. It feels like a slow, creeping nightmare that happened in broad daylight and never fully left my body. It started with a simple hike. I'd taken a week off work to clear my head. Burnout was crawling under my skin, and I needed air, space, quiet. I booked a small cabin near a national forest. No Wi-Fi, no reception. Just me, a fire pit, a stocked cooler, and miles of trail. I planned to hike every day, sleep early, reset. The cabin was deep in the woods. To get there, I had to take a rough gravel road for nearly 20 minutes, passing no other homes, only trees pressing in from both sides. The place was basic but fine: bed, small kitchen, a wood-burning stove. I unpacked, walked a short trail nearby just to stretch my legs, then settled in early. The next day, I chose a moderate loop trail that went about 9 miles, starting from a small pull-off a few minutes down the road. I parked, locked the car, strapped on my backpack, and headed out. The first few miles were peaceful. It was quiet, but not eerily so. I heard birds, the wind, the occasional rustle in the brush. My body relaxed into the rhythm of walking. Around mile 5, the trail dipped into a valley, then climbed up into a thicker patch of woods. I remember checking the trail marker nailed to a tree. It was still the right color and symbol. I kept going. The trees got denser. Less sunlight made it through the canopy. The trail narrowed. I thought about turning back, but figured it was just a short patch. I still had plenty of daylight. But after another half mile, something started to feel off. I don't mean in some dramatic, sixth sense way. Just little things. The trail, for one, began to twist more than I expected. Then it narrowed even more, with roots and rocks that hadn't been as common earlier. It felt less maintained. I assumed I'd accidentally followed a side path. I pulled out my trail map, but it didn't show this level of detail. Still, I pressed on, hoping it would curve back to the main loop. Then I noticed the silence. No birds, no wind, just me and the crunch of my boots on dry leaves. I stopped walking to listen. Nothing. That kind of silence is heavy. It gets into your ears and makes your own breathing sound too loud. I took a sip of water, stood there a minute longer, and decided to turn back. I wasn't interested in getting lost. But as I turned, something flickered across my vision. Not a person, not an animal, just movement. I snapped my head to the side, staring into the trees, heart suddenly beating faster. It had been to the left, maybe 30 feet out. But now I saw nothing, not even a squirrel. I held still, eyes scanning the underbrush. Still nothing. Probably a deer, I thought. Or a branch falling. My mind was playing tricks. I told myself that, and headed back the way I came. Except after 20 minutes of walking, I didn't recognize anything. The trail was still narrow, still rocky. The trees still dense, but none of it looked familiar. I should have hit the bend that curved back toward the valley. I should have seen the trail marker again. I didn't. I stopped, trying to breathe slowly. I checked the map again, then my phone. No signal, of course. I looked at the sun, still fairly high but dropping. I didn't panic, not yet. I figured I'd keep heading downhill, assuming it would lead me back toward the valley and eventually to a road or the original trail. I kept walking. Another 30 minutes. Still nothing. No signs. No markings. I started to shout every few minutes, just in case. Nothing answered back. The light was changing. Shadows getting longer. The trees somehow looking closer together, like they were leaning in. That's when I first heard it. A snap. Not mine. Not a dry branch under my boot. It was sharp. Fast. Behind me. I froze. My ears strained. Silence again. Then another. Closer. I turned quickly, scanning the woods. Again, I saw nothing. But something was there. I was sure of it now. I started walking faster. My boots hit the ground harder than before. I kept my eyes forward. Don't look back. Just keep moving. I felt it, though. That thing you feel when something is watching you. It was thick. My spine felt tight. My skin itched. Every sound of the forest became louder. Twigs, leaves, even my own heartbeat. Another snap. Closer. I started jogging. The pack bounced on my shoulders. I didn't care. I needed to put distance between me and whatever was out there. But the trail wasn't helping. It twisted again, then forked. There had been no forks earlier. I chose the left without thinking. It was a mistake. That path led uphill, steep and rough. I climbed, nearly on all fours by the end, heart pounding. At the top was a flat rock outcropping. I stopped there to breathe, to think. And I saw something. Down below, between the trees. A shape. Not human. At least, not clearly. It stood on two legs but was too still. Too tall. It was far enough that I couldn't make out details, but close enough to know it wasn't an illusion. It faced my direction. Then it moved. Not walked. It shifted, fast, from standing to gone. No noise. 1 second there, next gone. Like it dropped or ducked. I backed away from the ledge and turned to run. I don't know how long I ran. The trail disappeared. I was just crashing through woods now, ducking under branches, cutting my arms and legs. At one point I tripped, slammed into the ground, and just laid there, face in the dirt, gasping. Then I heard it again. A footstep. Careful. Deliberate. Not an animal. Too controlled. I held my breath. Then another step. I bolted. Branches whipped my face. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. I don't even remember picking a direction. I just ran. Eventually I broke through a thicket and saw something that nearly made me cry. A road. Not the main one, but a dirt access road. I stumbled down it, feet barely staying under me, until I reached a clearing. And there, at the far side, was a parked pickup truck. Empty. I didn't care. I ran to it. It was unlocked. I jumped in the bed, curled up, and waited. It felt like hours before someone returned. A man in work boots and a camo jacket. He was startled to see me, of course, but I barely managed to explain what happened. He didn't ask many questions, just offered me water and drove me back to my car. I didn't report it. What would I say? That I got spooked in the woods? That something followed me? I had no proof. No pictures. Just scratches, bruises, and a deep, gut-level certainty that something had been out there with me. I left the cabin the next day. Even now, I can't hike the same way. Every trail feels too quiet. Every snapped branch behind me sends my heart racing. I tell myself it was just my mind, that stress and isolation played tricks on me. But I know what I felt. Something was there, and it wanted me to know it. I don't think I ever really understood what fear was until that night. Not movie fear, not horror book fear. Real fear. The kind that settles in your stomach like a rock and spreads cold through your chest until you can barely breathe. The kind that sharpens every noise and makes shadows feel like they're alive. The kind that makes your own heartbeat sound like a warning drum. It started simple. I was just out for a hike. I'd done it plenty of times before, and I always enjoyed the solitude. I wasn't some expert or survivalist, just someone who liked nature and quiet. I'd found a place online that not many people talked about. A long trail that wound deep into a national forest about 2 hours from home. The photos showed wide ridges, dense pine woods, and some old fire roads barely used anymore. Exactly the kind of place I liked. No crowds, no noise, just trees and wind and dirt. I left early in the morning. Packed a backpack with snacks, water, flashlight, a knife, and some emergency stuff like a lighter and first aid kit. I wasn't planning to camp, just a long hike in and out. It was late fall, cool but not too cold. The leaves had mostly dropped, and the sky was that dry, pale blue that always makes the air feel thinner. I parked at a small pull-off on a gravel road and started walking. The trail started wide, clearly marked, with some old tire tracks from trucks. After about an hour, the path narrowed. The trees grew closer together, the slope started rising, and it got quieter. The deeper I went, the less signs of people I saw. No rappers, no footprints, nothing. It was peaceful, really. I liked it. I took photos, listened to the birds, and followed the trail up into the hills. A little before noon, I found a clearing and stopped to eat. I sat on a fallen log and had some jerky and trail mix, just soaking it in. That quiet, the stillness, but something about that clearing felt odd. I couldn't place it. The grass there was flattened in spots, not by wind or animals. Just strange patches like someone had been laying down in several places, but there was no sign of anyone. No fire pit. No garbage. I brushed it off. Maybe deer had been bedding down there. I kept going after lunch, planning to loop around and come down on a separate trail I'd seen on the map. The woods got thicker. The ground was rough, covered in fallen branches and soft earth. It got harder to follow the trail, but I was still confident. I had my phone, a map, a compass. I wasn't lost, but that feeling started to creep in. You know the one. When it feels like someone's behind you. When every step you take seems too loud. I turned around more than once. Nothing. Just trees. Shadows. The sound of wind moving through branches. I pushed it out of my head. It was just nerves. Being alone in the woods does that. I kept walking. After another hour, I realized something was off. I checked my map and tried to find the trail split I was supposed to take, but it wasn't there. I had either missed it or it was overgrown. I decided to backtrack a bit, find a familiar spot, and take it from there. I turned around and walked maybe 20 minutes, but nothing looked familiar. No log I remembered, no strange boulder or bend in the trail. Just more trees. That was the first moment I really paused. My mouth felt dry. I took a drink from my bottle and told myself I had just gotten turned around a little. The sun wasn't down yet. I had hours of daylight left. Worst case, I had to sleep out here and hike back in the morning. I had enough to be okay for a night. Still, I picked up my pace. But it got worse. The more I walked, the less sense it made. I tried going downhill, thinking that might lead to a road or a stream or something. But the hills kept rising and falling in ways I didn't expect. The light shifted. Trees looked warped in ways I couldn't explain. Bent in odd angles, or with bark that seemed too smooth, too pale. Maybe I was just panicking. Maybe it was just how the light hit things. Then I found something. A rope. Not hanging, not tied to anything. Just a rope on the ground, maybe 10 feet long. It was dirty, frayed, but definitely a rope. Not something you'd find randomly in the middle of the woods. I stopped, looked around. Nothing. No bag, no tools, no people. Just the rope. I didn't touch it. I just moved on faster now. My heart was pounding. I kept checking behind me, scanning the trees. Nothing. But the sound of my footsteps started to feel wrong. Not just echoing. Like something else was stepping too, just a half second off. Not loud. Not clear. But there. I started jogging. Not full speed, but enough to make noise. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I just wanted out. I pulled out my phone, checked the map again. No signal. Not even a hint. I tried the compass. It spun slowly, lazily, and then stopped in a way that didn't line up with the sun. Maybe it was just my hand shaking. Maybe the compass was old. I don't know. Then I saw the jacket, hanging on a tree branch. Faded green, like army surplus. Just one sleeve looped over the limb, like it had been dropped or someone had tried to dry it. I stared at it for a while, looked at the ground. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of anyone, just the jacket. I left it. I didn't want to touch anything. The sun started dipping. The air got colder. I put on my own jacket, zipped it all the way up, and kept moving. My legs were getting tired. I tried to remember how far I had come, how far it might be back to the road, but it all blended together. The trail didn't look like a trail anymore, just forest floor. I heard a sound ahead. Not an animal, not wind. Something heavy, maybe a footstep, but only one. Then silence. I stopped walking, held my breath. Nothing. Then another one. Closer. I turned around and walked the other way. I didn't care about direction anymore. I just wanted to get away. I kept walking until it was almost fully dark. I had a headlamp, but I didn't want to use it. The light felt like it would make me a target, even though I couldn't say why. So I walked in the dark. The moon came up, weak and thin, barely enough to see. I tripped, fell hard. My hands hit something cold and smooth. Metal. I scrambled up, shined my light for just a second. It was an old car. Rusted. Windows gone. Trees growing up around it. The forest had claimed it. But it was real. Not crushed. Not destroyed. Just abandoned. The inside was stripped. No seats. Just a shell. I backed away and kept going. I walked until I couldn't anymore. My legs were shaking. I found a spot between two thick trees and sat with my back to one of them. I didn't light a fire. I didn't eat. I just sat there, knife in my hand, head on a swivel. Every few minutes I thought I heard something. A branch, a whisper, breathing, but nothing came. I didn't sleep, just waited for the sky to lighten. And when it did, I got up and started walking again. By late morning, I found a stream, followed it. It crossed a game trail, and that trail eventually led to a fire road. And that road led to the gravel lot where my car was. Just like that, I was out. It didn't feel real. The forest looked normal again. The birds sang. The trees looked the right shape. I got in the car, drove home, and didn't talk about it. No one would believe me. I didn't see anything clear. Didn't hear voices or see faces. Nothing that would make a good story. But it was real. Something out there was watching. Not helping. Just watching. I don't go hiking alone anymore. Not deep. Not where the trail fades, and the trees seem to lean in a little too close. I kept the knife. I keep it sharp. I don't know if it would have helped. But it's the only thing that made me feel like I had even a little bit of control out there. Like I wasn't just prey. That's the thing about fear. Real fear doesn't shout. It doesn't scream. It waits. Quiet. Patient. And when it finds you, you remember it. Forever. I didn't plan for the weekend to turn out the way it did. It started like any other quiet trip. I just wanted to get out of the city, clear my head, and spend a few days in peace. The stress from work had been building up for months, and I couldn't take another week of staring at computer screens or sitting in endless meetings. So I took Friday off, packed up my gear, and drove out to a remote area in the northern part of the state, near a stretch of land that bordered a national forest. It wasn't a marked campground, but I had read about it on a hiking forum. A few people had said it was quiet, beautiful, and untouched. That was what I needed. The drive took nearly 4 hours. I left before sunrise and reached the dirt road turnoff by late morning. It was rough going from there, narrow, uneven, and lined with thick woods on both sides. I drove slowly, watching for dips and rocks, and finally pulled off near a clearing that looked perfect. It was a flat, grassy space surrounded by trees, with a small creek running about 50 feet away. The air smelled like pine and damp soil. It felt good to breathe it in. I set up my tent and small folding chair near the edge of the clearing, where I had a good view of the tree line and the slope of the hills beyond. There were no other people, no signs of anyone else camping nearby. It was exactly what I had hoped for. I spent most of that first day walking the trails nearby, following deer paths and taking photos. I saw fresh scat and prints, mostly deer, but also a few that might have belonged to coyotes. Nothing unusual. I kept my pocket knife on me anyway. You never really know out here. That night, the air got cold fast. I built a small fire and heated up some canned soup, then just sat back and watched the stars. The sky was so dark out there, and the stars felt like they were just hanging above my head. I hadn't seen a sky like that in years. It was quiet, too, not silent, but natural quiet. No car engines, no phones buzzing, just the sound of the wind through the branches and the occasional owl call. I slept well that night. The cold air made it easier. I woke up once around 3 a.m. needing to pee and stepped outside. The fire was long dead, and the darkness around my tent was thick. I used my flashlight and moved quickly, trying not to step on anything in the underbrush. When I was done, I paused for a moment and listened. Nothing, just the forest. The second day, I hiked deeper into the woods. I brought a day pack with some food, water, my compass, and a map. I followed a narrow trail that led up the side of a hill. The higher I climbed, the better the view got. Around noon, I reached a rocky overlook where I could see for miles. Trees, hills, more forest. It really made me realize how far out I was. I hadn't seen a single person, car, or even aircraft since I left the main road. On my way back down, I noticed something odd. It was small, just a little detail, but it caught my eye. A branch had been snapped clean off a tree, about 7 feet up. That wasn't strange in itself. Animals break branches. Wind does too. But this one looked different. The break wasn't jagged like you'd expect. It looked almost like it had been twisted and pulled until it snapped. The bark around it was scraped downward. I paused, stared at it for a while, then shrugged it off. Probably a bear. Maybe even another hiker passing through. I moved on. That night, after dinner, I walked down to the creek with my flashlight. The moon was out, casting a dull light over the water. I followed the bank for a while, just listening to the sound of water moving over rocks. It was peaceful. On my way back, I froze. About 30 feet in front of me, near the edge of the trees, I saw movement. It wasn't clear at first, just a shifting of shapes. I turned my flashlight toward it and caught the briefest glimpse of something tall, something that moved quickly between the trees. The light hit it for a fraction of a second, and then it was gone. I stood still for a long time. My heart was beating hard, and my mouth went dry. I told myself it was a deer. Probably just a deer. Maybe a moose, though that seemed unlikely for this area. Whatever it was, I didn't want to find out in the dark. I walked fast back to camp, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. That night, I couldn't sleep. I laid in my sleeping bag listening for every sound. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me tense up. The fire was small now, just enough to throw off a bit of warmth. I kept the flashlight beside me, along with my knife. At some point, I must have drifted off, but it wasn't restful. I had that kind of half-sleep where your body rests, but your mind stays alert. I remember waking again, probably a bit before dawn. The sky was still dark, but not pitch black. And I heard it. Footsteps. They weren't heavy, but they were deliberate, crunching slowly through the leaves, coming closer. I sat up in my sleeping bag, holding my breath. The fire was nearly out. I reached for the flashlight and turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness, but I didn't see anything. I listened. The steps had stopped. I waited a long time before I got up and stepped out. I shined the light all around slowly, checking the trees and the path toward the creek. Nothing, but I felt something, like I was being watched. My skin prickled. I didn't go back to sleep. I stayed up until sunrise, then made breakfast with shaking hands. I considered leaving that morning, but I kept telling myself it was just animals. Maybe I was getting paranoid. I had 2 more nights planned, and I didn't want to waste the trip. That was my mistake. Around noon, I went back up the trail, this time heading west instead of east. I wanted to stay closer to camp. As I walked, I kept checking behind me. I tried not to let my nerves get to me. I focused on the trail, the sounds of birds, the sunlight filtering through the trees. Then I found it. It was a small clearing, maybe 20 feet across. In the middle was a pile of bones. They were picked clean. No meat, no fur. Just white, sun-bleached bones, stacked together in a loose pile. They weren't arranged in any kind of order, but the stack was too neat to be natural. Something had put them there. I stared at it for a long time. My gut was screaming at me to leave. I backed away slowly and turned around. I moved quickly, heart pounding. I kept expecting to hear something behind me, but the woods were silent. I didn't stop until I reached camp. I packed up most of my gear right then and there. I left the tent up for the night, but kept everything else in my car. I made the fire bigger that night. I didn't go for a walk. I didn't even sit and enjoy the view. I stayed by the fire listening. At some point in the night, I heard the sound again. Footsteps, slower this time, coming from the direction of the creek. I turned the flashlight on and pointed it toward the sound. Nothing. I held it there, hand shaking. Then I saw it. Just at the edge of the light, maybe 30 feet away, something stood there. Tall, maybe 6.5 feet. Thin. I couldn't make out its face, but it was standing upright still. It didn't move. I couldn't move either. After what felt like forever, it turned and walked slowly back into the trees. I stayed up the rest of the night with my back to the fire and my eyes on the woods. At first light, I tore down my tent, threw everything into the back of the car, and left. I didn't even bother to fold anything. I just got out. The drive back was long, and I kept checking the rearview mirror. I didn't see anything, but I didn't stop until I reached the highway. I didn't relax until I was back in my apartment with the door locked. I haven't gone camping since. I think about it sometimes, about going back and trying to understand what I saw. But I can still feel that sensation, the cold in my gut, the way the hairs on my neck stood up when I knew something was watching me. Whatever it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't anything supernatural. It was real. It was out there. And it wasn't afraid of me. I didn't imagine it. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I haven't told anyone about it. I don't see the point. They'd think I was making it up, or that I got scared of a deer in the dark. But I know. Something was there. Something is still there. And it knows that I saw it. I never used to think twice about long drives. In fact, I kind of enjoyed them. They gave me space to think, to just be alone with my thoughts, listen to music, and feel the road. But after what happened last year, I don't feel the same. It was supposed to be a simple trip, just 6 hours to deliver some equipment from our office in the city to a smaller branch out in the rural parts of the state. The route was straightforward, most of it highway, then a couple hours on smaller roads cutting through hills and forested areas. I started the drive around noon. The first few hours were easy. Just me, the open road, and a few energy drinks in the cooler beside me. I made good time until I got off the main highway. That's when things started to feel different. The road narrowed, the trees got closer, and the cell signal dropped to 0. I didn't think much of it. I had downloaded the maps and directions, and I had made this kind of trip before, just not to this exact location. It was late summer, but the weather had started to shift. Heavy clouds had rolled in, and there was a wet chill in the air that didn't fit the season. I figured rain was coming. The road turned rough, filled with potholes and patches. No other cars passed me. For about an hour, I didn't see a single vehicle, house, or even a mailbox. It was just me in the forest. About 30 minutes before I was supposed to arrive, the GPS instructed me to take a turn onto a road I hadn't noticed until I was right up on it. There wasn't a sign, just a narrow dirt path cutting into the woods. It looked more like a logging trail than a proper road. Still, I trusted the directions and turned in. The first thing I noticed was how dark it was. The trees on either side were so thick their branches touched above the road, forming a kind of tunnel. Even though it was just past 4 p.m., it felt like twilight. The road twisted and dipped more than I expected. My tires kicked up wet leaves and mud. I had to slow down to a crawl in some spots. The deeper I went, the more I began to feel something was off. It wasn't just the isolation. I'd been alone on country roads before. This was something else, a kind of weight in the air, like I was being watched. About 10 minutes in, I saw something ahead. A shape. At first, I thought it was a fallen tree or a large branch, but as I got closer, I saw it was an abandoned car. It was an old model, maybe from the early 2000s, sitting crooked in the middle of the path. The windows were fogged up, and the paint was dull, covered in leaves and dirt. I slowed to a stop a few feet behind it. The car looked like it had been there for a while. I waited a moment, not sure what to do. I honked the horn once. Nothing. The forest swallowed the sound almost instantly. I stepped out of my car and walked up to the driver's side of the abandoned vehicle. The inside was empty. No bags, no sign of people. Just an old coat draped over the passenger seat. The keys weren't in the ignition. I checked the road around it. No fresh tracks. Just mine. That car had been there for a long time. I couldn't drive around it. The path was too narrow. My only options were to turn back or somehow move the car. I figured if I could shift it just enough, I might be able to squeeze past. I popped my trunk to grab a tire iron in case I needed leverage. That's when I noticed it. There were drag marks in the mud. Faint, but clear enough to see. They started near the driver's side door and led into the woods. Not footprints. Just 2 long, shallow trails, like something heavy had been pulled off the road. I stood still listening. The woods were quiet. Not silent. I could hear wind moving the trees and the distant sound of birds, but something felt wrong. I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone had broken down, wandered into the woods looking for help, and never came back. That thought wasn't much better. I went back to my car, got in, and reversed a bit to give myself room. Then I slowly crept forward again, turning slightly and driving onto the shoulder, 2 wheels in the mud, trying to edge past the abandoned vehicle. The back end of my car skidded as the ground gave way. My tires spun, kicking up mud. I stopped, backed up, and tried again, this time with more momentum. My car lurched and scraped past the other one, the side mirror brushing the old vehicle. Once I was clear, I kept going. The road got even worse. Potholes turned into ditches, and at one point I had to drive through a shallow stream. I began to doubt the directions. Maybe I missed a turn, but there were no signs, no intersections, just this endless winding path through trees and fog. Then I saw the cabin. It was small and old, tucked into a clearing that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The structure leaned slightly, as if one corner had sunk into the earth. The roof was sagging, and the windows were boarded up. There was a single porch light above the door, but it wasn't on. I pulled up and parked a few feet away. According to the GPS, this was the drop-off point. But there was no signage, no other cars, no sign of life. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I got out and walked to the front porch. The steps creaked under my weight. The door was shut, but not locked. I pushed it open slowly. The smell hit me first, mildew, old wood, and something else I couldn't place. The air inside was cold and damp. There were a few broken chairs, a table with one leg missing, and a small wood stove in the corner. A staircase led upward, but it was blocked by a fallen beam. There were no signs of recent use. No footprints in the dust. No lights. I walked back outside. The clouds had gotten darker, and it felt like the sun was already gone. The woods around the clearing looked different now. Thicker. Closer. I started to feel something I hadn't felt in years, fear. Not the kind you get from horror movies or dark hallways. This was real, deep in my chest, tight and cold. I decided to leave. I'd figure out the delivery later. This place wasn't right. I got in the car and turned the key. Nothing. Just a click. I tried again. Same thing. My heart sank. I popped the hood, checked the battery connections. Everything looked fine. I tried the key again. Click. No engine turnover. I sat there, staring at the dashboard. Then I heard it. Movement. Not in front of me. Behind. I turned and looked out the rear window, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. I locked the doors and sat still. The sound came again. Leaves crunching. Slow steps. Then silence. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe an hour. It felt like forever. At some point, I reached into the back seat and grabbed the flashlight I kept in my emergency kit. I clicked it on. The beam was weak, but enough to see a few feet ahead. I opened the door slowly and stepped out. The forest was dead quiet. I pointed the light toward the edge of the clearing. Just trees. I swept the beam left, then right. That's when I saw it. A shape, standing just inside the tree line. Too far to see clearly, but it was tall. Maybe a person. I froze. The shape didn't move. I backed toward the cabin, not taking my eyes off it. I reached the porch, climbed the steps, and went back inside, shutting the door behind me. There was no lock, just an old bolt that barely held. I slid it into place and stepped back. I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of that cabin all night, holding the flashlight and listening. At some point, I must have dozed off. I woke up to light pouring through the cracks in the boards. Morning. The shape was gone. I stepped outside. The woods looked normal again. Birds were singing. The air was warmer. I walked back to my car and tried the key. The engine turned over immediately. I didn't wait. I drove out of there as fast as the road allowed, scraping past the abandoned car again and finally reaching pavement. The signal returned a few miles later. I called my boss and made up a story about getting lost and car trouble. I never told anyone what I really saw. Weeks later, I checked the satellite map of the area. The cabin wasn't marked. There was no road where the GPS had taken me, just dense forest. I haven't gone on a long drive since. It started with something as simple as wanting some space. Life was getting too loud. Phones buzzing, cars honking, people talking, shouting, moving all around me. I felt boxed in. I wanted a break from it all. So I packed a small bag, threw in some water, a few granola bars, a knife, a flashlight, and my old hiking boots. I left my phone at home on purpose. No notifications. No distractions. I just wanted quiet. Just one night in the hills to clear my head. I drove out early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen. The roads were mostly empty. I headed north, where the hills rose up out of the farmland, covered in dry grass and low shrubs. I remembered a place I'd been to once with my uncle years ago, a narrow trail that led up into a series of small ridges, not too far from the highway, but hidden enough that you felt like you were in the middle of nowhere. That's where I went. I parked the car near a dirt pull-off and started walking. The heat was already starting to build by the time I reached the trailhead. I hadn't done any real hiking in years, but my legs remembered the rhythm quickly. The crunch of dirt underfoot, the slow pull in my thighs as I climbed, the soft burn in my lungs. It felt good. The trail twisted and climbed for a while before leveling out near a small plateau. From there, I could see out over the valley. Golden hills rolled off into the distance, and a few thin clouds drifted high above. I found a flat patch of ground, dropped my bag, and sat down. The silence was almost complete. Just a soft wind brushing through the dry grass. I hadn't realized how much I missed that kind of quiet. I spent the day exploring the surrounding ridges. There wasn't much out there, just dirt, rocks, old gnarled trees, and the occasional rabbit darting off into the brush. I didn't see another person the entire time. That was exactly what I wanted. Just space, air, and the sound of my own footsteps. As the sun began to dip lower, I returned to my little spot and set up a rough camp. No tent, just a sleeping bag on a tarp, and my backpack nearby. I made a small ring of rocks, but didn't bother starting a fire. The warmth of the day still hung in the air, and I liked the idea of sleeping under the stars without the glow of flames. I ate a granola bar, drank some water, and laid back. The sky turned orange, then red, then deep purple. Stars blinked to life one by one. The moon hadn't come up yet, so it got dark fast. I pulled my sleeping bag up to my chest and just listened. Crickets. A distant owl. The wind slower now. I think I drifted off for a little while, though I wasn't sure. Something woke me. A rustle, maybe. A shift in the wind. But I opened my eyes, and the sky was still black. I couldn't see much around me, just vague shapes. I stayed still, listening. Another sound. Not the wind this time. A step. A crunch. Something moving. I slowly sat up and reached for my flashlight. I clicked it on and pointed it toward the sound. Nothing. Just grass and darkness. I held the light there for a few seconds, then swept it in a slow arc. My heart was beating faster. Still nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer. Or a rabbit. Maybe even a fox. I clicked the flashlight off and laid back down. But I couldn't sleep. My ears were on high alert now, tuned to every noise. Another sound. Softer this time. Not a step, more like a brush. Like something dragging lightly through the grass. I sat up again and listened. Silence. My chest was tight. I wasn't scared exactly, but something felt wrong. I didn't know why, but I felt like I wasn't alone anymore. I got out of the sleeping bag slowly, standing up as quietly as I could. My flashlight was still in my hand. I scanned the area again, this time stepping away from my camp a few feet. Still nothing, but my gut told me something was nearby. Watching. I felt exposed. I walked out a bit farther, maybe 20 feet from where I'd been lying. I kept the beam of the flashlight moving. I checked behind trees, down into small dips in the land. Nothing. But then, just as I turned, I saw something. A shape. Very still. Low to the ground. Maybe 40 or 50 feet away, at the edge of a small patch of brush. I froze. The light was too weak to see it clearly. I tried focusing the beam. The shape didn't move. It could have been a rock, or maybe a bush, but it hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. I took one slow step forward, then another. I raised the light again. Still not clear. I was about to move closer when the shape shifted. Not much, just a subtle motion. It wasn't a rock. It wasn't a bush. Something was crouched there. My body went rigid. Every instinct told me to back away, but I couldn't move. My mind was trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. Then the shape rose, slow and deliberate. It stood upright. A person. Thin. Tall. But wrong somehow. The way it moved. Too slow, too quiet. My breath caught in my throat. I turned and walked quickly back to my camp. I didn't run. I didn't want to trigger anything by showing fear. I grabbed my backpack and sleeping bag, stuffed the tarp inside, and slung everything over my shoulder. I flicked the flashlight back toward where the figure had been. Nothing. Gone. I didn't care where it went. I just wanted to leave. I started walking down the trail, using the flashlight to guide my steps. The path was narrow and uneven, but I moved fast. Every few minutes I looked back. Nothing. But I still felt like I was being followed. That pressure on the back of my neck. That prickling under my skin. I kept walking, moving faster with each step. My breathing got heavier. My hands were sweating. I slipped once and nearly fell, catching myself on a rock. I kept going. At one point I thought I heard footsteps behind me, soft, but matching my own rhythm. When I stopped, they stopped. I stood completely still for what felt like a full minute. Silence. I didn't want to shine my light back again. I was afraid of what I might see. Or not see. I just kept moving. It took longer to get back than I remembered. The trail looked different in the dark. I thought I was going the right way, but then the hills looked unfamiliar. I couldn't find the fork in the trail where I'd come up earlier. I started to panic. My flashlight flickered. The batteries were low. I shook it, smacked it against my leg. It steadied for a bit, then dimmed again. I was off trail now. Bushes scraped against my legs. Rocks rolled under my feet. My backpack felt heavy. I was sweating, despite the cool air. I was tired, but I couldn't stop. Then I saw it again. Not close this time. Maybe 100 feet away, down the slope. The same shape. Standing. Watching. Still. Too still. I dropped the flashlight. I don't know why. My hands just let go. It rolled away, the light spinning and casting wild shadows. I didn't go after it. I turned and started moving up the hill, through the brush. My legs were scratched. My boots slipped on the dry dirt. I kept climbing. At the top of the ridge, I looked back. The light from the flashlight was gone. So was the shape. But the fear stayed. I walked for hours. My legs ached. My throat was dry. I stopped checking behind me. It didn't matter anymore. I just wanted to get back to the road, to the car, to anything familiar. Eventually, I saw the faint glint of metal in the distance. My car, half buried in shadow, but there. I didn't feel relief. Not yet. I got in, locked the doors, and just sat there, breathing hard. The feeling of being watched didn't go away, even as I turned the key and drove off. Even as the road wound back toward the lights of the city. Even when I walked back into my apartment and shut the door behind me. I don't know who that person was, or what they wanted. Maybe they were just a drifter, a hunter. Maybe I'd camped near their spot, or maybe it was worse than that. I don't know, but I haven't gone hiking since. I haven't left the city alone either. It wasn't the silence I was afraid of anymore. It was what could be hiding in it. I had been driving for almost 9 hours straight. The sun was setting behind the hills as I turned off the main highway and onto a narrow two-lane road that cut through dense, wooded hills. My phone had lost signal about 40 minutes earlier, and the last gas station I passed was so small it looked more like someone's garage than an actual service stop. I had filled up anyway, just in case. I had no idea how far the detour would take me. There had been an accident on the highway, and traffic was completely stopped for miles. I wasn't in the mood to wait there all night. The GPS had offered an alternative route. It looked a bit longer, but it wound through the countryside and would eventually connect back with the main road. I figured it might be more scenic, too, and since I didn't have a strict schedule, I took it. It started out fine. The pavement was a bit rough, and I had to slow down more than I liked. But I passed a few farmhouses and one old barn that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. There were long stretches with no buildings at all, just thick trees pressing close to the road. The light faded fast. One moment it was golden and soft, then suddenly everything turned gray and shadowy. My headlights cast long beams into the trees, and I noticed that some of them looked twisted, their limbs bent in ways that didn't look natural. I told myself it was just the angle or my tired eyes. I adjusted my seat and took a deep breath. I'd been up since before sunrise. As darkness fell, I realized I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. Not behind me, not coming from the other direction. That didn't worry me at first. I was used to long drives, and I liked the quiet. But something about the way the road curved and dipped, the way it kept pulling deeper into the woods, started to feel strange. Like I wasn't just passing through these trees, I was being pulled into them. Then I saw something up ahead. It looked like a sign, bent at an angle, half covered in vines. I slowed down to read it. The paint was faded and chipped, but I made out the words. Road closed ahead. Local traffic only. There was no barrier. No cones. Just that sign. I should have turned around. I thought about it. But I also didn't want to go all the way back. Not if the road closure was just for a small repair or a bridge. I decided I'd keep going for a few more minutes. If I saw anything that looked serious, I'd turn back. I kept driving. The road got worse. Potholes. Loose gravel. Then the trees got denser, pushing in so close that branches started to brush against the side of the car. I was going maybe 20 miles an hour at that point, crawling along. That's when I saw the first car. It was parked on the side of the road, partly off in the dirt. An old blue sedan. Looked like it hadn't moved in years. The tires were flat, and moss had grown up around the wheel wells. The windows were fogged over, and the back windshield had a long crack running across it. Something about it made my stomach tighten. I told myself it was probably just someone who broke down and abandoned it. Still, I locked my doors. The road narrowed even more, and it started sloping downhill. The trees were so thick, now they blocked out the sky. It felt like a tunnel, the kind where your headlights can't quite reach the end. I drove slowly, scanning the sides of the road, looking for any sign of that supposed closure. That's when I saw the second car. This one was newer, a black SUV, but it was in worse shape. The front end was smashed in, like it had hit something hard. The airbags were out. The driver's side door was open. The inside looked empty. I slowed to a stop. I didn't get out. Something was wrong. This wasn't just a closed road. This wasn't just a detour through the country. This road hadn't seen normal traffic in a long time. And those cars, they weren't being towed. They weren't being fixed. They were just left there, forgotten. I stared at the SUV for a long moment. Then I pressed on the gas again. I didn't want to be on that road any longer than I had to. Another mile, maybe two. I kept hoping I'd see a turnoff, a sign, a light, anything. Then I saw movement. It was quick, at the edge of my headlights. Just a flicker, something low to the ground. I couldn't tell if it was an animal or a person, but it moved too fast for either. I sat up straighter and gripped the wheel. My heart started pounding. I was fully awake now. Every hair on my arm stood up. The road dipped again, and I passed another car. A red truck flipped on its side. Rusted. The roof caved in. The windshield shattered. It looked like it had been there for years. The trees had started growing around it. Then I came to the curve. The road turned sharply left, but there was something blocking it. A large tree had fallen, covering the whole width. It looked like it had been cut, not snapped. Clean edges. Not recent either. The bark was dry and peeling. I stopped. I had no choice. I couldn't go around. The forest floor was thick with roots and brush. Even if I could have driven off-road, I didn't want to. I stared at the fallen tree, and something shifted in the mirror. I looked up. There was someone standing in the road behind me. I didn't hear them approach. They weren't there a second ago. They weren't moving, just standing. Not close, maybe 30 feet back. Too far to make out details, but I could see they were tall, thin, wearing something dark. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. My fingers tightened on the wheel. They didn't move. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. Then they took one step forward. I slammed the car into reverse and backed up fast, jerking the wheel to turn around. The trees scraped loud against the sides. I didn't care. When I looked again, the person was gone. I didn't stop. I kept driving, now back the way I came. Every curve of the road looked wrong now. The trees looked closer, tighter. The air felt heavier. I passed the truck, the SUV, the blue sedan, all of them again. I kept looking in the mirror. Nothing. Then my headlights hit something new. Another car. But it wasn't there before. A white compact, parked in the middle of the road. No lights. No movement. I hit the brakes. I wasn't sure if I should go around. It didn't make sense. How did it get there? I'd just come from that direction. I would have seen it. There was no place for it to turn in from the side. Then the brake lights on the white car lit up. I didn't wait. I threw the car into drive, cut left into the trees, and floored it. The ride was rough. Branches slapped the windshield. Rocks crunched under the tires. I kept the wheel steady and aimed between the widest trees I could find. Eventually, the trees started to thin. The ground leveled. I saw a break in the brush and pushed through. I burst out onto another road. A real road. Paved. Clean. With a yellow dividing line and road signs. I didn't stop. I drove until I saw a town. A gas station. People. I pulled in and parked. I sat there for a long time, heart racing, hands shaking. I tried to look at the map again, but the GPS still had no signal. Later, when I got home, I looked up that road. I couldn't find it. There was no detour marked. No alternate route. No one seemed to know what road I was talking about. Even when I tried tracing the drive backward, checking satellite images, there was nothing. Just trees. Dense, thick trees. I still don't know where I was. But I don't take detours anymore. If there's traffic, I wait. I woke up just after 6 a.m., though I hadn't really been sleeping well. The cabin I had rented was dead silent, and even the trees outside weren't moving. I had arrived the day before, planning to stay the weekend alone in the mountains, away from work, from people, from noise. It was a simple place. No TV, no internet, just an old wooden structure with creaky floorboards and a tiny kitchen. There was a fireplace in the corner, but I didn't bother lighting it the night before. I had brought a heavy sleeping bag and a thick hoodie. It was cold, sure, but manageable. I had done worse in my college camping trips. Outside, the forest stretched in every direction. A narrow dirt trail led back down the mountain about 3 miles to where I parked my car by the ranger's outpost. The trail wasn't really made for vehicles, just for hiking. That was the whole point of this place. Remote, quiet, hard to reach. I had chosen it for that exact reason. I stepped outside, crunching frost under my boots. The air was thin and smelled of pine and cold bark. I walked down to the stream a little ways off to splash water on my face and fill a bottle. There was a moment when I thought I heard something move in the brush to my left, but when I looked, nothing was there. Probably a rabbit, maybe a deer. There were no bears in these woods. At least that's what the pamphlet said. After breakfast, just a couple of protein bars and some water, I decided to take a walk deeper into the forest. There was a long trail that looped around the ridge and came back from the south side. The whole loop would take about 6 hours, maybe more if I took my time. I liked the idea of being gone all day, clearing my mind, letting my body just move while my brain took a break. I had been carrying too much stress lately. Emails, deadlines, phone calls. I needed this. I packed a light bag with more bars, water, a small knife, my phone, mostly for photos since there was no signal, and a compass. I had looked at the paper map earlier and was pretty sure I could follow the trail without issue. It was only supposed to cross 2 other trails, and they were clearly marked. By 8 a.m., I was walking under tall pine trees, the sun barely cutting through. The air was still cold, but I warmed up quickly. My boots dug into the soft earth, and birds made soft clicks and chirps in the branches above. For the first hour or so, I saw no one, heard nothing unusual. Just wind moving through trees and the occasional creaking of a swaying branch. Around 10 a.m., I noticed something strange. The trail I was following had gradually started to fade. At first, it was just a few fewer footprints, then less compact soil. Then the whole thing became barely visible. I checked my compass, trying to make sure I was still heading in the right direction. Southeast, mostly. I figured the trail had been worn down or covered by fallen needles and branches. It happens. Still, I pressed on. I didn't feel nervous yet, just a little annoyed. I didn't want to get off track and have to double back. I slowed down and tried to make out markers, anything. Sometimes trees were painted with small dashes of orange or yellow to keep hikers from wandering off. But I didn't see any of that. I kept walking anyway, feeling like I was still roughly heading along the loop. Then the forest started to feel different. It was subtle. The trees were packed tighter together. The ground felt softer, like it was holding more moisture. I started seeing fungus and darker patches of moss, and the light was dimmer. Less sun got through the canopy now. I checked my compass again, but the needle was jittering. I tapped it, shook it slightly, but it didn't settle properly. That was when the first wave of unease hit me. I stopped walking and stood still listening. Everything was quiet. No birds anymore. Not even the wind. I tried to trace my steps back with my eyes, but the path behind me looked just as wild as the one ahead. I turned around slowly, looking for anything familiar, any shape or tree I might remember. But it all looked the same. I pulled out my phone. No signal, as expected. I opened the compass app. It didn't help much either. The phone seemed to freeze, and then the app crashed. I closed it and shoved it back in the bag. Panic didn't hit me immediately. I'm not the kind of person who freaks out. I told myself I'd just retrace my steps and keep walking north. Eventually, I'd hit something familiar. So I turned and started walking back the way I thought I came. 20 minutes passed. Then 30. Then an hour. Nothing looked familiar. I should have hit the stream again by now. The forest was changing again too. It got denser. Closer. The air felt heavier, like it was harder to breathe. My water bottle was half empty, and I could feel sweat building under my arms. Despite the cold air, my hoodie clung to me. I began seeing strange things. Trees with deep gashes in the bark, as if something had scraped them hard. At first, I thought it might be deer antlers or just natural rot, but the slashes were too clean, too purposeful. I saw 5 different trees like that within an hour. All had the same 3 parallel cuts, like claws. My stomach tightened. I started hearing sounds now too. Not birds. Not wind. Something else. Crunches. Not constant, just every now and then. Dry leaves being stepped on. A branch snapping. Always behind me. Every time I turned around, there was nothing. I looked for movement, watched the spaces between the trees, but saw nothing. Then I caught the smell. Faint at first, but foul. Like rotting meat. It came and went on the breeze. Made my eyes water a little. I covered my nose with my sleeve and kept walking faster. I broke into a full jog when I heard something heavy hit the ground behind me. It wasn't close, maybe 30 or 40 feet back, but it was solid. Like something big had just landed or jumped. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see. I just ran. The forest didn't let up. No clearing, no signs. Just more and more trees. My legs started to burn. My lungs stung. I had to stop eventually. When I did, I dropped to one knee and tried to breathe slowly. That's when I noticed the silence again. Not just quiet. Total absence of noise. My breathing sounded too loud. Even my heartbeat felt like it was echoing. I stood and turned slowly. That's when I saw it. A figure, maybe 100 feet away, just barely visible through the trunks. Too far to see clearly. It wasn't moving, just standing, watching. It was tall, broad, maybe a man, but there was something off. I blinked, looked again. It was gone. I turned and ran again. No thought, just instinct. My mind was spinning with questions, but I pushed them down. I didn't want answers. I just wanted out. After what felt like another hour, the trees thinned out. I saw sunlight break through the canopy, stronger now. The air cleared a bit. I slowed down and caught my breath. Then I heard water. A stream. I rushed forward and saw it. A shallow stream cutting through the forest floor. It looked familiar. I followed it downstream, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin, or at least the original trail. My boots splashed in the water as I half walked, half jogged alongside it. Then I saw the cabin. But something was wrong. The door was wide open. I had closed and latched it when I left. I was sure of it. I froze again. The forest behind me felt alive, like it was watching. I stepped inside. Nothing looked disturbed, but I could smell that same foul stench. It was faint, but it clung to the air like oil. I closed the door, locked it, and pulled a chair under the knob just in case. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall and tried to calm down. I stayed there for hours, listening. I heard footsteps outside at one point, slow and deliberate. They stopped right at the porch. Then nothing. No knock. No movement. Just stillness. I stayed up all night. I didn't even blink. Just stared at the door. When daylight finally crept through the curtains, I got up, packed my bag, and left. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't look back. I walked straight down the trail, never stepping off it once. I didn't care about taking the loop. I didn't care about seeing the sights. It took me 4 hours to reach the ranger's station. When I got there, the ranger on duty looked surprised. I must have looked like hell. He asked if I needed help, but I just shook my head and got in my car. I drove home in silence. No music, no thoughts. Just the image of that figure in the trees burned into my brain. I never went back. I never even checked to see if that cabin is still listed. I don't want to know what I saw. I don't care. I'm just glad I got out when I did. Because whatever that thing was, it wasn't supposed to be there. And it knew I wasn't supposed to see it. I had been working remotely for a few years and needed a break from the usual distractions. I found a cabin online, hidden deep in the woods of Oregon. It looked like the perfect place to disconnect, a small off-grid spot about 15 miles from the nearest paved road, surrounded by thick forest, no cell signal, no internet. That was exactly what I wanted. The listing mentioned it had solar power, a wood stove, and a well nearby. It looked clean and simple in the photos, and the price was good. I booked it for 2 weeks. I arrived late in the afternoon. The road that led there had narrowed into a rough dirt trail, barely wide enough for my SUV. I could feel the branches brushing against the sides of the car, and the trees pressed in close. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already behind the trees, and everything had that gray-blue tint that happens just before night sets in. The place looked like the photos. A small structure, weathered but solid. The front porch had a couple of old chairs and a stack of firewood. Inside was sparse but clean. A table, a couple of chairs, a single bed, a small kitchen with a propane stove, and a composting toilet room built into the back. The cabin sat on a small clearing, maybe 30 feet wide, with forest on every side. I unloaded the car and lit a fire in the stove. The temperature was dropping fast. After making some canned soup, I sat outside on the porch for a while with a flashlight, listening to the forest. It was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. It felt peaceful. The first few days went by slowly. I spent time reading, writing in a notebook, cooking simple meals, and going on short hikes during the day. The woods were dense and felt untouched. I didn't see another person, not even a plane overhead. I saw deer tracks and once caught a glimpse of a fox, but otherwise, it was just trees and silence. At night, I stayed close to the cabin. It got pitch black after sundown, the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. I had a flashlight, but I didn't wander far after the first night. It wasn't fear exactly, just caution. The forest felt huge and empty, and I didn't want to get turned around. On the sixth night, something changed. I had gone to bed early. It was probably around 9 p.m. I woke up later, not sure what time it was, but it was still dark. There was a noise outside. I lay there, holding my breath. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a steady crunch of dry leaves. Not fast, not heavy, just slow steps moving through the brush. The steps circled around the cabin. Not close enough to be right outside the window, but close enough. Maybe 20 feet away. I turned off the small lamp I had beside the bed. The fire had burned low, just glowing coals left. I waited. The steps stopped. For a long time, I didn't hear anything else. I didn't sleep again that night. When the sun came up, I went outside. There were footprints in the frost. Human. The stride was uneven, dragging in places. The tracks circled the cabin and then disappeared into the woods. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hiker got lost. Maybe someone lived in the area. Maybe it was just curiosity. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was hadn't just stumbled across the place. It felt deliberate. That day, I hiked out farther than I had before, trying to see if there were other cabins or signs of people. I found nothing, just more forest. When I came back, I noticed something I hadn't before. One of the chairs on the porch had been moved, just slightly. I couldn't be sure. Maybe I bumped it. Maybe it shifted on its own. But it looked like it had been sat in and left slightly angled toward the woods. That night, I kept the fire going and stayed up. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. Footsteps from the same side, this time slower. I sat in the dark, holding a heavy flashlight like a weapon. I didn't move. The footsteps stopped again and didn't return. In the morning, I found more tracks. They came from deeper in the woods this time and stopped about 10 feet from the window. Then they turned and went back. Still human, still barefoot. That detail struck me hard. It had been cold at night, freezing. Whoever was walking around out there had no shoes on. I wanted to leave. I started packing my things, but realized I hadn't brought enough gas to make the full trip out and back. There was an old gas can in the shed behind the cabin. It was half full. I figured I could make it to town the next day and refill everything, maybe even call the rental owner and let them know what was going on. That night, I heard something else. Not footsteps this time, but breathing, just outside the wall. Heavy, like someone winded, slow and deep. I stayed frozen on the bed. I didn't have a phone signal. No way to call anyone. I just sat there, holding my breath. It lasted about 10 minutes. Then nothing. In the morning, I checked. No tracks. No signs of anything. The frost had melted quickly, and the leaves didn't show much. I still packed. I wasn't going to spend another night there. I loaded the SUV and started driving out. The forest felt different, like it was watching me. I kept checking the rearview mirror. About 2 miles out, I saw movement up ahead. I slowed down. On the edge of the road, half hidden behind a tree, was a figure, just standing there. Bare skin, no clothes, pale, thin, arms close to the body. I couldn't see the face. I didn't stop. I kept driving. The road was rough, and I had to go slow, but I didn't stop. I made it to the main road and didn't look back. I got to a gas station and filled up. I went inside to pay and asked the guy behind the counter if he knew anything about the woods out that way. He just shook his head and said not many people go out there anymore. Said the land used to be logged, but had been abandoned for decades. I told him about the footprints. He didn't seem surprised. I didn't go back to the cabin. I messaged the owner once I had signal and told them I left early. Just said I had a family emergency. I didn't want to explain. They didn't ask for details. I drove straight home. Weeks passed. I tried to forget about it, but every now and then, I would wake up in the middle of the night, sure I had heard footsteps outside my window. I live in the city. I don't have woods near me. I never saw anything. Probably just my imagination. Still, I got rid of the cabin info, deleted the emails, blocked the rental site. I didn't want to see it again. I still go hiking sometimes. Still like the quiet, but I don't go far out anymore. I stay near trails, near people, and I never sleep in the woods alone. I step into the soft, late afternoon light that filters through dusty windows. The air is thick with the scent of old paper, faint rust, a lingering echo of past years. My boots press through thin sheets of broken glass scattered across the linoleum. The place is silent, save for my own breath and the dull hum of distant traffic. I move slowly, carefully, as though the floor might shudder beneath me, though the building stands solid enough. The old house was abandoned years ago, its walls quiet since life left it. I feel its weight around me, like a heavy blanket that refuses to lift. The ceiling sagged in places, dark stains seeping in slow drips that left faint trails on the plaster. A window frame leans crooked, and through the glass I see the lean, bare branches of trees outside, shifting in the cold breeze. I can feel that breeze now, ghost cool against my skin, brushing along my arms and neck. My shirt clings damply, not warm. I move forward, weight uncertain as I cross into the next room. I notice the floor is uneven here. One step brings a soft creak and a tremor beneath my foot. I pause, breath quickening. My heart thuds behind my ribs. I listen to the silence. Even though nothing stirs, something pulses in the hush, an undercurrent of memory, of the shape of life that once moved through these rooms. Dust motes float in shafts of light, drifting like slow dancers in the stillness. I watch them swirl upward or across, from a shift in the air, from a footstep I took. Each one glints, a tiny fragment of the past, caught in the beam. They cling to the faint smell of mildew and dust, rising from the floorboards and the stale air, rich with time. I walk, pulling my jacket tighter. The fabric rustles gently. The steps echo softly, once, twice, in crooked rhythm with my racing pulse. Shadows twist along the walls, uneven shapes that force my imagination to stretch. At the far end of the hallway, a door hangs open on its hinges. Paint peels from its surface, curling like dry skin. I move toward it, drawn by the contrast of that opening against closed rooms. Inside is a bedroom. I run my hand along the windowsill, grit crumbling under my fingers. A small, square mirror sits on a battered dresser, its glass cracked, edges dark with mold. I avoid looking into it. My own reflection feels exposed in a place like this. Instead, I reach out to touch the texture of the wood, rough, splintered where the veneer has worn away. I imagine fingers like mine, small, delicate, touching it decades ago, smoothing its surface. Then the owner's small drawer opening quietly, the same dust rising then as now. I step back. The floor beneath me shifts, almost gives. I hop back to firmer ground, heart beating wildly. I realize how little the building holds me. I am nearly weightless in its history, a strange, fragile thing. I move on, toward the far corner where sun rays meet dust, forming a kind of golden wall. The light falls across a tattered mattress on the floor, springs bent and broken, the fabric torn in places. I kneel beside it, studying the ragged edges and the thin stuffing spilling out, gray and flattened with age. I think of someone lying there, sleepy or sick, reaching for a drink of water, or maybe staring at that same crack in the plaster. I rise and turn away. Behind me, half hidden beneath the window, sits a stack of old picture frames scattered across the floor. I lift one carefully. Inside is the faded image of a young child standing beside a tree. The photograph is dulled and cracked, the colors pale like half-remembered dreams. The child looks lost, uncertain, towards something just out of view. I hold it gently, fingertips brushing the glass. A shard breaks away, shaving a small piece of frame into my hand. Warm blood wells where the splinter penetrates my skin. I press my palm, taste copper on my tongue from a drop of blood trickling to the floor. I release the frame. I feel panicked. I brush at the blood until the sting dims, focus on my steady breath. I continue. The walls thin into another chamber. Here, the floor has collapsed in part, revealing beams and darkness below. I stop at the edge. Dust and small bricks lie in the hole, broken into jagged lumps. I imagine crashing through, the snap of timber, the loosened rocks against my body. My pulse spreads frantic, warning me. I step back, aware that everything around me holds hidden danger. I walk slowly, balancing on the outer edge until I reach the next room, the old kitchen. Tiles cracked in places, counters worn and stained. The sink is filled with murky water, spider webs curled in one corner. I crouch beside it. The smell of rust and wet iron makes me think of spilled wine or red paint. I peer inside. I surprise a little frog or toadish thing, dark green and slimed across the body, clutching the basin. It leaps away, plops into the water, circles, then stills, almost merging with grime. I sit back on my heels. My body sinks down, dust rising faintly. I breathe. The frog's eyes blink, quick and unnerved. It flicks out a small, sticky tongue at a fly trapped beside the rim. Nature persists, even in abandon. I push myself upward and step outside again into hallway darkness. My shadow falls long, fractured by the crumbling walls. I breathe in and out, chest tight, gooseflesh tight across my arms. I pause, listening to the smell of old wood. I imagine the weight of time pressing on me, a dense cloak that I can't lift. I feel small, raw, alert. I round the corner into what must have once been a living room. The fireplace stands ruined. Ashes still remain in its hearth, odd considering how long no fire has burned here. I draw close. I press my hand against the bricks. They are cold, dust roughen my palm. I imagine flames once warmed them, sung inside those stones, soot rising to speak in smoke. I breathe slow. A thin beam of light falls from the tall window, illuminating a cracked mantel. On it, just edge balancing, perches an old metal lamp, rusted beyond use. I brush my fingers across its surface. The relief in the metal under the rust gives little clues of what shape it once was. Part of me aches to touch how men from another age held that same lamp, polished it, lit it when night came, then lifted it to reveal rooms filled with warmth and laughter. I step away and pace toward the center of the floor. I squint to see the carpet, threadbare, shredded, only a faint pattern remains. I trace it in my mind, pale lines of flower shapes, maybe once bright, but now shadows of gold and rose. I kneel and slide one hand across it. The fibers catch in my palm. I think of someone kneeling to pick up a dropped shoe, or a child crawling in play. The carpet is cold, stiff, coarse. I pull back with an unexpected ache in my chest, heavy and real. I sit on the floor, leaning against the wall. The wood behind me is splintered, the paint cracked and moving in tiny scales. I close my eyes. I let myself sink. I can feel the weight of the house in me. I taste the dusty taste of time. My brain flickers through images. Someone pressing their face to this wall long ago, or the house silent while a mother sat there and wept for a child, or a father raising a glass in a quiet moment. I imagine those ghostly images, in memory only not of ghosts but of people imagined from the shape of things. I feel the pulse of their absence. I open my eyes to a beam of afternoon sun meeting my face. It warms me, but soft. I stand again slowly. Tiny particles float in the beam. I follow them as they drift upward. I leave the room toward the front door. The studs along the hallway show through peeled paneling. I pass by a place where nails lined one board, like picture hooks, so many of them bent or empty. I imagine photos lining the walls, happy faces long removed. I imagine footsteps up and down these halls, laughter, arguments, quiet. At the door, I pause. It stands ajar. I push it, and it swings open easily, releasing a muted groan of old wood. A sliver of light falls across me from outside, wider now. I step through. Outside, the afternoon has turned toward dusk. The sky loose and wide, ending in soft golds and pale lavender. Outside the ruined walls, I breathe fresh air that carries faint smells of grass, earth, distant gravel shifting under tires. I feel calmer. The tension in my limbs lets go a little. I glance back at the house, its walls sagging, its windows empty eyes, the roof jagged against sky. Whatever danger had pulsed inside, it stays behind me now. A memory, a pressing weight, but not alive in the outside air. I walk away slowly down the path. The ground crunches beneath my shoes, loose pebbles and dry grass whispering. I carry a fragment of that place in me, its texture, its hush, its sense of what has been lost. But the world beyond the ruined door remains alive. I feel sun and wind and open space again. I walk on. Here, the world breathes. I can feel warmth returning to my limbs. The house fades behind me, solid in ruin, but powerless in the face of the light that grows. As I step onto firm ground, the evening air feels alive. I carry the memory of the house's hush, the dust, the ache in my chest, the ache in my senses. But as the light touches my face, I sense renewal in its warmth. The path stretches outward, toward an open sky, toward life that still moves and heals. I inhale deeply, the scent of grass filling my lungs, and with each step, each breath, I feel grounded again. I walk away, toward warmth, leaving the hush behind me forever. It started on a Friday afternoon. I was driving alone to a cabin I'd rented deep in the mountains, something I'd planned for weeks. I needed a break from everything. Life in the city was burning me out, and I just wanted quiet. No internet, no phone, just me, the trees, and a bit of peace. I found this cabin through a small local website. It was privately owned, not part of any big rental service, but the photos looked fine, and the owner gave me directions that seemed straightforward. I trusted it. The drive was long and winding. After 4 hours of highway, I turned off onto narrower roads, then dirt tracks that got worse the further I went. I passed small houses at first, then those disappeared too. Soon, it was just forest and the crunch of gravel under my tires. I drove for what felt like forever until I finally saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, tucked in between tall pine trees. The clearing it sat in was just wide enough for a small backyard, a fire pit, and a place to park. I got out, stretched my legs, and looked around. There was no sound except the rustle of wind through the trees. No birds, no animals. That struck me as odd, but I pushed the thought aside. I unloaded my bags, opened the cabin, and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. Everything was basic: small kitchen, single bed, bathroom with a weak shower. There was a fireplace, a couple of windows, and a table with a few chairs. By the time I got settled, it was getting dark. I made some instant noodles on a portable stove I brought along, then sat outside in the backyard with a jacket on. The sky above the trees was deep blue, and stars were just starting to show. It felt good. I hadn't felt that calm in a long time. I listened to the fire crackling, stared at the sky, and let my thoughts wander. At some point I realized how cold it had gotten. I went inside, locked the door, and got into bed. I left a window open slightly for air and listened to the wind brushing through the branches. It was peaceful until I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't know what time it was. There was no clock, and my phone was off to save battery. But something had woken me. I lay still, trying to hear past the thumping of my heart. There was a sound outside, faint but clear, crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves and dirt. I held my breath. It wasn't an animal. It was too slow, too deliberate. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, one side, then the back, then the other. Then nothing. Minutes passed. Maybe more. I didn't sleep again that night. I stayed awake, ears sharp, staring into the dark. But I didn't hear anything else. When light finally seeped through the trees and into the cabin, I got up. My neck hurt from how stiff I'd been lying. I opened the door and stepped outside. The ground was damp from morning dew, but I walked around the cabin, trying to find any signs of what I'd heard. There were no footprints. Not clear ones anyway. The leaves were disturbed in places, but that could have been anything. I told myself it was probably a deer or something similar, but I didn't really believe that. Still, I brushed it off and made some coffee. I was tired, but I didn't want to ruin the trip by overthinking one weird night. That afternoon, I hiked into the forest. The trails weren't marked, but I followed a stream uphill. The trees were thick, and sunlight barely got through, but it felt good to move. The air smelled clean. I walked for a while, stopping now and then to rest or take a photo. Eventually I reached a clearing, a little bowl in the land where the trees opened up. There were rocks scattered around, and the grass was taller. I sat down on a flat stone and ate a granola bar. As I chewed, I looked around and noticed something strange. Across the clearing, the trees were all stripped of bark at about shoulder height. Not all of them, just a few in a weird pattern. Long, clean strips, like something had been peeled off with a knife. I stood up and walked closer. The bark was shaved off in sections, revealing pale wood underneath. The marks weren't rough like claws. They were smooth like with a blade. I didn't understand it, but it made me uneasy. I turned around and headed back to the cabin. I I reached it as the sun dipped low. I felt exposed walking through the woods alone. When I finally saw the cabin roof between the trees, I relaxed a little. I got inside, locked the door again, and lit a fire. I made some more noodles and sat by the fireplace. I tried to read a book I brought, but I couldn't focus. My thoughts kept going back to those trees, the bark, the pattern. I stayed inside that night. No backyard fire, no stargazing, just the fire inside and the sound of the wind again. I lay in bed early, eyes wide open, waiting for the sound again. Nothing happened for hours. Then, just when I was drifting off, I heard it. The same crunching. This time it started at the front. I could hear the steps move across the porch boards, slow and heavy. I didn't move. My mouth went dry. The doorknob rattled once. I froze. There was no mistaking it. It turned slightly, then stopped. No knocking. No voice. Just that brief sound, and then footsteps again, going around the cabin. I sat up, held my breath, and waited. I thought about making noise, yelling maybe, but something told me not to. Something in my gut said to stay quiet. The footsteps circled once more, then faded into the woods. I sat there for maybe an hour, clutching the blanket, listening. But they didn't come back. The next morning, I didn't even check the ground. I just wanted to leave. I started packing my stuff. I stuffed everything into my backpack, rolled up the sleeping bag, and put out the fire. I stepped out to load the car, and froze. There was something on the porch. A rabbit. Dead. Its neck was broken cleanly, and its body was placed right at the edge of the door, like a gift or a warning. It was fresh. No flies yet. I stared at it for a while, then picked it up using a stick and tossed it into the trees. I got in my car and tried to start it. Nothing. The engine cranked but wouldn't turn over. I tried again. Same thing. I got out and opened the hood, but I didn't know much about cars. Everything looked normal. Battery wasn't dead. I tried again. Still nothing. It was like something was stopping the engine from firing. That's when I remembered something the owner had said in the email. There was a tool shed a bit down the trail behind the cabin. He kept some gear there, maybe even fuel or supplies. I didn't want to go, but I had no choice. I grabbed a flashlight, just in case, and followed the trail behind the cabin. The trail was narrow and overgrown. It twisted down between trees and dropped slightly in elevation. After maybe 10 minutes, I saw the shed. It was old, made of rusted metal sheets and wood, leaning to one side. I stepped up to the door and pulled it open. The smell hit me first. Rot and damp. Inside were shelves full of junk, old tools, buckets, tangled rope, gas cans, half-used paint. I searched quickly. There was a gas can, but it was empty. Nothing looked useful. I turned to leave, and stopped. There was a tarp in the back corner, lumpy and oddly shaped. It looked out of place. I stepped closer. My breath caught. Beneath the tarp, sticking out just slightly, was a shoe. A human shoe. I backed away slowly. My skin felt cold, and my ears were ringing. I didn't touch the tarp. I didn't want to see more. I turned and ran back up the trail as fast as I could. I reached the cabin, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands shook. I didn't know what to do. My phone was still off, and there was no signal anyway. I thought about walking back down the road, but I had no idea how far I'd get, and the thought of being in those woods again, on foot unarmed, made me feel sick. I decided to wait until daylight. I barricaded the door with a chair and table. I didn't eat. I just sat there, waiting for night to pass. Every sound outside made me flinch. The wind, the creak of trees, small scratches. I stayed up all night, not sleeping, not moving. The footsteps didn't come back. Not that night. When the sun finally rose, I waited a bit longer just to be sure. Then I got my stuff, left the cabin, and started walking down the road. I kept looking behind me every few minutes, half expecting someone, or something, to follow. But nothing came. I walked for hours. Eventually, I saw a small truck parked on the side of the road near a hunting trail. I flagged it down. The driver was an older man, wary at first, but when I explained that my car broke down, he gave me a lift into town. I didn't tell him the whole story. I didn't say anything about footsteps or the rabbit or the shed. I just thanked him and got out at a gas station. I called a tow truck for my car and waited. When it was finally brought back, the mechanic said something had been pulled loose underneath. A fuel line or connection, something not easily done by accident. I never went back for the rest of my stuff at the cabin. I didn't even contact the owner. I just left it all behind. Whatever was in those woods, it didn't want me there. and I had no interest in finding out what it really was. That trip was supposed to give me peace. Instead, it showed me something I still try not to think about. But sometimes, when it's quiet at night, I swear I hear those footsteps again. Not loud, just faint, slow, circling. I always tell myself that this will be the last time I do something so reckless. I tell myself that every time I push beyond what is safe. I tell myself that enough is enough. But thoughts like that drift away once the plan is in motion. Once I feel that terrible rush of being alone and stretched beyond what most people ever touch. That afternoon I parked my car against the sharp curve of the dirt road, not far from the cut bank that looked down into the ravine. The cliffs there drop fast and steep, lined with dead leaves and pine needles, the earth loose where rain had carved tiny channels that lead to nothing but splintered roots and stones. I came for the bridge, a narrow, old concrete span, maybe built when people thought these woods would become part of a highway project, but long abandoned. The slabs were cracked, reinforced bars showing in rusty lines, and underneath, the stream gurgled along among moss-coated boulders. I felt something in me pull toward that place. Maybe I wanted to stand on the bridge and look down into that dark water and feel small and less certain. To feel something that jolted me out of the dullness of everyday life. It was stupid, but I did it anyway. My boots cracked through the dried leaves as I walked deeper into the broken forest. The light was dim even in midday, filtered through brown needles and thick trunks. It was quiet, except for the low hum of wind in the pines and the tap-tap of my heart in my ears, louder than any bird song. I stood on that bridge, hands braced on the cracked rail. The concrete was rough under my palms, the metal bar cold where it showed through cloth. The rust had bled orange across my jacket sleeve when I brushed it. I leaned forward at the center, toes over the edge, looking into the swirling water. Loose stones tumbled down the slope under my foot, shifting earth into the stream. It should have felt peaceful, but every sound was too sharp. The water swirled and flicked light off wet rock, every ripple a threat. The air smelled damp and mineral, a smell I wasn't sure I liked. My chest was tight, as if the forest had squeezed me. I breathed in slow, trying to settle myself, but I felt every nerve alive and raw. I took a step back, but something deeper in me stayed there, hungering. I knew that hunger was foolish, but it was real. At some point I realized I had stayed too long. The sun had drifted low, shadows long and thick. I looked back the way I came. The path was just a faint line among roots. I knew I could find it again. My instincts as a hiker were good, but the forest seemed changed. I felt eyes watching. I told myself it was only my fear. But real fear isn't only in the mind. It settles in the chest, cold and heavy, pressing down. I heard a crack behind me, and my heart leapt. It wasn't a tree snapping. It was quiet, but I froze, lung tight, breath held. Then the snap again, closer, like a stick underfoot, but soft. I spun around. No movement. Just more trees, more darkness between trunks. My ears felt open, blood pulsing in them. My breath came fast. That moment stretched. I took one step, then another, heading back to the car, but not straight, sidestepped, scanning everything, alert to rustle, to drifting light patches in the gloom. I remembered how I'd parked. Against the curve where the road bent just enough to hide headlights from passersby. The area was hardly trafficked. I'd parked low, below the road. If someone came during dusk, they might not see the car easily. And I wasn't sure I'd heard anyone come. I was not afraid of people, at least I didn't think so. But now something unnameable hammered in my mind. I would not have time to explain. I would not want to. I just wanted to be safe away. I pressed on through the pine forest, trying to keep calm, guiding myself by vague, fading light. I kept an ear on every crack and rustle. My boots felt heavy and lead-like. Shadows jutted out along the ground, faint shapes that would vanish when I blinked. There was no trail. I couldn't tell what was moss and what was fallen bark. The slope beside me felt steeper than it had. My foot pressed down and slid on leaf-strewn earth. A jolt, a catch, but I stayed upright. A sharper sound behind me. My heart hammered. Had a limb fallen? Or something heavier? I forced my feet to keep moving downhill. I could feel the road though I couldn't see it. The loose soil gave way to gravel finally. The change underfoot was relief, a path re-emerging. Pale light shone ahead. I moved faster. The forest dimmed, and then I broke into the clearing. The car. The taillights still held some light where the sun struck dust on the rear windshield. I drove out, tires crunching gravel, radio silent, breath coming in deep gasps. No one else had followed. No shadows moved behind the trees. That night back home, heater rumbling low, I lay awake. The house was too quiet. I remembered the forest and felt it again, the dark between trees, the rustle. I counted each breath. I reminded myself I was safe now. Outside, the night breathed. I thought about turning on everything bright, staying awake until dawn. I did. I sat and stared at the living room wall, the dim streetlight shining through curtains. Every minute felt long. Every sound, from the pipes in the wall to the hum of the fridge, felt too loud, and yet I forced myself to stay. I made coffee. I paced. I checked the doors. I texted someone about how uneasy I felt, but didn't mention details. I just said, I'm not great, but okay. When the dawn finally came, pale and washing gray over the curtains, it felt like a promise. That night would end, that fear wouldn't hold. I stood by the window with coffee in hand, watching white light pool on the pavement. I felt steady again, though my heart still thudded. I opened the front door and stood in the morning air. It was cool and damp. I inhaled and let my shoulders loosen. I told myself, I did something stupid. I survived it. I'm here. It's days later now. I think of the bridge still, but it doesn't pull at me anymore. I picture it, cracked concrete, dark water below, edges flaking, and I feel thankful I left. I feel proud, in a quiet way, that I was brave, but also that I turned away when the forest felt too alive, too hungry. I learned that fear isn't only about what's out there. A forest isn't evil, and neither am I. Fear is something inside that tells you how much you value safety, belonging, home. That night taught me something simple. When sliding towards something that scares you, when your heart says that thrill, that rush, is worth the risk, listen. But also, listen when your heart pounds because it wants you to live. I am here. No ghosts haunted that forest. No monsters. Just something old and quiet, and me choosing to leave. I've stopped pushing that edge of risk. I still walk the woods, but only on trails I know. I walk without wanting to be anywhere but now, without chasing a rush. I learned the feeling of being alone, too close to something wide and wild. That feeling stays with me, but it doesn't rule me anymore. And every time I remember that night, I remember how sunrise felt. I remember that I came back. I remember that I'm okay. I never thought the road home could feel so unreal, so distant, and yet pull on me like a weight. I set out from the office just after midnight because I had paperwork to finish, and I told myself that the highway would be empty and peaceful. But as soon as I stepped into the car, I realized something was off. The air was thick, humid, even though the summer night should have cooled a bit by then. My hands clutched the steering wheel, knuckles pale, as the headlights pierced the darkness ahead. The road seemed straighter than I remembered longer. Every mile marker back home should have passed by quick, but that night, they came one by one slow. I tried to keep my mind busy. I thought about dinner, about collapsing into bed, about how everything tomorrow would feel routine again. But around the 6th mile, I saw a patch of gravel along the shoulder. It didn't click. Only when I passed it did I slow, startled, because my tire scraped, a low shudder going through the front of the car, and I felt the pop of puncture. I pulled over. The light from my headlights lit up the cracked asphalt, and a thin mist hovering low. So low I could almost touch it if I leaned out the window. I stepped out, eyeing the road behind me. Nothing. No one. Just the dark ribbon winding back toward the city lights I'd just come from. And ahead, just black. I crouched beside the flat tire, pressed my fingers around the rubber, looking for the tear. I found a long, clean gash, like something sharp had cut through. I looked around. No nails, no broken glass, nothing on the road. Just gravel. The mist curled over the shoulder, hiding what lay beyond. I felt a knot in my stomach. I didn't know if I should fix it or try to call for help. My phone had one bar. I tried. No signal. Panic threaded through me, but I took a breath. I opened the trunk, pulled out the spare tire and jack. Hands shaking, I began to jack up the car. Every sound felt amplified. The humming distant hum of tires maybe, my own breathing, the click and groan of metal. My phone buzzed once. I looked down. A message. Need help, from an unknown number. I stared at it. Was that someone watching me? I typed back without thinking. Who? The reply came fast. You're not safe. Keep going. My follow-up. Where are you? No reply. I swiped my finger. Nothing. My stomach twisted. I slammed the phone shut. I felt watched. The mist, which was still there, started drifting toward me. It seemed to move like a living thing, folding over the edge of the road. I fumbled with the lug nuts, cursed the strangers on the road, cursed whoever sent that text. Just as I loosened the final nut, headlights appeared in my mirror, a car inching up, cautious, headlights off, but high beams dunked the road in harsh light. A figure stepped out of the passenger side, tall, lanky, coat hanging off, boots heavy. The person stood a distance away, watching. My heart slammed. I fumbled with the wheel. The stranger took a step toward me. My jaw clenched. I didn't want to yell. What would I do if I did? Instead, I stood, brushing dirt off my palms. The stranger walked forward, silent, pacing behind my car. My mind screamed, "Why are you here?" I thought of running back into the car, slamming the door. But my legs felt rooted. The stranger stopped. I saw their face only when a passing car's headlights flickered across, hollow eyes. Not a creature, not supernatural, but their gaze froze me. Then they stepped closer. I froze. They raised their phone. My throat closed. They didn't speak. I backed up. My elbow hit the spare tire. It dropped, rims hitting hard, ringing out in the night. The stranger turned away, walking back to the vehicle, slipping inside. I dared to breathe, stood shivering. Was I imagining it? The neighbor car pulled forward and passed me, no lights, just disappearing around the bend. I grabbed my phone again. One bar still dead. I wrapped my arms around myself. I felt tiny in that empty stretch. I stared at my flat tire, at the loose lug nuts. In front of me, the stranger's car glowed with headlights on now, engine idling. Brakes squealed, tires rose. Then the car moved ahead slowly, turned around, and parked behind me. That was it. Now I was trapped. I slammed the jack down, wrenched the spare off, and lunged for the driver's seat. As I climbed in, tires squealed on gravel. Behind me, headlights turned on. I fumbled with locking the doors. My foot slammed on the pedal. I floored it. The engine roared. I hear gasps in my own head, reflex. The car lurched forward. I stayed on the shoulder, hair whipping around my face, mist swirling. Behind, I heard gravel crunch, felt them accelerating. My car rattled. I concentrated on moving forward. Mile after mile, roadside reflectors streaking by. My chest felt tight. I must have thought I saw taillights flicker in my mirror, but I kept going. The mist thinned. The black prison behind me started giving way to the dull glow of streetlights ahead. Then a sign. City limits, welcome back. I exhaled like I was drowning. The stranger car didn't follow onto the lit road. I dared a glance in the mirror, empty street. Only my breath, and the engine's hum kept me company. I slowed, hands trembling. My eyes flicked around the city edge, neon signs, open store lights, other cars, life happening. I pulled into the first open gas station. I parked under a bright lamp, leaving the engine idling. My hands shook too hard to grip the phone. I looked around. There was a clerk behind the glass, bright uniform. I got out, legs unsteady, walked behind the glass and told them I had a flat, asked to use a phone. No words to describe what happened. Just, something's wrong. Can I call someone? They nodded, worried. The clerk handed me the phone. My friend answered. I whispered the address. He dropped everything and came. I called the police as well, my hands still shaking. By the time the tow truck came, I was shivering in a blanket. The police took my statement. I told them just the facts, no ghosts, no other them. They asked if I was hurt, if I saw someone. I said yes, I saw a person. They made a report. I watched the camera feed from the station as they rewound, but the footage showed only my car, the empty dark road. No looming figure. I think my jaw hung open. The tape cut before and after. There was no proof of anyone else. I felt hollow. The police said they'd patrol that stretch more, check past calls. They were kind. I nodded. My friend drove me home and made me soup. We stayed in the kitchen. The streetlights outside cast long bars across the room. I told him I didn't know what happened, that I felt real fear, that it wasn't fairy tale but flesh and bone and something I couldn't explain. He held my hand. I felt safe, for the first time since the highway. Weeks passed. I tried going back to that road, but something held me back. I looked up accident reports. There was nothing unusual. No calls. No missing persons. Nothing about a stranger cutting tires. I used other routes. I felt lighter every morning that I didn't have to face the empty stretch. One afternoon, I drove past that same road on the freeway, thinking maybe, just to lay it to rest. I saw that shoulder. I thought I might stop, but something stopped me. I moved on. The road stayed behind me, asphalt dull and silent. That night, I slept. I dreamed of headlights and mist, disposable, unreal. I woke up calm. Real fear had its claws ripped out. I went about my day. Coffee, work, lunch with friends. It felt normal again. Some days later, I found a pack of maps dated to the road. I pinned them in my closet. One map had a dot marking the shoulder where I'd gone flat. Under it, someone, a policeman, had circled it and written check again in neat pen. I stared at it. Maybe I hadn't imagined everything. But that day, I didn't feel scared. I felt resolved. Because I was alive. Because I'd let the city lights bring me back. And because I'd opened the door to friends' help. I tucked the map away and thought, fear is a signal, not a sentence. And I'd made it back, for real this time. I never meant to get lost in the woods. It happened slowly, without me noticing until I was already deep inside. I had driven to the edge of town just after dusk, because I wanted to walk under trees and breathe in fresh air after too many nights cooped up inside. I took a narrow dirt path that looked well-worn. At first, the tall pines and birch trees overhead gave me a comfortable sense of cover, softening the evening light. I could hear the wind whispering through needles, birds chirping from hidden perches. The air changed. The sun sank fast, and shadows stretched long over the path. I thought I would make it back before darkness fell, but at some point the trail forked into smaller, twisting trails that all looked the same. I made a bad choice and followed one that seemed straighter, but it curved unexpectedly and grew steeper. My heart began to beat faster. I was already tense from having lost sight of the path I had come in on, the shapes of trees that I thought I knew kind of blending together. I didn't bring a flashlight. I thought it wasn't needed. That was a mistake. As I walked, the last bits of daylight faded. Suddenly I was in thick dusk, and the forest all around me looked darker by the second. The rustle of branches, the occasional snap of twigs underfoot, everything felt louder, sharper. The wood smoke scent from a distant fire pit drifted on a faint breeze, and then vanished, replaced by the earth-rich smell of damp needles and moss. My own breath sounded loud in my ears. I realized I was afraid to stop walking, because if I did, I'd freeze in place and maybe never move again. I kept going, picking one path after another when the trail split. Every route led deeper, and each seemed just as unmarked as the last. I listened for cars or voices, but all I heard was wind and forest sounds. I felt alone and small, far from safety. My phone was dead, drained battery. I'd been careless, using it for photos and navigation without checking the power. I cursed myself for that. Darkness closed in. It felt physical, like thick velvet pressing down. When I reached a small clearing, the moon had come out, just enough to light up white bark of some birch trees. Silver beams fell on low ferns, dappling the ground. Then I heard something that made my skin crawl. A low crack, like something heavy shifting branches. Not an animal, but too big for a deer. My heart thumped. I froze, every nerve taut. My eyes strained to see shapes in the dark. I thought I saw a movement on the edge of the clearing, between trees. Maybe a person, maybe not. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, exhaustion and fear doing that. I started inching backward quietly, trying not to breathe too loudly. The wind sighed around me. The crack happened again, nearer this time. And then another. Something was coming closer, something solid. My mind raced. A bear? A wild hog? I'd never dealt with anything like that. I forced myself to calm down, told myself to find a stick, something to defend myself. I scanned the ground, found a fallen branch, gnarled and thick. I held it in front of me. A shape stepped into the clearing. It was a person, clad in a dark jacket and jeans. I couldn't see their face. They stopped a few yards away, silent. I sank back, trembling. I didn't want trouble. I didn't want to make them chase me. I didn't step toward them. Neither did they step toward me. The forest felt impossibly still. Branches above creaked as wind came through. The person turned and moved off quietly, between the trees, back into the darkness. I watched them go until they vanished. I didn't know if they meant harm, or were just another lost soul. My throat felt tight. I gripped the branch so hard it cut into my palm. I waited, listening. Nothing but night and forest. I decided I had to move. Stay in place and I'd freeze, get lost, or something worse. So I headed out, blinded by blackness, unsure of direction. I moved slowly, touching tree trunks to guide myself. The forest floor was uneven, roots and moss, and wet leaves making every step risky. I stumbled once and twisted my ankle. Sharp pain that shot up my leg. I bit back a cry, slid down to sit on a moss bank. The cold damp seeped through my jeans. Panic clawed at me. What had I done coming here without planning? I forced myself to breathe. I set a plan. I'd follow one tree line that seemed to slope down, hoping it led back to road or town. I limped forward, brushing against trunks. The air got colder, moist. My breath came out in white puffs. After a long while, I began to hear something, a distant hum, like tires on pavement, or maybe a generator. I stopped. I listened. Yes, there was sound. It wavered, faint. Hope. I forced my mind not to derail. Step by careful step, I made my way toward it. My ankle burned, but adrenaline pushed me on. After maybe half an hour, time lost all meaning. I broke through tree cover to a gravel road. I knelt there, legs shaking, and tears came. I looked in both directions. One way, the road curved and vanished in darkness. The other way, if I headed downward, I thought I'd reach lights soon. I started walking, limping painfully. Gravel crunched under shoes. Everything was silent except my steps. Then I saw lights. Far, faint, but there. Finite. I kept going, and slowly, I could make them out as streetlights and a house at the curve. A single house on a quiet country road. A porch light glowed warm. I didn't stop, but forced my foot forward until I came close enough to see a car in the driveway. I rang the porch light courtesy button, fumbling on my hands and knees, mud on my palm and grass in my hair. A moment later, footsteps, then the door opening. A middle-aged woman in pajamas peered out. Her voice calm and kind, she asked if I was okay. I couldn't speak at first, but when I did, I croaked that I was lost and hurt. Her face went soft. She helped me inside without fuss. She gave me a blanket and ice for my ankle and water. I told her I'd walked into the woods and got lost. She nodded knowingly. Sometimes people drift in off those paths. She called the county sheriff with her phone. While waiting, I realized I was filthy, dirt under my nails, leaves in my hair, and a strong smell of pine on my clothes. I wanted to shower right away, but the woman told me food and rest first, then a warm bath. She gave me soup and bread, something simple and warm that felt like kindness in a bowl. The burning in my ankle receded with painkillers she offered. She said paramedics were on their way, but I shook my head. I'd just walk back to town in the morning, or get driven. I was okay in a good way. I hadn't been just minutes before. In the glow of the lamp, sipping soup, wrapped in a blanket, I felt safe again. The dark forest world fell away. The night outside felt far, and human hospitality was there. She let me call a friend with her phone. I told the friend I'd been lost, and they arranged to come get me in the morning. I spoke quietly, leaning back, feeling grateful. When I finally stood up, I could walk on my ankle slowly. Not fully steady, but stable. The woman led me to the guest room she'd prepared in back. Clean sheets and the quiet. I lay down and sleep came easily, deeply. The next morning, light filtered through pale curtains. My friend arrived, and I hobbled down with aid. I hugged the woman and thanked her. She smiled softly. She said sometimes people just need a hand when they are in the dark. I told her I'd remember what she did always. She waved gently as I left. Back in my car, heading home, I felt the memory of fear shift into something else. Humility, gratitude, a fierce awareness of how quickly things can go wrong, and also how much good there can be in people. I drove slowly, mindful of every bump, the forest now behind me, but the lesson stayed. I'd never again go half prepared. But more than that, I'd never forget the warmth of a stranger's help, how kindness can turn a night of terror into a story that ends safe, sure, human. I woke up before dawn, to the low hum of the highway outside my bedroom window. The curtains, thin and faded, let in the dull glow of street lamps, casting long, pale lines across my walls. I stared at the ceiling for a while, feeling the rhythm of the hum in my bones. I could smell coffee from the kitchen downstairs, already brewed and waiting. I should have been happy. I should have been grateful. But the air in the house felt heavy, like a page I had skipped in a book I was reading. Something had shifted. I slipped out of bed quietly, stepping onto the cold wooden floor. My heart pounded, not because I was scared yet, but because I felt a beat of unease. The whole house was still, except for the old refrigerator in the kitchen that hummed steadily, lights blinking. The coffee smelled rich. I should have taken a sip, but I didn't. Instead, I walked through the hallway, toes brushing along the rug, listening for anything out of place. The hallway was long and narrow. My apartment is on the edge of town, old bricks and thin walls. At times, distant sirens bounce off the corners of each room, flipping through rooms like loose papers scattered in the wind. I felt the ache in my chest tighten with each echo of sound. I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. The mirror was fogged from humidity, even though it was early. I wiped it with the inside of my wrist and stared at my reflection. My face looked drawn, eyes wide, ringed with dark circles, lips pressed tight. I didn't recognize myself. I looked exhausted. I dressed in quiet, practical clothes, a pair of worn jeans, an old t-shirt, a sweater that smelled of laundry detergent. Outside, the air was cool and damp. I went out onto the balcony, the rail chilled under my hand. I watched the highway. Cars cut through the darkness, headlights blurred by fog. I thought of how many people were in their cars, asleep or restless, unaware of the weight of the night pressing around me. Later, I walked to the kitchen. I took a slow sip of coffee. Strong. Bitterness rolled across my tongue, then settled warm in my chest. I sat at the small table, the one that had a chipped corner and a single drawer where I kept bills and junk mail. I stared at a letter, an envelope I had closed that very morning, and sat there. I couldn't bring myself to open it. I just stared. The minutes passed. Daylight seeped under the curtains. The hum steady, the coffee gone cold. I finally got up, put on my jacket, grabbed my phone. The plan was to walk to the train station, to get away from the claustrophobia of the apartment. Maybe to pretend that if I moved farther, I could keep the darkness at bay. My legs ached, tired too, but I stepped out into the hallway, then down the stairs, each slatted squeak like protest. Outside, I inhaled fresh air, sharp with that clean promise mornings have. The street was empty. A stray cat slunk under a car for damp. I watched it go. Then I started walking, boots tapping on the sidewalk. The fog lifted. The world brightened. On the way, I passed shuttered shops, plastic sheets fluttering behind metal gates. A bakery that smelled of yeast and sugar when it was open. A corner store window blank and unlit. The world looked like felt, muted in gray haze. As I crossed the street to the station, I heard footsteps behind me. Not hurried, slow, even-paced. I didn't turn. My stomach nodded, every nerve ready to flare. The footsteps continued. My heart kicked. I walked faster, ignoring them at first. But then I heard them match my stride. I glanced, saw a figure in a hooded jacket, face hidden in shadow. I could feel breath catch in my throat. Without breaking stride, I turned onto another street, deeper into the maze of alleys that fringed this part of the city. I kept going, weaving between buildings of worn brick, paint peeling. The footsteps continued, relentless. My lungs burned. Sweat glistened on my temple. I kept going. I could hear sirens now, closer, layered over the dull thrum of street noise. I saw the station ahead, bright lights, people milling. I broke into a trot. The footsteps behind me sped up. I burst into the station, doors sliding shut behind me with a whoosh. I leaned against the wall, heart pounding so loud I thought it might tear free. I looked around, people reading phones, sipping coffee, waiting, oblivious to me, to what had just happened. My breath came in ragged whoops. The station smells of cleaning products, stale air, and the faint bite of steel rails. I watched my hands shake. I checked the board. Next train in 8 minutes. I forced myself to move. I walked to a bench, sat down, knees quivering. Every sound echoed. People cleared throats, shuffled papers. A suitcase wheels by, wheels click-clack, footsteps and whispers all around. I closed my eyes. The minutes were long. My body tense, waiting. Finally, an announcement. A train rattled in. Doors hissed. I stood, pushing off the bench. I stepped on board fast, found a seat. The door slid shut behind me, sealing off the station. Everything changed. The hum of the engine was low and steady. The lights flickered above. The unknown presence gone. Only distance now between me and the street, the dark, and that stride behind me. I stared at my hands, reminding myself they were mine. I was alive, not broken. The train shook and then pulled away. Out the window, the station shrank. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, looking at tracks that disappeared into the morning. I felt breath come easier. I thought about the letter in the apartment. Maybe that's what I was afraid of. Not the stranger. Not the dark. It was that letter, sealed and waiting, not yet read. The unknown inside. But the walk, the chase, it made me see I couldn't stay. I couldn't hide. I needed to open it, face it. It was fear talking, telling me silence is safer. But I knew silence doesn't heal. I rode the train until the city tumbled away. Buildings low, then farms, wide fields, soft yellows and greens under early sunlight. The world looked bigger, kinder, somehow. I wrapped my arms around my chest to hold myself. The hum of wheels on track was small comfort. I reached my stop, stepped off. The air was open now, birds calling, wind light. I walked until I found a park, wet grass and trees. I sat on a bench again, the letter warm in my pocket. I stared at it. Fear buzzed, but it was quieter now. I breathed deeper. Then I took the letter out. No one was watching. I opened it. Inside was a letter from my friend, her handwriting curled in black ink. She'd written about her trip abroad, about how much she missed me, how sorry she was she hadn't answered my calls. She'd been meaning to call. She wanted to see me. She hoped things were okay. She included a photo of us from years ago, at a crowded fair, smiles wide, dirt under our nails, eyes bright. A memory. And that letter, soft paper in my hands, turned everything warm. The fear drained. The darkness peeled away. I sat there in the park, sunshine filtering through leaves, the letter in my lap, and I felt the weight lift, the knot inside me loosen. I thought of home, and how it could be good again. I thought of the clamor of worry, and how love, friendship, simple kindness open the door you fear. I thought about walking back, opening windows, letting fresh air chase away what had settled. I pictured calling her, letting my voice quiver for a moment, then steady. So I stood up. I folded the letter and held it close, a promise held in paper. I walked out of the park into the morning. The light was gentle, the air easier now. I felt ready, not perfect, but ready. And that was enough. I didn't even want to go on the trip in the first place. I'm not the kind of person who finds joy in silence or empty places. But I told myself that maybe I needed it. Maybe it would clear my head. Things had been piling up for months. Work stress, bills, small fights with friends that added up to distance. A strange weight in my chest that wouldn't go away no matter how long I lay awake at night. So I packed my stuff and left the city. I found a cabin up north, tucked in the woods near a small lake. It was about a 3-hour drive and far enough from the main roads that I had to take a gravel path for nearly 20 minutes before reaching it. The listing online said it had solar power, a water tank, and even a wood stove. I figured I could spend 5 or 6 days there, maybe fish a little, read a book, take walks, and do all the things people are always saying they want to do when they disconnect. When I arrived, the air was different. Crisp, clean, and dead quiet. I stood by my car for a moment and looked around. Trees in every direction, thick and tall, with no sound except for a few birds calling far away. The cabin was small and plain. Weathered wood, a tin roof, 1 door, 2 windows, and a chimney. The lake sat just 100 feet behind it, calm and still, with thin reeds poking out near the edge and tiny bugs skipping across the surface. I unpacked, set up my stuff inside, checked the solar battery monitor. It was charged and tried the lights. Everything worked. I tested the little propane burner, checked the water tank behind the cabin, and looked around for any tools or wood. Everything was simple and clean, but nothing fancy. Just how I'd expected. The first day was easy. I sat on the porch for a long time, doing nothing. My phone had no signal, which made me nervous at first, but I knew it was coming. I kept checking it anyway, like a reflex. By evening, I made myself some soup from a can and sat by the lake as the sun dipped behind the trees. I watched the sky turn orange and then fade to dark. I could hear insects chirping and something splashing every now and then in the water, probably frogs or fish. I wasn't used to it, but I told myself it was normal. Nature was supposed to sound like that. The second day, I went for a walk. There was a trail off to the east side of the cabin, mostly flat and wide enough to follow. It looked like animals used it more than people, but it was clear enough to walk. I took my flashlight, a bottle of water, and a snack just in case I lost track of time. The trees went on forever. After about an hour, I stopped and looked back. I couldn't see the cabin, only trees. It hit me then how alone I really was. I tried to shake it off and keep walking, but I didn't like the way it made my chest feel tight. That night I couldn't sleep. The cabin creaked. I knew wood did that, expanding and shrinking with temperature. But every sound felt too sharp. I heard tapping once, right before midnight. Not like knocking, more like something brushing lightly against the side of the cabin. I got up, checked the windows, looked out, saw nothing. I stood there for a while, breathing slowly, trying to hear it again. But it stopped. I told myself it could have been wind or a branch. I went back to bed and stared at the ceiling until I passed out. The third day I felt off. I couldn't explain it, just an itch in my skin and a heaviness in my stomach. I stayed close to the cabin, read part of a book I brought, sat by the lake again. I thought I saw movement in the trees across the water, but every time I looked up, there was nothing. Just trees swaying. No birds that day either, now that I think about it. The woods were too quiet. Later that afternoon, I went to check the water tank and saw something that made my mouth go dry. There were marks in the dirt near the back wall of the cabin. Not boot prints, not shoes. Just long, shallow grooves like something had been dragged. Not deep, but visible. They stretched about 10 feet, then stopped near a small tree. I bent down and looked closer. The ground was too dry to hold much detail, but the marks were recent. The leaves and dust around them hadn't blown back over. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. My brain kept trying to come up with answers. Maybe an animal, maybe something slid down from the roof. Maybe I did it somehow without realizing. But I couldn't make it fit. That night, I didn't even pretend to sleep. I stayed up with my flashlight in my hand and the small hatchet I found hanging on the wall. Every sound made me flinch. There were a few times I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and steady, circling the cabin. But whenever I leaned close to the window, it stopped. There was never anything there. I didn't open the door. I told myself not to be stupid. When morning finally came, I opened the door and stepped out. The air was cold and still. I walked around the cabin slowly, checking every corner. Nothing. No marks in the dirt this time. No sign of anything. But something felt different. I can't explain it exactly. Just a feeling, like being watched. I tried to brush it off, but it stayed in the back of my mind. The fourth day, I decided to leave the trail and go further into the woods. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to prove something to myself, like I wasn't scared. I brought more supplies this time. I marked a tree near the cabin with my knife, so I wouldn't lose my place. I walked for hours. The trees started to look the same. The trail disappeared behind me, and I realized I hadn't marked enough. I turned to go back, but every direction looked wrong. I kept telling myself not to panic, to look for landmarks, but nothing stood out. The sky was getting darker through the canopy. Eventually I found my own boot prints in the dirt. That saved me. I followed them back, step by step, until I saw the tree I had marked. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until I made it back to the cabin and almost collapsed on the porch. My legs were shaking. I didn't eat dinner that night. I just sat by the window, watching the edge of the woods until the stars came out. The next morning, my fifth day, I found something on the porch. A small pile of rocks. Not random. Stacked. 5 stones, carefully balanced, right in front of the door. They hadn't been there the night before. I would have seen them. They weren't from the ground nearby either. The stones around the cabin were a different color and shape. These were smooth and dark, almost black like river rocks. I didn't touch them. I stood there staring for a long time. My skin felt like it was buzzing. I looked around, scanning the trees. Nothing. No sound. No birds. Just that thick, dead silence. That was when I decided I needed to leave. I went back inside, packed up quickly, loaded the car. I turned the key. Nothing. It didn't even try to turn over. Just silence. I tried again. Same result. The car had been working fine. I had barely driven it. The battery was fine. I checked under the hood, tried every basic trick I knew, but it was dead. Completely. Like something had drained it dry. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat with my back against it. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I had no way to call for help. No one knew exactly where I was. I had told a friend the general area, but not the exact spot. It hit me then how stupid that was. That night I didn't sleep. I sat by the window, staring out. The pile of rocks was still there. At one point, around 2 a.m., I saw something move between the trees. A tall shape. Thin. Upright. but not walking like a person. More like swaying. Just for a second. Then gone. I stayed frozen in place until the sun came up. On the 6th day, I started thinking about walking out. I knew the gravel road was about 5 or 6 miles away. It would take a few hours, but I could do it. I packed water, snacks, the flashlight, the hatchet. I kept telling myself I could make it. But when I opened the door, the rocks were gone. Just gone. No marks. No scattered stones. Like they'd never been there. I stepped off the porch and looked around. That buzzing feeling was back, stronger now, crawling under my skin like electricity. I didn't hear anything. No wind. No birds. No insects. Just dead silence. I started walking toward the gravel road. I tried to keep my pace steady, but I was moving fast. The woods felt closer now, like the trees were leaning in. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every few minutes I stopped and turned around, but I never saw anything. At one point, I thought I heard breathing. Not mine. Deep, slow, and just behind me. I spun around, nothing. I kept walking. Eventually, I saw the break in the trees that led to the gravel road. I almost cried. I ran the last stretch. When my boots hit the gravel, I collapsed to my knees and just sat there. I walked for almost an hour along the gravel road until a ranger truck came around the bend. I stood in the middle of the road and waved both arms like a maniac. The driver stopped and rolled down the window. I didn't say much, just asked for a ride back to the main road. I didn't tell him about the rocks or the sounds or the marks. I didn't say anything about the tall shape or the silence or the dead car. I just said the cabin gave me the creeps and I wanted out. He didn't ask much. Maybe he didn't want to know. I made it home that night. I left the car. I never went back for it. A month later, I paid a tow service to haul it out. They said it was fine. No battery issue, nothing drained. No reason it shouldn't have started. But I knew better. I didn't argue. I've never gone back to the woods since. I stay in the city now. I keep my phone charged, my doors locked, and my windows closed at night. Sometimes, though, when everything is quiet, I remember that silence. That heavy, thick silence where even the birds won't sing. And I swear I can still feel that buzzing under my skin. Like something never really let me go. I was driving across the state on a long, flat highway that seemed to stretch forever. It was late afternoon when I started the drive, and I knew I wouldn't make it home until sometime after midnight. I had done this route before, but this time I was feeling more tired than usual. I hadn't slept well the night before, and the steady hum of the engine and the heat from the sun made it harder to stay alert. Still, I had to push through. The road was empty for long stretches, just desert and dry fields on both sides. The sun slowly dipped down as I passed the halfway mark. The sky turned a mix of orange and red, and then eventually gray. I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, between two tiny towns, when the sun finally disappeared. The highway lights were rare, and the only thing lighting my way was my own headlights. Around 9 p.m., my phone buzzed. Low battery. I didn't have a charger with me. I thought about stopping at the next gas station, but I hadn't seen one in miles, and my tank was still half full. I figured I'd make it without needing to stop. The road sign said the next town was about 70 miles away. I kept driving. After another 30 minutes, I noticed something strange. A white sedan was behind me. Not tailgating or flashing lights or anything, but it had been there for a while, always keeping the same distance. Every time I glanced in the mirror, it was still there. I slowed down slightly, and it slowed too. I sped up, it did the same. There were no exits or turns for a long while, so I couldn't tell if it was just going the same way as me, or if it was following me. I kept my eyes on the mirror more than the road. The distance between us never changed. It was too steady, too perfect. I turned off the music, so I could concentrate. The night felt heavier. I hadn't seen another car coming the other way in what felt like an hour. No buildings, no signs, nothing. Just darkness, and that one car behind me. After another 10 miles, I decided to pull over onto a small turnout on the side of the road. I figured maybe if it passed me, I could stop worrying. I slowed down and pulled onto the gravel. The car behind me slowed too. I stopped. The white sedan stopped too. Not close behind me, but back a ways, still on the road. Its headlights stayed on. It didn't move. I waited a few minutes. Nothing. No one got out. No honks. Just sitting there. I started to feel something crawling under my skin. My chest felt tight. I put the car back in drive and pulled back onto the road. The white sedan followed. Same pace, same distance. I started thinking maybe I was just tired and imagining the worst. But it didn't feel right. I hadn't seen a car in miles, and now this one had stuck behind me for over an hour. I tried calling someone, but my phone died right after I unlocked the screen. Black. Useless. I dropped it on the passenger seat. I drove faster. Not speeding like crazy, but enough to see if they'd match it. They did. I kept driving, heart beating faster. I needed to find a place to stop where there were people. But there were no lights on the horizon, no signs of a town or even a gas station. Just black road, yellow stripes, and empty silence. About 15 minutes later, I saw a small dirt road leading off to the left. No sign, no lights, just a path. I made a sudden turn onto it without using my signal, hoping to throw them off. I sped down the dirt path, dust kicking up behind me. It was bumpy and narrow, with brush scraping against the sides of my car. After about half a mile, I stopped and killed the engine. I turned off the lights. Total darkness. I sat there, heart pounding, listening. My windows were down a few inches, and the air was hot and still. I waited. A few minutes passed. Then I saw it. Headlights, slowly moving down the road I had turned off. The same white sedan, crawling along the dirt path, coming straight toward me. I could barely breathe. I turned the key and started the car again. I couldn't see anything behind me, but I reversed anyway, tires spinning slightly in the loose dirt. I turned the car around and sped back toward the highway, hoping to get out before they blocked the path. I hit the pavement again and floored it. I didn't look back right away. I just drove. Then I glanced in the mirror. Headlights behind me again. Same distance. Still there. I drove for what felt like an hour with them behind me. The next town couldn't be far now. I just had to keep going. Then I saw it, a green sign, 12 miles to Pine Flat. A small town, but better than nothing. I kept driving, counting down every mile. When I finally saw the lights of the gas station on the edge of town, I didn't hesitate. I pulled in fast, parked right near the front doors, and jumped out. I looked back. The white sedan passed by on the highway without slowing down. Just kept going. I stood there, staring after it, waiting for it to turn around. But it didn't. Just disappeared down the road. I went inside the station. It was mostly empty. I used their charger station to get my phone powered on. I didn't even care about calling anyone anymore. I just needed to calm down. I sat there for a while, watching cars come and go. I didn't see the sedan again. Eventually, I got back in my car and finished the drive home. No one followed me after that. I told myself it was probably just someone driving the same route who didn't even realize how creepy it looked. But deep down, I knew better. They had followed me onto that dirt road. They stopped when I stopped. They kept the same distance for miles. No normal driver does that. I never saw the car again. But now, every time I drive a long stretch of highway at night, I check the mirror more often than I should. I never let my phone battery run low anymore. And I always bring a charger. Because you never know who might be behind you in the dark, and you never know what they want. I don't know why I agreed to help him. He wasn't even that close of a friend, just someone I knew through mutual friends. But he asked if I could help him move some stuff out of his late uncle's place, an old house out in a rural area I had never heard of before. He said his uncle passed away recently, and the family needed to clear out the property. It was one of those odd situations where they couldn't sell the land until everything was removed. Sounded simple enough. One day of lifting, packing, and probably throwing away junk. We met early in the morning at a gas station on the edge of town, then followed a long, winding road deep into the countryside. I could tell right away we were headed somewhere really out of the way. The trees on both sides of the road started getting thicker, and the cell signal dropped to nothing. The road turned to gravel, then to dirt. There weren't any houses around, just empty fields and forest. Finally, we pulled into the overgrown driveway of the property. The house was old, not falling apart, but definitely neglected. 2 stories, wooden siding that had gone gray with time, shutters hanging off their hinges, weeds growing up to the windows. There was a barn too, a little ways back behind the house, with a collapsed roof and rusted equipment lying around it. Everything had that smell of dry rot, mold, and earth that old buildings get when they're left alone for too long. We started with the house. Most of the furniture was still inside. Chairs, a sofa, a kitchen table with only 2 legs still attached. Drawers were full of old tools, batteries, papers, some of it totally ruined from time and moisture. We spent hours loading the usable stuff into the truck. It wasn't fun work, but it was quiet and uneventful. Around midday, we took a break and ate in the truck, watching the trees sway in the breeze. It was weird how quiet it was. No cars, no people, just wind and birds. After lunch, he said we should check the barn. Most of it was junk, he figured, but there might be tools or scrap that someone in the family could use. I followed him as we walked around the back of the house toward the barn. The air felt different there, still heavier somehow. The barn sat low in a dip in the land, surrounded by tall trees. The sunlight didn't reach it properly. The shadows stretched across the roof like fingers. I tried to ignore how uneasy I felt. We stepped inside. It smelled worse than the house. Animal droppings, rotting wood, something else I couldn't place. Maybe mold or stagnant water. The floor creaked under every step, and some of the boards bowed under our weight. We were careful. The roof had caved in on one side, letting in a shaft of sunlight that lit up particles of dust hanging in the air. There were a few stalls, old shelves, broken furniture, and a heap of rusted tools in a corner. He started digging through a metal box, pulling out a few items. I wandered off to the other side, toward a stall door that was half open. Something had caught my eye. It looked like a large tarp or sheet bunched up on the ground. I stepped closer, trying to see. The tarp was thick, heavy-duty, and stained dark in several places. I reached down to shift it, and something under it clinked. I pulled the tarp aside slowly, and underneath it were several metal cages. Small ones, like the kind used for animals. They were rusted, bent in places, and inside one of them was a thick collar with a chain attached. The collar was too big for a dog. The chain was heavy. Thick links, the kind you'd use to tow a car. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it would be here, why it would be in a cage. I reached for the collar. As I touched it, something sharp jabbed my finger. I yanked my hand back. There were small nails, almost like spikes, welded into the inner edge of the collar. Whoever wore that thing, it was meant to hurt them. I looked around and realized something else. The walls of this stall had deep gouges in them. Scratches, over and over again, carved into the wood. The kind an animal might make if it was trying to escape. But they were too high up and too uniform. I suddenly felt very cold. I stepped back, heart starting to race, and looked down at the floor. There were stains, dark ones, soaked deep into the wood. Some recent, some older. My breath caught in my throat. I turned back toward him. He was still sorting through tools, completely unaware. I called out, telling him to come look at what I found. He glanced up and wandered over, and when he saw the cage and collar, his face went pale. He didn't say anything, just stared. We didn't stay much longer in the barn. He said we had enough stuff loaded, and there wasn't much worth saving. I could tell he wanted to get out of there. So did I. We got back in the truck and started driving, neither of us saying much. As we left the property, I looked back once and saw the house disappearing behind the trees. On the way back, we finally talked. He admitted his uncle had been strange, kept to himself, had a rough past, spent time in prison when he was younger. No one ever said why. Lived alone for years. Family didn't visit. They thought he just liked the isolation. After that day, I didn't talk to him again. He messaged once to say thanks, and I never replied. But something started bothering me more and more. A few weeks later, I couldn't stop thinking about the barn. The collar, the cage, the scratches, the stains. So I started doing some digging, looking through local news articles, police reports, old forums. Took me days, but eventually I found something. Back in the late 90s, a girl went missing near that area. 13 years old. Never found. The search lasted months. Nothing came of it. A few years later, another report of a missing teenager. Then another. All of them lived within a 30-mile radius of that house. All disappeared without a trace. The cases were never linked. There just wasn't enough evidence. But I kept digging. The uncle had lived there since 1984. Quiet, off the grid. No neighbors. No visitors. The kind of place where no one would hear you scream. The more I found, the more convinced I became that something terrible had happened there. But the place was already being demolished. The family had decided to tear down both the house and barn, build something new, wipe the slate clean. So I never went back. But I think about it all the time. About how those scratches looked like fingernails, not claws. About how that collar was meant for someone who walked upright. About how that barn wasn't for storing animals or tools. It was for keeping something or someone locked up. I don't tell people about what I saw. No one would believe me. There's no proof. And even if there was, it's long gone now. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever happened in that barn didn't end with his uncle, and that I wasn't supposed to find it. I stayed awake too late that night. The light in my living room flickered when the bulb started dying, and I thought I saw a thin shadow drifting along the wall. I was tired and knew I shouldn't stay up, but something kept me rooted in place, eyes fixed on the wall as the thin line of darkness shivered and changed. I felt my heart thump in my chest. I had moved into the house a few months earlier. It was an old place, wooden floors that creaked underfoot, paint peeling on the windowsills, a cold draft that slipped in from the attic when the wind picked up. I told myself I would fix it, patch the paint, seal the windows, but life got busy. I worked until late, came home, ate, slept, went to work again. The house stood there, half forgotten, alive with quiet tensions. I heard creaking in the middle of the night. I told myself it was the wood settling. I heard footsteps, soft and slow, on the stairs when no one else lived in the house. I told myself it was the wind or some house quirk. But at midnight, I lay awake, senses tight, feeling I was not alone. That night, I turned on a small lamp beside the couch so the flicker of the main bulb wouldn't scare me. The lamp burned steadily, but I kept my eyes trained on that flickering light. My chest tightened whenever I looked away. I told myself it was all in my head. I stared and stared until the dark shape solidified into something that felt strange, heavy, and waiting. It wasn't a person or an animal, nothing I could name. Just a darkening of the space I knew well. I listened. Silence more solid than the dark. My skin felt clammy. I tried to push away the thought, there's nothing here. The next moment, I felt air shift, like a breath that wasn't mine brushing across the back of my neck. I shivered without moving. My arms stayed still at my sides. The lamp glowed in the corner, everything else quiet. The dark shape pulsed around the edges of my vision. I could not say how long I just sat there, scared to blink. The shape seemed to thicken, pressing toward me, weightless but heavy in intent. I felt the walls close in, the ceiling bear down, the floor tilt beneath me. Every noise in the house sent my heart spiking. The tapping drip of water from a loose pipe, the distant hum of traffic, the soft scurry of rats in the walls, all magnified. The dark shape seemed to seep into the cracks of light. I wanted to cry out, but I had nothing to say. No words. I waited with my mind frozen, thinking, just stay still, just stay quiet, don't move, don't breathe too hard. I remembered the wood panel above the fireplace. It was cracked, and I wondered how long that crack had been there. I thought of the attic stairs swaying, of the basement door I never fully shut. I thought of the wind rattling the porch boards outside, of the single dead tree at the far corner of the yard. All those small things left undone, half cared for, half ignored. In my mind they assembled into a scene of things left unfinished, unattended. The dark shape felt like all those things coming alive. Then the lamp flickered. Its light dimmed and pulsed. The darkness flicked back. My heart pounded. I realized I could stand up, walk to the lamp, unscrew the bulb, replace it. I could take control. My legs felt shaky, but I moved. Each step was measured. I rose from the couch, hands stiff. I walked slowly toward the lamp. The dark mass shrank back, as if expecting me to panic. But I tightened my jaw. I reached out, pressed the switch. Click. The light stayed on. Flicker gone. I exhaled a breath I hadn't known I held. In the sudden clarity of full light, the darkness dissolved. The room looked just like it always did. Tattered curtains, a couch with a few stains, books piled on the coffee table. I scanned the room, sure I'd see something emerge. But there was nothing that shouldn't be there. Just the familiar objects of my daily life lit plainly. My pulse raced, but the fear receded. I realized the shape had been inside me more than it was outside. Maybe it had been shadows against an anxious mind. Maybe it had been fear itself. Still, I stayed standing. The silence afterward seemed forgiving. I looked out the window. The dark yard, outlines of trees, distant streetlights. Nothing moved. No shape crouched just beyond visibility. I stepped back, my legs unknotted. I took a breath. I promised myself, tomorrow I'd repair the windowsill. I'd fix the crack in the fireplace panel. I'd shut the basement door fully, patch the attic entrance, sweep the porch, and lean the plank where it rattled. I'd clean the house, banish the drafts. I'd fill the empty spaces with care. I sat back down and turned off the small lamp. I left the big bulb full on. The room glowed softly. My limbs finally relaxed. My breathing slowed. I thought, I am okay, and for the first time since the night began, I believed it with every cell. I made a silent plan. Tomorrow at first light, I'd go through each room, search for cracks and shadows. I'd act. Action would keep fear from growing in the corners. I'd paint over peeling edges, seal old drafts, tighten loose hinges, scrub the floors until they felt clean under my bare feet. I'd sweep the porch board and oil the squeaky hinge on the attic door. I felt calm. I felt responsibility. I felt peace. The faint hum of the street and the gentle draft through the aging windows did not unsettle me. They were not evil. They were just old wood and the passing wind. No strange presence lingered. I lay down, pillow soft under my head, blanket light over me. I felt entire, ready to fix, ready to act. Fear had visited me. Darkness had pressed close, but light and small steps had sent it back. I closed my eyes and slept. In the morning, dawn light filled the room without flicker or shadow. I rose, and I started to fix. First the windowsill, then floorboards, then attic and basement doors, then porch. One by one, I named the places where things went wrong and patched them. And as I worked, the house grew steadier. The creaks came less. The drafts softened. The sense of something drifting in the dark faded with each nail driven home, each board set right, each loose screw tightened. By evening, the house felt safe again. I sat with a cup of tea and looked around. I saw a place I had mended with my own hands. I felt proud. I felt clear. No more lurking silence. No more shape. Just a home, old, yes, but mine, cared for, alive in its proper way. I woke up at 4:12 in the morning, wide awake for no reason. It wasn't hot. It wasn't cold. My body wasn't sore. I didn't need to pee, and nothing had startled me awake. It was just that sudden feeling of being completely alert, like my brain had already been running laps before I even opened my eyes. The room was still dark, except for the faint glow of a streetlight through the blinds. I live alone in a small one-bedroom house on a quiet road. Not much happens around here. That's why I like it. I stayed in bed for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, trying to let the calm of the night settle me back into sleep. But my heart wouldn't slow down. It was steady, but beating just a little too fast. I tried to ignore it. I turned onto my side, then onto my stomach, then onto my back again. The sheets were comfortable, clean, soft. There was no reason I shouldn't be asleep. Still, I just couldn't. After what felt like half an hour, I got up. I figured I might as well get some water, maybe take a walk around the house. Sometimes movement helps. I shuffled out into the hallway barefoot. It was dark, but I knew the way. One step, then another, the sound of my feet on the hardwood floor soft and even. I walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. The light was brighter than I expected. It spilled across the floor in a perfect rectangle, casting long shadows. I took out the pitcher of filtered water, filled a glass, and drank slowly. The cold went down my throat sharp and clean. As I stood there, I heard a soft creak. Just one. Then nothing. Houses make noise. I know that. Wood settles. Pipes shift. Still, it made me freeze. The kind of freeze where your body forgets how to move. My hand was still holding the glass halfway to my mouth. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. I just listened. Nothing came after it. No footsteps, no voices, not even another creak. I finally took a breath and put the glass down. I told myself it was just the house, or maybe a breeze against the siding. I decided to check the front door anyway, just in case. Not because I was scared, just being cautious. I walked to the front door and checked the deadbolt. It was locked. I pressed my hand against the door, just to feel the solidness of it, then turned around to head back to bed. But when I turned, something in my gut dropped. My bedroom door was shut. I never shut that door. Ever. I live alone. There's no reason to. I like the airflow, and I like being able to see down the hallway from bed. But now, standing in the dim light of the kitchen, I could see that the door was completely closed. No light under it. No crack. Just shut. I stared at it for maybe a full minute. My brain went over every possible reason. Maybe I shut it without thinking. Maybe it drifted closed. Maybe I bumped it somehow. I tried to believe that. I really did. But the way it looked, so tightly closed, didn't sit right. I walked slowly down the hallway. Each step felt heavier than the last. I stopped a foot away from the door, my hand just above the knob. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to open it. But I had to. I took a deep breath and turned the knob slowly. The door opened smoothly. No creak. No resistance. The room was exactly as I left it. Bed untouched. Lights off. Window closed. Nothing looked out of place. But I still didn't step inside. I just stood there and looked. Then I backed away, step by step, and turned on every light in the house. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed on the couch with the TV on low volume, flipping through channels without really watching anything. Every hour, I checked the locks again. Every sound made me sit up straight. By morning, I was exhausted. My eyes burned. My brain felt foggy. But the sun was up. That helped. Things always feel better when it's light out. I made coffee, took a shower, got dressed, and told myself I'd just had a weird night. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe I never opened the door in the first place. Maybe I forgot. People forget things all the time. I left for work like normal, locked the house, and went through my day trying not to think about it. And by evening, I actually felt fine. A little tired, but fine. That night, I made sure everything was locked again. I checked the windows. I even set a chair under the door handle of the back door, just to be extra cautious. I left my bedroom door wide open and set a box against it, so I'd hear if it moved. I fell asleep sometime around midnight. At 3:46, I woke up again. This time, I didn't know why either. I opened my eyes and stared into the hallway. The box was still there. The door was still open. Everything was quiet. I felt more calm this time. I told myself it was probably just my body adjusting to stress. That after the weird night before, my brain was still on high alert. I closed my eyes and tried to drift off again. But then I heard it. That creak. The same one. Not loud. Not close. But not far either. I sat up in bed and listened. It didn't come again. I got out of bed and walked slowly down the hall, checking every room. Nothing was touched. Nothing moved. I opened the back door and looked outside. The chair was still there, still propped under the knob. But when I turned to go back inside, I noticed something small, something that wouldn't mean much to anyone else. My toothbrush was missing from the bathroom counter. I stood there staring at the empty spot. I hadn't used it yet that day. It had been there the night before. I always keep it in the same place, right next to the faucet. Now it was gone. I looked all over the bathroom. I checked the drawers, the trash, even behind the toilet. Nothing. I searched the bedroom, the living room, the kitchen. Still nothing. I didn't go to work that day. I called in sick and spent the whole morning going over everything in the house. I checked every cabinet, every closet, every space under the bed, every drawer. I even crawled under the house with a flashlight to check the foundation vents. No signs of anything, but the toothbrush was gone. Just gone. I changed the locks that afternoon. Bought new deadbolts, new window locks, even a cheap security camera and door sensors. I didn't care how paranoid it seemed. I needed to be sure. I needed to know if someone had gotten in. Maybe someone had a copy of the key. Maybe a contractor years ago. Maybe someone who used to live there. I installed everything before the sun went down. When I finally sat on the couch, the house felt more secure than it ever had. I watched the security cam feed on my phone and tested the sensors on every door and window. Everything worked perfectly. I went to bed that night, actually feeling a bit safer. My bedroom door stayed open. The hallway light was on. My phone was on the pillow next to me, camera feed live. I woke up again at 4:03. I checked my phone first. The feed was fine. No motion. No alert. I sat up and looked at the hallway. This time, it wasn't the door that caught my attention. It was the smell. Something sharp and chemical, almost like bleach or rubbing alcohol. Faint but wrong. I got out of bed and walked toward the smell. It got stronger near the kitchen. My feet made no sound. My heart pounded. When I reached the kitchen, the light was off, but I could still make out the shapes of things. The table, the sink, the edge of the fridge. The smell was stronger now. I flipped the light switch. On the table, sitting right in the middle, was my toothbrush. It was standing upright in a glass. The same glass I'd used for water 2 nights before. The toothbrush was clean, dry. like it had never been used. I didn't move for a long time. I just stared at it. My hands were shaking. My chest felt tight. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. My body just locked up. I finally reached for the phone in my pocket and opened the camera feed. Nothing. Not a single blip. No alerts. No movement. The door sensors hadn't gone off. Everything was showing as untouched. I picked up the toothbrush with a paper towel, put it in a Ziploc bag, and drove to a motel across town. I stayed there for 3 days. When I came back, the house was exactly how I left it. No new smells. No strange items. Everything normal. But that normal didn't mean anything anymore. I replaced the security cameras with a better system, added a motion detector in the hallway, and put another one inside the kitchen. I even had a friend help me go over the crawl space, attic, and walls to look for hidden access points. Nothing. Just empty space and solid wood. I started keeping a log of everything. Every sound, every movement, every misplaced object. I took photos of every room before bed and compared them in the morning. And for 2 weeks, everything was quiet. Then one night, I found my TV remote sitting on the kitchen counter, even though I'd used it in the bedroom before falling asleep. A few nights later, I found my shoes placed neatly next to the front door instead of under the coat rack, where I always leave them. Then the security footage started showing gaps. Not motion, just missing time. The cameras would record fine, and then for 30 seconds or so, they'd go black. No error. No power outage. Just nothing. It never happened during the day. Only between 2 and 4 in the morning. I contacted the manufacturer. They said the system looked fine. The memory card was fine. No signs of tampering. No reason for the blackouts. I started staying awake during those hours. I'd sit in the living room, camera feed on one screen, door sensors on another. I watched the hallway, the kitchen, the front and back doors. And twice during the blackouts, I heard movement. Soft, careful steps, like someone walking heel to toe on purpose. I never saw anything. The sounds would last a few seconds, then stop. I called the police once. I open my eyes in the dark. My room is colder than usual, and the air tastes faintly of damp concrete. My body aches all over. I lie still for a moment, trying to remember how I got here, but my mind is blank. The last clear memory I have is walking home after my shift at the small bakery. I had closed up that night, counting bread trays and wiping flour off my arms. The city streets were nearly empty. The humming streetlights flickered yellow over cracked pavement. I felt tired, heavy-eyed, eager for my warm bed. I remember the walk, the vacant storefronts, the hum of distant traffic, the sharp tang of oil from a nearby fryer. I must have taken a wrong turn. I must have tripped, fallen, and blacked out. Now I am somewhere unfamiliar, lying on a hard floor. I push myself up, every muscle and joint protesting, after what must have been hours, maybe more of stillness. My head pounds, dull and thumping, like the steady beat of a drum in a cave. As I begin to move, I notice the silence. It is so still that my own breathing seems loud. When I try to draw air, it tastes stale and musty. I am in a room that smells of old metal and rust, maybe damp plaster. I blink in the darkness, but there is not a single ray of moonlight, no street lamp filtering through. Only darkness. I stretch a hand forward, fingertips brushing cold concrete. I stand unsteady. My legs feel wobbly under me, but I force each step forward. Bit by bit, my eyes adjust, though the room remains dim. I make out rough walls, maybe made of exposed brick or concrete blocks, corners coated in peeling paint. A square window high on one wall. I can't make out glass, just a square outline where light doesn't reach. The floor is uneven, stained, pitted. A faint echo of dripping somewhere far off, maybe water falling into a leftover puddle. I try to recall what day it is. I feel the faint imprint of time passing, the night growing older. I feel the weight of hours between consciousness and now. I don't know if I've been here for an hour or all day. My throat is dry, the inside of my mouth rough, sticky. I swallow, but there is no relief. Panic starts to rise in my chest, a tight coil. I breathe shallowly, tasting dust and worry. I remind myself, breathe slowly. Calm down. Find a way out. I search the walls with my hands, fingertips brushing cracks, crumbled mortar, rough edges, looking for a door. The floor rumbles faintly beneath me, maybe a small vibration, but could be only in my head. I follow the wall leftward, tracing it until I hit what feels like a metal frame. A door. My heartbeat quickens. I feel the cold metal beneath my palm. I try to push it. It gives. The door swings inward with a slow creak. Light from outside, a corridor long and empty, lit by grated ceiling lights that hum. I step through cautious, one foot in front of the other. Every detail registers. The smell of low electric hum, the faint scent of old wiring, a light buzzing overhead that makes my ears ring. The corridor stretches in both directions. One way disappears into shadows. The other ends in a door with a small window. Through it, I see faint daylight or streetlight, brighter than here but pale, distant. I leave the room behind and walk toward that light. Each step echoes softly in the corridor. My shoes scratch on concrete. My skin itches, dust or dry air. My shirt feels like paper against my skin, the only clothes I have. My muscles ache so much that I pause more than once just to breathe deeply. I wish for water. I wish for warmth. I wish to be home. I reach the windowed door. It is locked. The glass scratches slightly under my hand, cold and smooth. I press my weight against the door, push, but it doesn't move. I look down. A keyhole rusted tight. I try to peer through the window. The view is blurred by grime, but I can see a road, a building across from a parking lot. Street lights on that side hum faintly. This is part of a building under or behind something bigger. I step back, considering. There might be another exit. I walk back down the corridor. Somewhere behind me I hear a faint vibration, a distant motor, or maybe my heart. I can't tell. The corridor continues, thick shadows eating the midsection. I move forward carefully, hand against the wall. The light fades. My breath quickens. My pulse pounds. I tell myself I'm safe, that panic will only slow me down. I breathe deeply, match my footsteps to slow, steady breaths. In 2 out 2. At the corridor's midpoint, I find stairs descending. Narrow metal steps, worn, grated. They lead down into deeper darkness. I pause, telling myself I should leave, go back, maybe wait for help. But fear and thirst drive me onward. I step onto the stairs. My foot scrapes metal. I grip the railing. The staircase winds downward. I count steps, 10, 20, 30, my breathing ragged, my head spinning, each step echoing into the dark. My hand brushes against a damp wall, water trickling softly. The air shifts to colder, damper. I hear water again, drip drop somewhere below. At the bottom is a low ceiling chamber. I find another corridor, but this one narrower. The only light is faint, bouncing from cracks above. I walk forward. The ceiling slopes and the air smells like wet earth and mold. The ground slopes upward and I emerge into a larger, dimly lit area. Overhead, long fluorescent tubes flicker. A rusty generator stands in one corner with oily puddles beneath. The generator hums quietly, pistons moving. It casts a weak yellow light. The air smells of hot metal and oil. Near it, stacked crates and boxes form narrow passages. Here I feel more hope because I can see. I move toward the crates. My mind races. Maybe there's a way out hidden. I step off the concrete floor onto a pallet, with splinters under my foot. Boards are cracked. I climb slowly onto the crate stack. I am careful because they seem unstable. I climb higher, hands shaking. From this height I can see overhead ductwork, maybe a vent cover. It has screws. If I can reach it, maybe I can remove the cover. Climbing another couple of crates, I touch the metal cover. It is loose, but no tools. I pause. Panic creeps back. What if I can't open it? What if I break through and fall? But I have to try. I grip a crate edge with my foot, brace myself. My hands push and tug at the vent. It shifts. Under my fingers, small gaps appear. I jam a broken splinter between vent and wall. I angle it and push. Slowly the vent cover comes free. I feel cold air waft down, a breeze from outside. I've found an air duct. Desperation surges in me. I look down. Crates shift, one gives. I lose balance. I crash onto a smashed box below. I feel pain in my elbow, but I also feel adrenaline and victory. I push myself up, climb carefully again to the vent opening. I squeeze inside. The duct is tight and narrow. My arms brush the metal sides. Dust falls from the seam. My lungs strain for air. I breathe shallow and fast. I feel claustrophobic, but I force myself forward. I inch with hands and knees, the duct turning gradually. I taste the duct's stale metal. I hear my breathing and the hum of the generator far behind. I crawl until I reach a grate above. I pause in the dark tunnel above. Then I lift myself up and push. Light floods in daylight, bright and blinding at first. I shield my eyes. Outside is a rooftop. I'm on top of a low, flat commercial building. The air feels fresh and warm when it washes over me. I lie there, expelling breath I didn't know I was keeping. I realize I've climbed out. I sit up. The rooftop is quiet. Across from me is another rooftop with HVAC units. Beyond that, I see the skyline, city buildings, streetlights, maybe a few cars moving. I am high up, but I feel safe. I notice a fire escape ladder near me, scorched and aged. I climb carefully over the edge and drop onto the next roof. I climb the ladder down. My heart pounds, sweat mixes with dried dust. But I am upright, moving. I edge down until I find a stairwell exit door. I push it. It opens onto a stair landing. I am inside a stairwell, cleaner, brighter, familiar. Painted walls, stair treads, handrails. I descend, one step at a time. When I reach the ground floor, I step out into a parking garage. Fluorescent lights hum. I see a ramp leading up to the street. My legs feel like jelly, but I push forward. I climb the ramp and emerge onto pavement. I blink at the streetlight. I recognize the pavement, the graffiti, the corner of the bakery. I stagger forward, drawn toward lighted windows. I walk across the street, feeling concrete under my feet, fresh air filling my lungs, cold tile outside the bakery. A security guard sees me and rushes over. The door opens, bright light spills out. I see the street beyond, traffic passing, people late at night. I feel my body relax for the first time in who knows how long. I lean against the door frame. My head is throbbing, throat dry, hands shaking. But I am safe. The guard helps me inside. I am seated on a chair, given water, wrapped in a spare jacket. The fluorescent light is harsh but comforting. I taste cold water. It feels miraculous. My head clears a little with each sip. I scan the room. Tile floor, harsh lighting, papers on a desk, a constable helmet on a hook. I breathe in deeply, safe and alive. Later, an ambulance arrives for a quick check. No broken bones. No major injuries. Just exhaustion, dehydration, bruises. I close my eyes on a stretcher for a moment. When I wake, I am in